Now, hold on, let me come to y'all. Okay. All right. Let me check my levels. Check my levels. Mic check, mic check. Mic check. One, two. One, two. Mic check. All right. All right, all right, all right. I should be loud. Now, okay. Let me get my invite first of all. Present invite. Present invite guests. Apologize for starting late again. I gotta try to get earlier. I'll be going to bed so late, guys. I'll be working on this stuff. Like all this presentation I put together tonight, I'll be up 15, 20 hours working on this stuff. So I won't go to bed to 3 p.m., you know. Yeah. So sorry. Prevent invite guests. Sorry. Copy. All right. Then I wake up and try to try to rush, hurry up, live. And I forgot to set my clock and I looked. I was like, oh, it's 9:10. I'm like, oh crap. I got to stir, brush my teeth, do all this stuff, right? Copy. I apologize, but y'all know we be going 4 hours strong. We be bringing. So again, we got some stuff that's not all over the YouTube. So we're again gonna bring you exclusive information. Well, let me come to the comment section, make sure they can hear me. Shout out to Rohan. Exclusive information. Shout out to Yaleen. That's not all over YouTube, as we always do. We're going to be showing you exclusive clips. I try to do the best I can to find you other clips that's not just plastered everywhere. All right. So I had one clip that I was going to show in our last live stream, but we went long. And now I'm like, I should have showed it because now it's plastered over everywhere. The next day, everybody came out with it. So sometimes I have really breaking clips that haven't been on it, haven't flooded the internet yet. And I got to think along those lines as like a content creator because I'm a minister, I'm a man of the Most High. So I really don't think like a content creator. But I gotta start to think as well in that area if we're doing whenever we're doing current topics like current events that's actually happening now in the world. So if I got a clip so early, like breaking news that's not over the internet yet, I need to release it, right? And because now I thought about, it, I'm like I could have showed it the Wednesday live, and now it's all over the news. But whatever, right? I just you know think it just for future things. All right, now is this all right? Let's get started. Did I put the link in the chat? I don't know. Let me try it again. I don't know. Copy invite guest. Right? I just woke up and washed up, so my brain gotta catch up. Right? Enter. All right. Yeah, it's going to be a great one. Again, we got some information that's exclusive, things that are not out there, and we're bringing understanding because we're living in a time of prophecy, and these are prophetic events that's happening. And you got the left side, the right side, you got politicians, you got the media, the world is the stage series we did, right? You got the puppet master controlling the strings. You got shadow funding organizations that's funding the protesters, like the way they did in Antifa with the whole Black Lives Matter debacle, right? That whole thing where, so you got these organizations funding. I think I got that. Did I got that? I think I got that information. That's one I didn't grab. Let me grab it right now. Let me let my brothers and sisters in so I can get small on the screen. Hold on, let me get myself together, get my life together. Yeah, ooh. Dun, dun, dun. All right, let me get my, hold on, give me a second. Give me a second. All right, so now we you got these agencies that are still out there funding this stuff. All right, Shalom, Shalom, Hakyama, and Tamaya. Peace and blessings to you guys. All right, now Hakyama can let anybody else in that comes. All right, now, now these. Oh, that's what I said. Let me find that one. Let me find that one because I just grabbed it. It got it. Hopefully I screenshotted it somewhere, right? Because I got the list. Oh, I got it. It's this one. Let me double click. Give me a second. No, these are the people who were unalived. Uh, no, No, I might not have grabbed it. Oh, I did. It's in one of my notes. I got plenty of them. Oh, I need to show some of that anyway. Oh, I don't think I could find it. I know I had it though. Or maybe it's in here. Maybe it's, no, it's not in there. I can't keep the live stream held up, all right? Because I had it. All of the, well, I'm gonna leave that open so I can show that tonight. Let me leave that one open. But I had it. I don't know where it's at now. It is what it is. But I had the list. It's a crazy list of so let me do this. Let me grab this one and then go back from here. Let's see. It might be here. Okay. No. Yep, there you go. I got it. Told you I got it. All right, cool. So I'm gonna start there. I'm gonna leave that open. I got them. These organizations, like the ones who funded Black Lives Matter and stuff, oh, they at it again with this stuff going on, right? We got some exclusive information about the Somalians as well, because this is where a lot of this stems from. It stems from that situation, all right, with the Somalians, right? Shout out to any Somalians who are trying to be law-abiding citizens, who are trying to to be righteous and to do the right thing, right? Not everybody's criminals, not everybody is bad people, right? So we're not going to paint no broad stroke and wrongfully accuse anybody of anything, right? But there is a lot of Somalians who are into some nefarious deeds, right? Like all nations. But it's like they got a lot of defrauding and scamming going on. And now, unfortunately for them, honestly for their people and for the righteous remnant of their nation of people, the Somalians, they are getting broad stroked from the other bad players on the stage. And it's playing out on the world stage. And yeah, it's looking kind of bad. But a lot of this stuff is prophecy, a lot of it. Um, all right, now let's get started. All right, yep, it's 42. So that means probably about 60 of us on the live, maybe 70, right? So far, they're gonna come on in. All right, as they come in, they find out we live. Please give a like to the video, to the live stream. That's just so, I don't care if you like this channel or not, just so more people can know we live and we can get this started because we're gonna expose some things tonight. All right, so now, all right. So, we got somebody over on the wild bunch or rowdy bunch already. All right, all right. So, all right. So we got to monitor the rowdy bunch. Shout out to the vertical live stream. Shout out to the rowdy bunch over there. All right, just watch your cusses as much as you can. Your words, your cuss words. You can express yourself without mother effers and some decorum, a little bit of decorum, right? We got to show our intelligence as well, right? Because this is emotionally charged situations going on, right? So let's get started. Now, I'm going to go to share screen, right? Let me click this one first. Let's get this party started. Share screen, window, bang, share. Now, here we go. Yeah, I got some. I was going to do this, but then my boy Grease from Strong Island over on Facebook, he brought something out to my attention. He's like, he said something. I'm paraphrasing. He said it was a white woman that's the one who is the head of all of this. Like she started all of this, and so I respectfully tried to correct my bro Grease a little bit. I said, no, 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 don't fall for that, Grease. She didn't start it. That's her. She was a big player in some of it, but it was going on way before her 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 nonprofit. Her nonprofit was called Feeding, what is it called? Hold on. Feeding the Children or something. Feeding Our Future. Let me write it big. Feeding, we going somewhere. Let's go, Delarsha. Y'all gonna get some real fruit today. So now you got some people in their emotions, not my boy Grease, but you got, the left, they be spending things like they try to make everybody innocent, or they'll try to make everybody on the right guilty, and it's they doing this hard left right thing, right? So now you got some that are just trying to say this white woman did it all, and take actually any blame from the Somalians. Like it's not their, it's not, forget the Somalians, no, it's her fault. Nah, this white woman right here, she look crazy as all outdoors. She locked up. Oh yeah, they got her. So you can get out of that and act like. And so unfortunately, for 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 those for Tim Walz, for Ilhan Omar, for any of the what's the other dude? Ellison. Some They're gonna come out. It's going down. We got some stuff to show tonight. Unfortunately for them, she's snitching. She's singing like a canary bird. She in there like, if I'm going down, they all going down. She in there talking like a smoker. She like, oh, they trying to use a scapegoat, right? She like, y'all ain't about to use me as the scapegoat. Yeah, I was getting, cause she got literally, now this crazy part, listen up, Grease. She got about 5 million out of the deal. That ain't nothing. That's a small thing. And she was running. She set it up. She ain't getting most of hers. Now she was chilling. She was getting her bag on. She had her little Porsche Panamera, a Porsche. She had two Porsches. She had a Porsche truck, a Panamera. I guess she liked Porsches, right? She had her little her Birkin bags and her little Louis Vuitton. She had some Louboutin shoes. She got her come up. Oh, they took all that. She locked up right now. I think they trying to give her 33 years. Oh, we about to show all this. We about to break this down. So don't let these people not I don't care about the light, the right, the left, the mid left, the mid east. You know how they got like the middle east and the northwest. I don't care about all that crap. I care about reality. You understand? I'm not for the right or the left. I'm for the truth. That part. All right. Now y'all listen clearly. They're trying to spin it. Some of them that, oh, the white man did it. But let me explain. You cannot, how can I say? That's still another smokescreen. Now they want to, because she had something to do with it, which she did, and she didn't start this whole thing. Understand? She she was a key player in one of the schemes, the frauds. And that they've been doing this since 2014. Y'all remember on my last live stream? They've been doing this since 2000. This way her stuff started in, I think, 2018. Okay? So y'all gonna have to miss it. That's why I'm like, get out your emotions, all that. Again, they spinning the narrative. Oh, it's a white woman at the head of it all. So ain't the Somalis ain't nah. Let me explain. She got 5 million out of a $250 million thing. Do y'all not know? It's 70, I think 77 of them is locked up, is 60 something convicted so far. Some of them got 30 million. Some of them got 20 million. Some of them got 12 million, all Somalis. Now she started this organization, but you're gonna see, I'm gonna show you some things. All right. Now, Ilhan, so is this where Ilhan got her millions? Aimee's telling on everybody. This Aimee Bock, all right? Introducing Aimee Bock. Aimee Bock is under lock right now, right? But she's singing like a canary. So she telling on everybody. Tim Walz, right? I think the Ellison dude, the attorney general, right? The governor of Minnesota, the mayor. She telling on the senator, Ilhan. She like, y'all not about to give me 33 years and take all my stuff, and y'all still out there. Ilhan got her 30 to 60 million. Oh, it's going down. Let's go. We in the intro. We in the thumbnail. So that's why I got the thumbnail. Y'all see it? Right? So I had this. This right here. So you know how I do, where I make a couple of different thumbnails, right? And I'm trying to figure out which one works the best, right? So let me show y'all something, because now I'm gonna show y'all what her organization was. We just getting started. They coming on in. Watch this. She's snitching like a, she's snitching like, who snitches? Who's the big snitches now? What's his name? The little curly haired dude, the little rapper dude. What's his name? 6ix9ine, 6ix9ine or 6'10"? What was his name? I forget. I'm sorry, I don't know these clowns, right? She's snitching like snitching like a rapper. That's what I should say. She's snitching like a rapper. That's funny work right there. But she's snitching like a rapper, Yasha. All right, share screen. So this, I was gonna make the thumbnail, right? This is her organization that she created, right? Now she ain't created alone. They trying to make her the mastermind. I don't know about mastermind, but she was definitely one of the participants, right? Because she ain't get all the money out of it. So I don't know all that mastermind. She only got about 5 to 6, 7 million out of the 250. Yeah, Takashi, thank you. Takashi, right? She's singing like Takashi, right? So this is called Feeding Our Future, right? And this is the actual inside. Now, I was going to make this a thumbnail and everything. See, I got breaking news. Convicted mastermind of Minnesota fraud scheme speaks out. She's snitching. She's singing like Tekashi or whoever else. Whoever. What's the dude that snitched on John Gotti and the mafia? They was all snitching. Shout out to Pincy Lola, y'all blessed, right? So anyway, so this is feeding the right. I was gonna do this thumbnail and then I put them in the thumbnail, but it looked too busy. It was kind of crazy looking. I'm like, nah, that don't look. I mean, the people won't even be able to see what the thumbnail is. You got too much. You got too much going on in the thumbnail, right? So I changed it or whatever, right? So I tried to make it more simplified, right? So anyway, I'm trying to find it to see. All right, nah, that's all right. Let me just do it this way. All right, I'll just stop share, right? So now they because I had a bunch of different stuff. So let me continue. Let's get started. Stop share, right? I'm trying to walk it on down, and I'm gonna share this one next, right? So this is the actual image. We going in because we gonna bring receipts. That's what we do. We don't just speak in this ministry. We just don't. We don't bear false witness. We diligently study, show ourselves approved, and I get receipts, and I try to get real life examples of the receipts, right? And we don't work off emotions here, right? Try to get facts, right? All right, and all things bring understanding, right? So this right here is the actual building, the actual inside of the building. So now y'all see where I was trying to do my thumbnail from it, right? There we go. This is the actual inside of Feeding Our Future, the nonprofit that stole over 250 million during the 2020 lock-in. That's when they found the loophole because Ilhan started a mill. She passed the legislation and it opened a Pandora's box for those who wanted to scam, and the Somalians filled that void. Everybody watch, listen. So, convicted mastermind of the fraud, feeding our future. They're supposed to be feeding the kids. And you see that Somalian woman working in there. Now, this white woman was celebrated in the Somalian community, all right? And just like Tim Walz and the Mayor Fry, whatever his name is, they were pandering to the Somalian community in Minnesota. They call it Little Mogadishu because they had like almost 100,000 constituents that they needed their vote. So they was in bed with them. All right. So that white woman, Aimee, she was applauded in the Somalian community in Minnesota because the Somalians were getting millions, opening up all these daycares, open up all these meal centers, open up all these autistic things, right? Which they were stealing, and then with that COVID crap, it was mad new legislations just going forward, and nobody. Remember, we was locked in, so it wasn't a thing. It was like chaos, and they found a way to milk the system. And they did it really well. Over $91 billion. Over $19 billion. That's crazy. Okay? Now, All right, so we're going to show all of this. I'm just trying to get some of the receipts out the way, right? So let me show her here. Let me show her here, right? I'm just trying to get, and then we about to break this down. Stop share, right? Y'all know how we do. Got video clips coming. We in the intro. We breaking stuff down. We bringing the fruit, right? Bringing the receipts. So that's her. This is Aimee. Aimee's a snitch now, right? That's her when she was going to trial, right? She don't look too happy because she got caught. So she was going to trial, and she actually sued Minnesota, and she won, and they gave her more money. Y'all gonna see this. It's crazy work. This stuff is crazy, right? And this is one of the Somalians in her case, right? So it's her and about 80 Somalians, right? Right? Now they got way more than her 5 million. So her being a mastermind, and right, because she was really mastermind, she'd have took that 5 million and bounced. That's when people kill me. I'm like, what's wrong with y'all? How much do y'all need to leave? When I was doing crime, if I would have got anywhere near over 5 mil, oh, I'm too scary. I'm like, yo, that 5 mil, somebody gonna miss that. That's a lot of money missing somebody. I'm out of here. I'm like, you know what? I'm out. 5 mil, me and my sugar booger. I'll be like, oh, my sugar boogers, my chilling. Anybody who want to come, you better come because I'm gone. You heard? I'm somewhere with unextraditable land, living with 5 million. 5 million to be a 5 billion in one of these other countries. I am my own island, chilling like Bob Dylan. All right. So this is Aimee Bock, right? And that's her coming out. She's trying to fight. That remind me in the law library when you go to jail. She got her law book. She's fighting. She's trying to get her, but they locked her butt up. She locked up now since March. They trying to give her 33 years. You heard? So she ain't get away with it. All right. So that's one. All right. So I'm now, I'm trying to, as we get started, I'm about to show these videos, everything. Y'all know me. I bring receipts, right? I got to show real live receipts, none of this fake stuff. So all right. So let me show y'all this. I got another one. Let me grab which one? I'm going to grab this one, right? Because we ain't accusing nobody or nothing, right? So y'all see Aimee, see the smiling dude over there, right? Now here we go. Here go another one. Share screen, right? Window. And the video's gonna explode. We're gonna show some stuff. We're gonna show some stuff that ain't been seen, right? For newer people coming in, we probably almost about to 100 on the live stream now between the two, right? Shout out to the Rowdy Bunch on the vertical live stream, all right? Share, all right? Now, this is another. Now, this is a Somalian alien convicted. He was part of Aimee's, Aimee came up with the Future America thing. Ilhan, I'm gonna show y'all in a second. She passed this legislative law and it opened up the loophole. So they came in and they just filled that hole. And this dude, I think he got over 50 million, somewhere 30 million. He locked up now too. But that's him with Omar, right? They just the cheesing, right? All right? So he's convicted now. I think he got like 30 years or something like that, right? Right? And I think, hold on, yep, look, that's him with Governor Walz. He get around. Somalian alien in Minnesota convicted of welfare fraud with Omar and Governor Walz. Him, right? Now he already locked up. Aimee locked up, he locked up, his brother locked up, and he owned one of them. I think he owned the Learning Center. Y'all know the famous Learning Center? The learning center that don't learn, they ain't learn to spell learning. They didn't learn to spell learning, but they supposed to be teaching kids. And his brother owns the restaurant where Ilhan had her speech, had her thing, and they was giving all the money. This is the money she said she gave back. Remember the last live, right? Remember she said she got all this money. They was giving her this money from these, and she said, oh, she gave it back after How you give it back? They locked up. That's what I think Yahakanan said that in our ministry. Shout out to Yahakanan. He said, how did you give it back? Who you give it back to? You gave the money back, the stolen money back to those who stole it? What do you mean you gave it back? But anyway, let's continue. So that's him and Tim Walz. That's him and Omar. Okay? All right? I don't know what's my next. Oh, that's him getting locked up. Right? Right? I guess ice, baby. Dun, 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 dun. I'm not saying I'm for or against. We just what's the name? Reporting the news. I'm just reporting, all right? I'm just saying. I'm not, and I'm gonna make jokes because we're not a boring show. You know, we watch this. You get your snacks. Get up. We just getting started. It's gonna be a good show. I got some stuff y'all ain't never seen. All right, some stuff, crazy work that's coming. All right, so that's him convicted, right, of a welfare fraud. So you got him. Yeah, don't he look sad? Because I would be. They saying these people are really smart, these criminals. How this boy got about 50 million of it? How long, when was you gonna leave the scene of the crime? Do y'all not know that's like committing a crime and then staying at the scene of the crime? You ever heard those people who break into people's houses and then they end up eating food and go in the refrigerator, and then the people come home and the people up there stay asleep in the room with their burglary outfit? Right? This is America's Dumbest Criminals, right? That's what I'm like. Remember that show? That was a good show, right? Come on, y'all. It's like, this is America's Dumbest Criminals. You got to be America's Dumbest Criminals if you scammed and you stole over 500, no, they got 250. So over 50 million, 70 million, $100 million, and you still at the scene of the crime. The scene of the crime is America. Okay, so so he said, hold on, Google, how do you get off making fun of somebody's downfall? I don't get off on making fun of somebody's downfall. I'm just reporting the news, and some stuff is stupid. And if you stupid, then stupid is as stupid does. If you're wise, then wise is what wise does. We're called to be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. I ain't steal nothing from nobody. And when I did, well, I didn't steal, but when I did do crime, I went to jail and I had the gas face. So you can miss me with your little moral cry me a river stuff. So you crying a river over these people who stealing and lying and cheating and all that stuff? Sorry, not sorry. There's laws, statutes, and commandments that goes against everything about lying and stuff. Nah. You sorry. You gonna miss me with the wham. You cry me a river. All right, call the wambalams for yourself, because I'm not crying over these people that's stolen millions from hungry babies and children and all this stuff. Nah. Miss me with that. Nah, sorry. Go find the crying bunch somewhere. This ain't the house of the crybabies. All right, it's the house of truth. And truth sometimes hurt. It's raw and cut. It's like a band-aid ripped off. Sometimes truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me the Most High. That part. Get out your feet. Come on, talk about somebody. You, the devil's a lie. We about to break this down. All right. Now he don't look too happy here, just like I ain't look too happy when I got locked up. I wasn't smiling and stuff when I got my what's the name thing. Okay, right? Yeah, they want to get mad and talk about something. All right. So anyway, you sorry. Go somewhere else. Listen. Now this dude, he don't look too. That's my point. My point is, he got this face because, bro, at what point do you not leave the scene of the crime, right? Beretta? See, I'm an elder to these people. I might look young, but I'm probably old enough to be your mama or daddy. And if you are my age and you still that fool, then you still foolish, then you boo-boo the fool. Because when we get older, we get less tolerance for bull crap, right? They call it ish, right? I don't cuss. You understand? I'm a righteous man. I live my life righteously. I try to bridle my tongue and all that, right? So when we get older, we get less tolerance for mess. I'm sorry, it's just a thing. Do you got parents and grandparents? Didn't your grandparents, don't they get older? Our tolerance for crap. It goes, nah, we call truth. You know how the old people, I'm an elder. I'm supposed to be older. I got people your age, probably my children your age. All right. So listen, I ain't got no tolerance for mess. You understand? Yeah, Beretta, don't do the crime if you can't do the time. No, no, don't do it. You better go watch a old movie to Google Beretta and look at he had a bird on his shoulder. Robert Blake, he came a mess later, but anyway, I'm an elder, so somebody told you wrong. Don't do the time if you don't do the crime if you can't do the time. That's why when I did the crime, I did the time. You heard? I did the time. I wasn't snitching. I ain't tell on nobody. I did it. And I looked like this when they locked me up. Yeah, I did. I looked like this. I had the gas face. All right. Now, yeah, good. Bye. I don't care about no 3,000. See, unfortunately, Terry, which you ain't got no wisdom, you think I'll care about subscribers. If I cared about subscribers, then I'll be teaching you, I'll be like Pastor Porkbelly. I'll be sitting up here with Sutan. The Lord said, the Lord God, he said that Jesus came, and no. I go against the grain. Raw, uncut, no chaser. I've been shadow banned. I had a channel with over 100,000 views and subscribers. You understand? I've been shadow banned. Channels took it. I don't give a crap. You think that you're sorry? Somebody done told you wrong. I don't care if I had 300. I was teaching when I had 300 subscribers, when I had 3 subscribers. Bye-bye, be gone, clown, bye. That part. All right, let's go. Let's continue. Somebody done told her wrong. You got the wrong one. You got the right one today, baby. All right? All right, now, here we go. Let's go. So y'all let them, that must be, I don't know, she must be a thief. You must be a thief and a robber, right? You conspire, you on behalf of the thieves and robbers. You're over here copping the plea for the thieves and robbers, okay? So anyway, let's continue. We had enough of that. No wisdom. And got the nerve to call yourself wisdom. You better be careful with wisdom. Wisdom ain't playing. Wisdom is the spirit. You better understand who wisdom really is. You better be very careful with that one, all right? Now, let's go. All right, so what's the, let me see. Let me stop share. Let's get this party started. All right? So I think I showed that one. I showed that one, right? Do I got another one to show? I think I showed, yeah, I just showed him here and then, yep.
Excuse me?
Uh-huh.
We have 2 donations from Miss Pensilola. Y'all bless.
Thank you, Pensilola. Y'all bless, I humbly receive. Now, I'm going to show this one. So this is the image. So, and I'm showing y'all because when we show the videos, the stuff, y'all going to hear from Aimee. So I want y'all to have the context, because context is key, right? Everybody else working off emotions, right? We don't work off emotions. Y'all see this? This is one of the most famous restaurants in Little Mogadishu in Minnesota. They didn't turn that into Little Somalia, right? And Tim Walz and Fry and them, right? You know, this politician, they're like, well, that's where the vote is. So that they where the vote. They're all about the bag. So this is Safari, a contemporary Somali cuisine. This is where a lot of it went down. All right. Oh, it do say Wisham, and you cursing. All right. So there you go. And is you a dude? Are you a boy? Is this a boy, Damon?
Man.
That's a man. Oh my! Game over. I'm sorry. I'm sitting up here thinking I'm talking to a woman. That's how you know. I'm sorry. Sorry, Terry. I'll leave you alone. I concede because I thought you was a girl. Is that a boy, Damon? This is a boy. This boy over here talking to me like I'm thinking I'm talking to a woman. I'm no disrespect to my sisters. Y'all know some of some of the sisters could they'll yap off on you in a minute, right? I'm sitting up here thinking I'm talking to her. That's it right there. I'm out. I'm out right now. I'm out of this conversation. You got it, Terry. Terry the boy. All right. No disrespect to my brother's name Terry, but I thought this dude was a woman. All right. So anyway. That's a wrap. All right, let me stay focused. All right, now, here we go. It says contemporary Somali cuisine. Now, this is where a lot of the incidents, a lot of allegedly changing deals was made, right? And I think the one that I showed just now, the one that was hugging Ilhan and hugging Tim Walz, that dude, him and his brother, I think he either owned this one and his brother owned the Learning Center, or he owned the Learning Center and his brother own uh, uh all right. We gonna don't kick Terry out because now Terry wants to say you got something against women. So I guess now you're gonna say I got something against the happy people too, right? Right? So let me stop. We gonna leave this emotional dude alone, right? Keep him in his feelings. We gonna leave this dude alone, right? Because then they gonna go cry. He gonna go cry to the police. He doesn't like women, and he doesn't like right. All right, so I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna ignore him unless he starts cussing and stuff. Then y'all just get him out of here. But if he doesn't cuss and all that, yeah, freedom of speech, right? I believe in the amendments, right? I do believe in following the laws of the land that we're in and giving Caesar what Caesar's, as long as they don't go against the laws of the Most High, right? So you got the right to express yourself. Just watch your language. Just watch yourself. As long as you do that, you got the right to. I mean, I ain't going. Everybody. This ain't about me trying to. This ain't the place where you got to agree with what I'm saying or I got to agree with yours. We're here for discourse. We're here to rightly divide what's happening in the events of the news and try to get the truth, all right, through all of the smoke screen and all of the emotions, all right? All right, so let's continue. So now this one of the two brothers, the one that I showed, that dude, it's two of them. I think he got like 30 million. His brother got 50 million. Oh, they got paid out of this, right? And one of them owned the Learning Center, and then another one owned the restaurant. And Ilhan had one of her big things here, and they kind of do fundraising stuff. So this was, she said she gave a lot of money back. So this is another key place. These are key places that go on with this, right? That's going on in these cases that's coming up. All right, now I showed y'all that one. I just want to show y'all some of the pictures, receipts. Okay, so that one. What's this picture? All right, that's coming up later. All right, who funding? All right, that's gonna come up later when we get to the unalivings that's happening. All right, because we got some very exclusive stuff coming out. Right, very very exclusive clips. Right. All right, now here we go. So now I'm gonna go to the first video and I gotta go to the clips. All right, which one I'm gonna pick first? We're gonna go, and then I got some, y'all know I made a clip to make us laugh, right? I got something that's gonna make us laugh too. I was laughing when I was putting it together. I said, oh yeah, they gonna like this because I'm laughing while I'm making it. I'm like, this is hilarious. All right, so do I wanna go there? Where I'm going first? No, that's gonna come later. Oh, Aimee first, right? So let's do Aimee first because that's the thumbnail, right? So where is Aimee? Go to this one. That window. I got all these tabs. So Aimee is the next one. There you go. Aimee full video, right? And then, so we're gonna do introducing Aimee Bock, right? So let me come here, right? Give me a second. What am I doing? I gotta make this smaller. Come back to y'all. Sorry, I got a million tabs. And I'm gonna stop sharing that, right? Stop share. And then I'm gonna share screen, right? Share screen here. Share screen, bang, window, bang. Put that up really quick. And now I'm gonna show a video of Aimee, copyright disclaimers of herself, but I need to break down exactly what's going on first, right? Forget my intro. I had a nice strong intro, but it is what it is, right? I'll make that an outro. I close out with that. Now, the reason I'm gonna break down is Aimee Bock, that's her. She was convicted last year in Minnesota's $250 million fraud case. Now, records tie her to 47 daycares. Everybody listen. This is what they would call, this kind of like a RICO thing. Or something. I'm not trying to be a lawyer or nothing, but as they're going through this, they're finding out that it's a connected thing, her and the Somalians, right? Now, all right, so here we go. Her, Aimee right here. Now, they're finding out now that it's connected to 47 different daycares. All right, now, I'm bringing all facts and receipts. I'm about to show it in a second. Now, prosecutors call her the one, she's the head one who started Feeding Our Future, right? Now, a person named Muhammad Hussein and Lul Ali, they admitted that they stole $5 million from the program. They ran eye care, child care. So she started the what is it called? The Feeding Our Future program. And then once they open up this loophole, we about to break it down, then I'm gonna show the video in a second, right? Once they open up the loophole, some of the people, they just decided to just run it rampant. And they got up to over 19 billion and growing, right? Shout out to Philip Pedigo. Sorry if hopefully I said that correct, right? Now, they had the Hussein and Lul Ali, they admitted that they stole 5 million from the program, and they ran the eye care child care center. And Brock was their point of contact. Now, Brock was she was the point of contact for the Quality Learning Center, the one that Nick Shirley exposed. So remember, the famous one, she was the point of contact, all right? Now, Salim Saeed was Brock's co-defendant, all right? Salim Saeed. And I think that was that dude I just showed hugging everybody. I'm sorry, I get them confused, but I got other videos going to show it, right? Now, Salim Saeed was Brock's co-defendant, and he is the one who hosted Ilhan Omar's victory party at the Safari restaurant. That's why I showed y'all the Safari restaurant. Y'all know what I do. I try to show the receipts, right? So we're walking it on down, and then we're going to get the video so y'all have all the pieces. Remember, you got solving crime is putting pieces to a puzzle together, right? So that's what we're doing. We're putting the pieces on the puzzle. Now, Salim Saeed was her co-defendant, and he was the one who hosted Ilhan Omar's victory party when she made it to the Senate. All right. And where was that at? At the Safari restaurant, owned by the ones who got millions from scamming. All right. So we going somewhere. Now, he also owned a daycare. Everybody listen. Listen clearly. Salim Saeed, who was her co-defendant, he hosted Ilhan Omar's victory party at the Safari restaurant, and he also owned a daycare called what, guys? The Learning Journey. He owned one called the Learning Journey, and when they investigated, it wasn't even in operation. Now, Governor Walz wants all of us to believe that pointing these facts out, and some of these emotional people, they want us to believe that pointing out the actual facts makes us look like we're being racist against a group of Somali people, right? Now, a federal judge has ordered the founder of a Minnesota nonprofit at the center of a massive welfare fraud scheme to forfeit all her luxury properties. That's her, Aimee. Her cash and her high-end goods. She had Louboutin shoes, Louis Vuitton. She had Chanel bags. And when I looked at that, I said, she got a lot of, right? I'm like, do she got Jordans and weed too? No disrespect to yeah. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I been got somebody triggered from that. But anyway, I was like, hold on, she got a lot of like, she got a lot of black, right? I'm like, so they showed her with her Porsche. I'm like, she had rims on the Porsche. I said, she got rims. She got her little Louis Vuitton. She done got herself. I said, yeah, she done got herself in some mess. You understand? So anyway, that just struck me a little bit. I said, okay. And then later, come to find out, I swear, I'm going to just do it now. I said, I knew it. I knew it when they said all the high good fashion goods that she was. I said, she that sounds like she might got a little jungle fever too. right? Because I don't know, it's just certain things, right? As I'm reading and finding out, I said, she got all these Louis Vuitton. They confiscated all her Chanel bags. I said, did she have hoop earrings too? I'm, I'm like, what is she? She got, I'm like, hold on. She probably, she probably got a little jungle fever going on somewhere. And lo and behold, share screen. Watch this. Share screen. This part made me laugh when I seen it. I said, I knew it. Now I might be foolish, but I'm not boo-boo the fool, right? So here I am. I'm doing my little investigation to put the video together for everybody, for us to discern the truth, right? And I find Aimee. Look at old Aimee. I said, Aimee, she got honey boo boo. Look at him. Look, he got fatigues on. He got his gold chain. Look at stick, and she got her sneakers on. Look at Aimee. I said, I knew she had. Aimee I knew Aimee had some jungle fever in there, and he got they in the flying spur, what a phantom, a drop top phantom. She done took her money. Look, a split image shows the defendant in the Feeding of Future fraud case, and a separate photo introduced as evidence during the trial depicting luxury spending tied to people in her network. Federal prosecutors said the nonprofit was used to carry out a massive child nutrition fraud scheme, right? So I said, look at, now she don't look too happy either. See, we don't look happy when you get caught for your crimes. That's why I didn't look too happy either, right? The other person talking about, I'm relishing off someone's misery. Well, I'm just pointing out the facts, right? She don't look too miserable right here with her sugar butter, right? And that's a Somali dude, right? So, they, no disrespect, but, a lot of them say, we ain't black, and they used to disrespect the black Americans while looking just like, he looked just like a rapper. Look, he's showing his rings on his fingers, right? That's crazy. They riding around in drop-top phantoms. Look, suicide, that ain't the suicide door, that's the other door. They getting Rolls Royces. Only thing Aimee didn't do, you didn't leave, Aimee. You were supposed to leave. Take your sugar book, he ain't going with you. He's just number using you for that money. But anyway, I knew it. I said it. I knew as I was going through the case. All right, so I'm going to get back to the case, right? I just wanted to show y'all because I was going through. I said, hold up. And the judge made her confiscate all that. So when they went in, she had all type of Louis Vuitton and Gucci. She had Dapper Dan suits, and they shout out to Swift. Shout out to Swift over there on Facebook. Big Swift. Sorry, Swift. I didn't see you. When I woke up, I saw the call. I had to get dressed for. Sorry, I missed your call, Swift. We're going to connect, Swift. I got to get that call in with you, King. All right? Now, so anyway, yeah, that was short-lived. You should have left. I don't know what's wrong with them. And she had a bunch of Porsches. She was doing that thing. So the judge specifically said, take all of her gold chains. He said, take all of her Louboutin shoes, her red bottoms, take her blue bottoms and her green bottoms. He said, take her Louis Vuitton, her Gucci baton, take everything. He took all that stuff. All right, so now let me get back. All right, let me leave. I should have left that one up. Let me leave that up for a second. Let me break down. Okay, then I'm gonna show the video. Let me leave that up for a second. Share. All right, leave that up while I break this down. That's an appropriate picture to have up. All right. Now, everybody. Now we break it. We getting in. Now a federal judge ordered her to forfeit all of her luxury properties, all of her cash, and all of her high-end goods. She was at the shopping mall, and she had Muhammad, Saeed. She had she was rocking out in the Somalian community in Minnesota. All right, so she had to give it all up. Right, Aimee Bock, 44 years old. She founded Feeding Our Future in 2016. Now listen clearly. Now we walking down the timeline. She founded Feeding Our Future, a nonprofit organization, right? In 2016, prosecutors said the organization initially operated on a relatively small scale when she started it. It started off and she got grants and stuff to handle roughly $3 million, right? When she first started in 2016. about $3 million to $4 million a year she got in federal child nutrition reimbursements, right? This is nonprofit stuff that, people you can utilize to help social events and stuff. But some people find loopholes and they steal, right? No matter what your color is, right? So she was handling roughly 3 million to 4 million a year, right? But when the COVID-19 happened, ring in 2020, the fake Jim Jones, the Jim Jones jab juice, the lockdown and all that. That's when the PPP and the GGG scams and stuff was going on. Everybody was, I didn't do no crime. I knew better than that. Something told me don't get, cause I remember my boy Africa called me, yo, Sean, he from Senegal. He's like, Sean, I can get you $20,000-$30,000 because I always work for myself, right? So I always got an LLC, and it sounded good. I never forget, I was at the car wash, right? And he was talking, shout out to Africa, and he was like, I already got. He's like, he was in Harlem or Brooklyn. I'm at my girly crib in Brooklyn. I just bought a new car and everything. Africa is crazy. I said, Africa, what? He said, I can get you just, I know you got, I said, yeah, I do got an LLC. He's like, well, I can get you $30,000. You can have the money. And that sounded good. And I was in the car. I'm like, man, I could use 30 bands, bro. That'll get me. But then again, I remember, well, y'all don't know, but I'm being righteous. I can't do crime anymore. So immediately, see, that's the flesh is always sinful, the flesh, right? So you got to die to the flesh, right? So immediately the flesh roots up, I can use that money. And then here come reality, meaning the Most High. Like, what? And I'm like, oh, crap, I can't do no crime no more. That's a crime, right? I'm like, so is it legal? Yeah, it's legal, but I ain't no but. I'm like, and then I was like, okay. First of all, I said, well, send me over anything info you can give me and let me look it up. No, Sean. It just fill it out. I'll give you the money. I got, I would never. I said, but Africa, you be doing stuff. I ain't in the streets. I ain't outside. I'm inside. I'm inside the Most High's righteousness, right? I'm living this life. I'm not just talking it. So I said, you know what? So he's like, no, I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow and everything. And I went, and when I went home, because I was driving Uber, and when I got home, I looked up. This is in 2020 when this stuff first started, when everybody was getting their bag. And I looked it up online and stuff, and I was like, dang, you can, and I just felt my spirit, something ain't right. I was like, nah, I'm good. And so and then he called back next day. I said, nah, I'm good, Africa. What, you crazy, Sean? I said, I'm good, bro. And I didn't take anything, and I struggled. And then later you hear everybody making millions. They was flossing all over Instagram, all their money, PPP loans and scams, right? But what we didn't know, everybody in New York, Atlanta, everybody who's doing the PPP stuff, scams, in Minnesota, those Somalians had a real, while y'all was getting hundreds of thousands, they was getting hundreds of millions. They started scamming this way. Now, so, and she started her Feeding Our People, Feeding Our Future program in 2016. And she was getting 3 to 4 million a year. But then when the COVID-19 pandemic, that's when emergency rule changes started. So when COVID-19 pandemic started, it was a chaos in America, right? All over the world. But we speaking on America. And new legislations and new stipulations and new restrictions were dramatically reduced because we went into emergency mode. So there was emergency rule changes, and these rule changes reduced the oversight, allowed for reimbursement claims to be submitted without verification. Everybody listen. This is how they found their loopholes, because the 2020 lock-in and the COVID-19 stuff, it allowed them, those who had these nonprofits and those who had these, daycare centers, stuff like that, feeding and then the Somalis found out the autism. They found out any health care issues. They can start a LLC company, and all you would have to have is a nonprofit sponsoring you. So all you would have to do is open an LLC, right? Get a storefront, open an LLC, and then tie yourself to a nonprofit. And long as the nonprofit verifies you, then with the 2020, there was no verification. Everybody listen. All of the oversight was reduced. So reimbursement claims mean being reimbursed for your services. So you could say that you're feeding 10 8 let me do a number 300 children when really you only got two, right? When before the lock-in, you would have to do standard verifications for the reimbursement claims. But during the lock-in, everything was in chaos. So they could submit to being reimbursed and they could put down any amount of people, any amount, and it had no verification, right? Nothing to be submitted. Now, also, this was Ilhan, allegedly, we're going to show it in a second. Ilhan put her measure, and it's the people who would come and check on your facility, everybody was in lock-in. So nobody was coming to check on the facility. This is how they found this loophole. And this is how they got to drain so many billions from our country, right? Now, so before the lock-in, she was doing 3 to 4 million a year in federal child nutrition reimbursements, right? Now, once the lock-in happened, the pandemic, and the emergency rule changes went into effect, and it reduced anybody looking and scrutinizing any oversight, and it allowed reimbursement claims to be submitted without standard verifications. Now, once that happened, according to the Department of Justice, the Feeding Our Future, her company, became the hub of a sprawling fraud operation that siphoned roughly over 250 million in federal funds. And these funds were intended to provide meals to children from low-income families. Now, the prosecutors said much of the money was diverted into shell companies and used for their personal advances, including her with her luxury purchases, real estate, cars, and acquisitions. And some of her co-defendants, the 70, 80 Somalians, were located, a lot of these purchases were located overseas, in Kenya, in Somalia, in Dubai, in Maldives. And this were the millions that was being sent overseas, okay? Now, under a preliminary court order issued last week, Bock was issued to forfeit approximately $5.2 million that she held in her personal nonprofit related bank accounts. So she had $5.2 million in her bank accounts not related to her nonprofit. She was ordered to forfeit it. The order includes she had to forfeit her Porsche Panamera, dozens of electronic devices, all type of expensive laptops and computers, all type of tablets, all type of bejeweled, diamond-encrusted cell phones, her diamond jewelry, her diamond-crusted earrings. That's why I said this sounds like she got jungle. That's why I said when I said, hold up. This sounds like she got some. she got Tyrone. What's it name? She got Kayshawn. She smashing Kayshawn on the side and all this stuff, right? So anyway, right? So her diamond jewelry and her designer handbags and purses and items and shoes. She had $1,000 shoes, $5, $10, $20, $50,000 handbags and stuff, right? Including her Louis Vuitton backpacks and luggage and her purses, right? Yeah, she's smashing Ray Ray and Pookie. That's what I was looking for, the name Pookie and Ray Ray. I was like, this sounds like she got Pookie and Ray Ray on the side, right? So federal prosecutors have described Bock as the point of operations that all of the fraudsters, these a lot of most they were all Somalians basically, and they would use her as the point of contact, right? And she exercised approvals over the reimbursements that allowed the scheme to grow at an extraordinary pace. Court filings show the network claimed to have served 91 million meals So they wrote down that they served 91 million food meals to 91 million. This was a level of activity that far exceeded the nonprofit's pre-pandemic size and operational capacity. So, but during the lockdown, there was nobody, the oversight was nobody to look into it, right? Because everybody was in chaos. So where she went before the lockdown, where they was giving out maybe 1,000 meals, right? 2,000 meals. Uh, Court filings show now they said they serving 91 million meals. So they get reimbursements for the meals that they say they feed in these imaginary children and people. The Feeding Our Future case resulted in one of the largest welfare fraud prosecutions in Minnesota history. The Justice Department convicted so far over 57 people and charged 78 defendants in connection with the scheme. I think it was like 75 of them are Somalian. Of those charged, most of Somali descent, and five of the defendants are considered fugitives, and they are right now in African countries. Those are the smart ones, right? Smart, illegal, smart thieves, the ones who left, right? Anybody that stayed in America after all this crime, you stayed in the midst of the scene of the crime, right? So 5 of them are believed, defendants are believed to be the fugitives in Africa. Authority alleged millions of dollars in fraud proceeds were sent to East Africa and all through the Middle East. Law enforcement officials estimate that only about $75 million of over the $250 million has been recovered. While early estimates place losses over $250 million, later court filings now and sentences documents are pushing the total closer to $300 to $400 million, with federal officials suggesting it could ultimately reach over $500 million. Bock was found guilty by a federal jury in March of 2025 on multiple accounts, including wire fraud, conspiracy, and bribery. She is currently being held in the Sherburne County Jail while awaiting sentencing. They're trying to give her 33 years right now. Now, Ilhan. Let's tie in Ilhan. Ilhan Omar passed a bill, and this bill opened up the floodgates for all of these scams. Ilhan Omar introduced the bill that Somalians in Minnesota use to steal over $1 billion from American taxpayers. It's called the Modifying Essential Access to Lunch for Students Act, the Meals Act. Everybody listen. It's MEALS, Modifying Essential Access to Lunch for Students. This is when Ilhan was in the office when the 2020 lock-in happened. She backed the bill. She introduced this bill. Now, it was a Meals Act. Many are now calling for an investigation into Omar's, claiming that she was part of this whole scheme. A sweeping federal investigation has already been launched over the $1 billion in welfare fraud in Minnesota and is now zeroed in on the 2020 federal law that Ilhan Omar introduced. This federal law allows scammers to exploit child nutrition programs during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Meals Act, which Omar brought to light and championed, this act waived important rules, regulations, safeguards, and oversights for school meal distributions. So her act, she said in her act, basically, we don't need no oversight. That's a waste of time. The children need to be fed. They need food, right? And the country was in the mayhem at the time. This is a senator. So her Meals Act waived, in her legislation, waived rules, regulations, and safeguards for school meal distributions. These rules, the prosecutors now say, actually made it possible for the massive scheme run by the Somali migrants. All right. Her act and her thing, she removed the oversight rules. Then she had this response when she asked about the fraud. She removed the oversight rules with her legislation. And when she was asked about the response about the fraud, she said, and I quote, "I think what happens is when you have these kinds of new programs that are designed to help people, you're often relying on third parties to be able to facilitate those things," right? Now, she said, and a lot of the COVID programs that were set up during the time were set up really quickly. This is what she said. And so a lot of the guardrails that would have protected did not get created. This was her quote. Her way to act like, well, you know, I put the bill and it was a time we just did it. All right. The fraud has led to over 59 convictions and charges of at least 78 people in her district. The nonprofit Feeding Our Future, Aimee Bock, is at the center of one of the schemes. This NGO, which Omar promoted, that's a non-governmental organization, it billed the government for millions of meals that were never served. Okay, Omar's bill. Prosecutors say the money was supposed to go to feed hungry kids, but instead it bankrolled their luxury mansions, their high-end shopping sprees, overseas transfers to Somalia, all Northeast Africa, and Somalia-based terror groups Al-Shabaab. This is where Ilhan is about to be investigated. So this is my thumbnail. Is this where Ilhan got her 30 to 60 million? Okay, from these, right? Now, when we fast forward, Ilhan, who represents Minnesota's 5th district, home to the nation's largest Somali migrant population of almost 100,000 Somalians, is in the spotlight for connections between her inner circle and all of these convicted fraudsters, raising questions about the oversight removal program. Omar's links to the fraud scheme are as follows. Omar introduced the Meals Act in March of 2020. This bill allowed states to bypass meal program requirements, including verification of meal counts, how many meals are actually being counted, and site inspections, how many inspectors go out to these programs and make sure that there's children in the child care centers, make sure there's people in there, right? Remember the lock-ins. So her bill reduced the requirements, okay? So to bypass all the requirements. All right. So there was nobody coming to inspect it, right? And there was no verification. You could just say, I'm feeding 10,000 kids, and they would say, okay. And she would, and because they're in the Senate and they're in it, the governor, everybody's in it, then it would just get passed, and you would get your 10 million, right? Now, these programs funneled at least over 250 million through the Feeding Our Future, the single largest chunk of the fraud, according to the Department of Justice. Critics say that Ilhan's waivers created an open door for fraud, with fake sites popping up all over Minnesota. Fake sites, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Fake sites operating out of empty storefronts and out of people's homes. And they are accusing Omar of knowing about it when she created the bill. Guhad Hashi said, a key organizer in Omar's 2018 and 2020 campaigns, who mobilized the Somali voters as an enforcer. Guhad Hashi, he pleaded guilty in August to defrauding the program for over $12 million. All right. So he was one that was a key organizer in Ilhan's 2018 and 2020 campaigns. And he mobilized Somali voters as the enforcer. And he's locked up, and he pleaded guilty for over $12 million. Saeed, the one I showed the picture, he ran another operation. And he claimed that he served 5,000 meals a day daily to children. The one who was hugging Omar, that dude, 5,000 meals, he said, he fed to children. He pocketed over 3.2 million for that scheme, but he had plenty more of them. That was just one of his schemes. He had many of them. All right. So that was all right, hold on. So let me do the corresponding pin. Then I got the video coming in a second, right? I just want to break down and show the actual facts of the case and stuff, right? Actual, due diligence, right? So I'm gonna put the appropriate picture up as I'm all right. So let me go, and the video's coming. The video's gonna blow
Excuse
you.
me.
Go ahead. Hmm.
There's a few comments I'd like to read, please.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me pull them up.
Hmm.
Tony Kaiser says, if you listen to this man, you'll get an education. People, listen to this man. I know it's hard to stomach and it's hard to swallow, but he is going to give you the truth. It may hurt. God bless him for enlightening people and tell them the truth, because the children, they don't know what they are discussing or what they're debating. They don't have a clue. Help these children. And he says, I can't tell you how grateful I am to stumble in here. I'm 71 and I was worried, but now I have some hope. Never forget what he said. If you love me, they will hate you.
Woo.
So be aware, take care. Be awake,
Blessings.
take care.
What was his name?
Tony Kaiser.
Blessings to my elder Tony Kaiser. I humbly thank you, and I thank you. And the Most High always gonna have, no matter what. Some people, some of his children are gonna try to bring the truth no matter what. And the truth hurts. So you got to get out your feelings, your emotions. He's correct. And my elder, and that's how I feel. Like whenever I see someone just unbiased truth, right? I'm not for against, I'm for truth, right? And thank you. I humbly receive. Thank you so much, Hakyama, for that comment. Thank you, Elder. I humbly receive. And may the Most High bless and cover you and your family as well, Elder. Go ahead, Hakyama. What was the next one?
There was just also Alazia's comment.
Alazia. Oh, Alazia, Shalayam, Alazia, thank you for your comment. We love you too, Alazia, and we look at your family. I seen your comment and I was like, wow, I didn't see that because you write early. We love you, Alazia. And she said something, guys, like she's so glad that the Most High allow us to find the channel, and she's been watching us for a long time and learning so much. And she looks at us, we feel like family, and you're our family too, Alazia. We love you. May the Most High bless you and your family as well. All right, now let's continue. So now this is the appropriate picture. That's why I said, let me get the picture right. So that's this dude, right? And him and his brother, right? So I'm gonna put him with Tim Walz and her Ilhan while I'm doing this part, right? I need the appropriate picture up. And then we got the video coming in 1 second. So Saeed, he ran a sham operation and he claimed to serve 5,000 meals daily to children. And in that one sham operation, he pocketed over 3.2 million. But that was just one. Photos show Saeed posting with Omar at many different community events. And he remained active in her circle even as the red flag started to mount. So Ilhan is now trying to distance herself. But when he was under investigation with all the red flags, she was still in his circle. Omar's 2018 election night celebration was held at the Safari restaurant. That's why I showed you it. And guess who the Safari restaurant is co-owned by? Salim Ahmed Saeed, another convicted fraudster. So the restaurant where a lot of this is held, and Aimee's gonna show you her in the restaurant, right? Aimee was rocking out. Aimee was a star in the Somali community, right? So he was a co-owner of the Safari restaurant. Saeed was found guilty in March of stealing over $12 million. All right, he got over 12 million by inflating his meal claims to 3.9 million fake servings. So he said he served 3.9 million meals, and he got over 12 million from from the taxpaying citizens. That's where it come from, us who pay our taxes. prosecutors detailed how he splurged Saeed on a $2 million mansion, and they showed that he would spend $9,000 a month going to Nordstrom. He liked shopping in Nordstrom. So he would spend 9 G's a month in Nordstrom, while his restaurant raked in $16 million in federal funds. So the restaurant, they said, would be feeding the homeless and the Somalian homeless, the Somalian children. So the restaurant raked in $16 million in federal funds while he's shopping $9,000 a month in Nordstrom. As early as 2021, Minnesota's Department of Education flagged the irregularities in the Feeding Our Future program, including its incomplete audits and skyrocketing claims. Yet, Ilhan Omar's office publicly backed the program. This what's going to come get her later. She Fulio too, because she should have ran to Mogadishu right now. She should be out. She's stupid. I'm sorry. I don't know what. She is so, I don't know, bro. They're so prideful to the point where, like, bro, you committed crimes, bro. It's coming. You better run. She should be on a little boat in the Mediterranean right now, headed somewhere, right? So Ilhan Omar's office publicly backed the program, with her staffers saying that the concerns were just bureaucratic overreach. So I'm calling out the court cases right now, right? So this is what's coming against her. So her staffers at the time was just saying, this is bureaucratic overreach. Y'all just doing too much. In 2024, a state audit later blasted the agency for ignoring all of these opportunities of exposing fraud. And they blamed the rush pandemic setups without proper guardrails. This is what Ilhan's staffer said. This is what her administration said, that they blaming that the pandemic, the things were set up, didn't have proper guardrails, all right? But they're pointing out that the guardrails were removed by her legislation, her Mills Act. That removed all of the guardrails. Whistleblowers from the Minnesota Department of Homeland Security have accused Tim Walz administration, the governor, of retaliation against any employees who brought up the fraud. That's what Aimee, we're about to show Aimee's clip in 1 second. I just wanted to bring out the facts, and now we're going to show the video clip. You're going to hear from Aimee, the queen, Aimee the queen, right? Now, what Aimee said and others saying is that Walz administration would retaliate against anybody who mentioned a fraud. That's why Tim Walz right now said he's not running for office anymore. He's out of any, he says, I'm not going to run for any more office. You know why? Because he know doggone well that the investigation is coming down. Tim Walz just sealed himself. He need to run too. He need to run to Mogadishu. These people are crazy. Y'all just going to wait for them to just lock you down because you're going to get locked up because the orange dude ain't playing. America ain't playing no more. I'm sorry, not sorry. It's just they're not playing. I'm sorry. Whether you're against the orange dude, for the orange dude, that don't matter. One thing I'm for, I can see truth. And the orange dude, when he says something, he actually does it. I'm used to politicians saying stuff and they just blow smoke up your booty and they don't do nothing they say. And later they say until it's time to get elected again, then they're like, I'll do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. And then the minute they get elected, they act like they ain't never said it. The one thing I can say, whether you for or against, the orange dude say, he like, I'm going to come get you. He come get you. I just seen it. That's it. I'm not saying anything. Y'all get out your feelings of that. So what I'm saying is, this ain't the president knowing that he coming after you for you to think you could just chill out and it's just gonna go away. I think you got the wrong dude in office for it just to go away. Okay? Right? So no, I'm calling colors because I call him the orange dude because I don't want to say his name all through it because then they can flag you. You know what I mean? So I ain't disrespecting. I know what you're saying. I just saying because it's the orange dude. He got the orange tan or something, right? I just said I ain't being disrespectful. I'm just because I don't like that either. Honestly, I know people like what I'm not for or against, but he's our president. He's elected. It's the president. Unless you're treasonous, it's like God, America's lost their mind. it's become such a country that you could just disrespect everybody and everything. There's no more morals and respect. How can you just disrespect the leader of your nation like that and think you look on you do that, like I said, do that in China. Go to these other countries and disrespect their prime minister or their president or their such and watch what happened to you. So anyway, so for those, I'm calling him the Orange Duke. I don't want to keep saying his name because you can get flagged stuff. I get flagged off YouTube for some reason. They don't, right? So I gotta be careful what I say. So all right. So anyway, let me continue. So I don't mean to offend those who are pro. You know what I mean? Right. So let me continue. Now, I'm gonna instead of saying the Orange Dude, I'm gonna say the president. Let me do that. The president, because that's who he is. Right? It is like it or leave it, whatever. He's the president. I'm sorry. Obama was the president, whether you liked it or leaved it. Lil Bush was the president. Sleepy Joe. I'm glad Kamala crazy butt ain't the president. I'm so glad she ain't in there, but whatever, because she's a mess. But anyway, so I'm gonna call him the president, right? Now, let's continue. All right. So the where was I? Oh, the whistleblowers, the political somebody. Okay, 2024 state audit. She removed the guardrails, right? So they says that Tim Walz, these investigations, that you would get retaliation from the administration against anybody who mentioned the fraud, because people are trying to find out how all of your governmental agencies, the Senate, all this, through all this, nobody's seen all this money going out. So whenever you would bring it up, you would get retaliation, right? And also, what Aimee's going to show you, because they didn't want to be called racist at the time, because no disrespect, but when the Democrats was in office, especially around 2020, y'all remember, I'm sorry, I'm just telling facts. Y'all get out your feelings, right? I'm not Democrat or Republican. I'm a child of the Most High. I'm a man of truth. And I love my country. Sorry. So for those who don't love your country, then beat it. Right? We ain't perfect, but as everybody, I keep saying it, everybody in the world be trying to get here. We must be doing something right. If every citizen of every country in the world is killing themselves to get here, then why are you? We a bunch of Karens here complaining, right? Just that part. So now, let me explain this part. Crap. I was gonna say something very important. I just lost my train of thought. I apologize. All right, let me continue. May the Most High bring that thought back again. So anyway, the retaliation, right? Oh, thank you, Father. At this time, y'all remember, everybody listen, because it feels a little more freedom of speech right now. Listen clearly. Everybody listen. Remember during 2020, remember a time where you couldn't say nothing? Everybody was offended. What's my pronoun, right? You got to say, I couldn't remember. I'm an elder. I can't remember. You are not a she. I'm not a she. I'm a they. I'm a thee. And I'm a though. And this and it's that. And I'm like, I don't know what to call nobody. You couldn't say nothing about no communities. Everybody was, it was like we was becoming a nation of sensitive crybabies, right? Everything, people were scared. Remember, that's how I got shadow banned off YouTube. I lost my channel. That's why a person like, you only got 3,000 subscribers. I would have millions of subscribers if I wasn't telling the truth back in 2020, 2021. I came out the gate Warren Uncut at the time where they took your channel and shadow banned you. So I'm shadow banned. Okay? Right? We got over hundreds on this live, and it still only get about 4,000 or 5,000 views, right? And you got people with stupid channels getting millions of views. You have people just making a channel today and get 1 million views. All right, so common sense, bro. Come on. I sat there and watched them do my live. My numbers go down last time, right? Every time I look, it said you had 100 on that live stream. Then I looked 2 days later, it said it was 77. What? How are the numbers going down? The live stream is over. But let's continue. Now, y'all remember when we was locked, the time when they was that we couldn't say anything about anything. Now we got a little more freedom. We can say things about somebody and we won't get our channel taken and stuff. A little more freedom. So it was during the time you had some of the people in the governmental organization in Minnesota that was seeing all the fraud. And if they would speak out, the administration, Walz, the governor, the Minnesota administration would retaliate against them. And they were scared to be called racist in the politically influential Somali community. So they had to keep quiet. So if they would call out some of the fraud they see, then the Somalians would say they're being racist. That's what Ilhan keep talking about, right? Racist, it's racist. And it was a time where everybody was so scared to say anything, right? They had America looking real weak. Remember the world, we looked at like, I ain't never seen America be a time that we looked at like punks. At that time, a Sleepy Joe, the 2020, that area, when the borders was just all open, we looked at like the big punks of the world. We ain't the punks no more. That part, I'm just keeping real truth to power. All the country, we ain't the biggest punks no more. We look like we got a backbone today. I ain't saying right or wrong. I'm just saying on the world stage, this prison planet, because it's not a peace planet, it's a prison planet. And these key empires, kingdoms, what they call governments and countries, is playing prison politics on the world stage, right? We are trying to defend the Western hemisphere of the world against what's his name, Russia and China, and they trying to, right? They're doing world politics. We broke it down on the other one. All right. So now listen clearly. So this matters to us how we look on the world stage, right? Because Putin and them, Russia and them, Jinping and them, they ain't playing. These other countries, right? We on the monopoly board of the world stage. Now, so at that time, the people who seen this fraud going on in Minnesota, those in the government, the people working, if they would bring it up to their superiors, they would get retaliated, fired or stuff. And then they could be called racist, right? So the federal prosecutors say that these schemes became a web of shell companies, kickbacks, all right? And they only recovered 75 million of it. Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison are under investigation. I'm about to show the video. All right, now let's get started. I just had to break down what all this is, so now y'all have the full understanding. So now when y'all see these videos, I ain't got you know what's going on. You heard? Teach. The Most High always says teach. We have to discern, rightly divide, and see clearly, right? Discern all things, right? Smart or wise as a serpent, but harmless as a dove. These serpents that are still killing and destroying, they're wise. This world is given to the devil, Hasatan, right? So we are to be the light in this dark world. Shout out to any people from every nation, kindred, and tongue who want to be a righteous person in an unrighteous world, who want to do the right thing. That's what it's called, all right? Now, let's continue. Here we go. First clip of the night. We're doing Aimee. You're going to hear from her mouth. What is it called? Is this where Ilhan got her millions? Aimee's telling on everybody. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to this video. Stop share. First video of the night. Introducing Aimee Bock, right? From the thumbnail. Her full video, share. Let me make it smaller. Let me see what y'all see. There it go. Let me make it full screen. Copyright disclaimers effect for reactionary purposes only. Introducing Aimee Bock.
How high up do you think the message went that there was fraud? Do you think it made its way to the governor's office?
I struggle to believe it didn't. I have to believe that the governor.
Now, this is her right now in jail speaking out. I'm going to put it back. She's speaking out. This is her. They're trying to blame it all on her when she only got about 5 to 7 million of it. Right? It's up to billions, so don't put it all on her. She's just one piece of this puzzle, all right? Now, this is her speaking out from her jail cell as they're about to try to give her 33 years.
How high up do you think the message went that there was fraud? Do you think it made its way to the governor's office?
I struggle to believe it didn't. I have to believe that the governor's office and Keith Ellison's office were aware of this. They've said they were involved in helping the FBI. They've said they were made aware, but apparently I'm scary, so they couldn't do anything. I don't know.
You have an understanding that 1,000 whistleblowers running an account on X have come forward to expose fraud in Minnesota state agencies, and they have been entirely ignored by Tim Walz and have even been retaliated against. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Even this morning, I got another message.
Well, in your experience,
Now, this is stuff that y'all didn't know was happening. Some of y'all, the judge, Honorable Rarick, whatever, right? They're speaking. They're saying that when the people who knew, who was seeing this was going on in the government would speak out, they would get retaliated against, right? This is documented. All right, let's continue.
been entirely ignored by Tim Walz and have even been retaliated against. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Even this morning, I got another message.
Well, in your experience, are their claims credible or are they politically motivated against Walz?
They're completely credible, not politically motivated.
I have to believe they were aware. And again, if they weren't, shame on them for having a system that their lower level staff don't bring.
So that's Tim Walz and the Attorney General of Minnesota, right? She like, Aimee, I believe they're aware. And if they wasn't, then shame on them for having a whole system that can't see that we funneling. I was getting 3 million a month. Now, a year later, I'm getting 20 million, and then months later, next year, I'm getting 100 million, right? Okay, let's continue. Sorry, I'm gonna try not to stop it too much.
Something of this level to having a system.
Not politically motivated.
I have to believe they were aware. And again, if they weren't, shame on them for having a system that their lower level staff don't bring something of this level to their attention. I honestly believe Keith Ellison and Governor Walz need to be held accountable.
Tim Walz is begging for money. Take a look at this. He's asking for donations to a legal defense fund. This is not a campaign fund. If you remember, he is no longer running for re-election. He is so toxic, they basically told him to give up. This is a legal defense fund. The message says that the DOJ is investigating Tim Walz on baseless charges. Actually,
So Tim Walz then basically ruined his career, honestly. And now they say, allegedly, his wife is even divorcing him, because what's coming, she better be out of there, because the house of cards is falling. So now he says he's not running again, but now he's asking for donations for his defense, right? He's being accused. Everybody listen to this. He's being accused for running the Minnesota government, for assisting 19 billion to be stole, right? Ilhan got 30 to 60 million of that, right? Her and her husband, right? And he's being accused of that. So what does he do? He says, I'm not going to run for office. Now give me more money. He starts pandering for more money to pay for his defense, to defend him for fraud that stole money. You can't make this up. This is insanity, honestly. He should be out of there. What's wrong with these people? Tim, if I was, I'd be like, Tim Walz, run for your life. Because they coming. They coming to get you. Facts, right? And you going down, bro. You going down, right? But anyway, I can't say run for your life. I'm just, whatever. Let's let this play out. Let's continue.
let's read the entire thing here. Tim Walz here. Last week, the federal government opened an investigation into me. This comes just weeks after a federal ICE agent fatally shot Renee Good in Minneapolis, unleashing chaos across our city. Rather than take accountability and working to turn down the temperature, Donald Trump and his administration are fanning the flames by targeting me for demanding transparency and answers. Let me be clear, weaponizing the justice system and threatening political opponents is a dangerous...
So he's, instead of him issuing out his police, now he want to do it. So now, guys, he want to play ball now, right? And he got a forked tongue, because he'll say one thing in front of to the president, and and then the next thing he'll go to the public and say this, right? So instead of him issuing out the police to assist ICE so that the protest to be a barrier, he made the police stand down, right? And all this stuff, right? But then he want to cry. Now he want to cry. Yeah, you looking into me? Yeah, they looking into you. Yeah, the 19 billion. I don't care what y'all got going on. The 19 billion need to be looked into, right? It need to be exposed. The Epidermis Island files that's still coming out, they need to be exposed. Yeah, you can't do no smoke screens, right? All that, and then think we're going to forget the 19 billion. No, you can, right? So anyway, so he says, my job is to defend Minnesotans and the rule of law. And I'm sure as HEL not backing down, but the road ahead is long, difficult, and expensive. So you're not running for office anymore, but you want the people to fund, to fight for. If you're with me, please rush a donation to our legal defense fund and help me. So You get in charge. You're an investigation for stealing money, and now you want to go to the public and tell you, give me more money. You got to be kidding. You can't make this up. All right, let's continue. Let me move on.
Authoritarian tactic,
gonna read
and
the
I
whole
won't
thing. I don't
backing
need that.
down. But the road ahead is long, difficult, and just now. Feeding our future, the daycare scams, the Medicaid
Let me go
sort of fraud situation. He is going to need it. And why this is so interesting is we've
What was
been him
that?
because
Donate to the DGA Legal Fund. The Department of Justice is investigating Tim Walz on baseless charges. Donate now to aid his fight. You can't make this up. That's insanity. I'm like, bro, didn't you make enough being the governor? Oh, they coming for all that. Oh no, let me not. Because people do what you wilt is the whole of y'all law. I'm like, you give this, whoever give your hard-earned money, they done stole 19 billion. I'm like, Timothy, excuse me, Tim, show me the money. You need to show, you asking me for more money. Are you crazy? That's crazy. Donate $1,000. And then he talked to the people from his little mansion, his little thing, and behind the gate. He was behind the gate talking to the people. America, they lost its mind. All right, but let's continue. He asking for more money. That's crazy work.
he is going to need it. And why this is so interesting is we've been covering the Minnesota fraud situation for weeks now. Feeding our future, the daycare scams, the Medicaid fraud, all of it. There's some issues that Tim Walz is dealing with now that I guess he needs some lawyer money. Aimee Bock, the convicted ringleader sitting in jail waiting for sentencing, just gave an interview. And what she said a few days ago changes a lot of things. And maybe that's the reason why Tim Walz needs that money. She's claiming that Minnesota officials.
So that's Aimee. She's going to talk again. And this is how it looked feeding the future. And then when you went in the doors, they had the big mural on the wall. So this is where the 250 million, all in this. Boy, when you see these little small places, you're like, Dad, you got 250 mil? Some countries ain't even got that much money. That's why all these countries, I got some about to come out. Do y'all not know all these countries, unfortunately for the Somalian people, they're not welcomed in nothing. I'm talking about Africa, Europe, all these countries are saying, don't send them here. Literally, no disrespect. Any of righteous Somalians, my condolences out to your situation, because the corruption that the majority of those in America did put a bad spotlight on your culture, your nation of people. So all of the nations around the world are telling America, don't send them here. So they're extraditing them from all the countries of the world. And they like, if you stole 19 billion from America, some of this country's like, oh, what? We ain't got 19 billion, right? You got countries over there in Africa like, hold up, we only got 19 million. You ain't about to steal that. You got another country over there like 19 million. We got 190,000 in our country. You got another country like, we got 19 G's, G. You ain't coming to steal our 19,000, because you know these countries be poor. It's all outdoors. That's why people be complaining about America so much. And I'm like, y'all better be careful while you complaining from your air conditioner, your heat, you complaining with your nice little electric car or whatever you got, your little, even your classic car. You got a 67 Mustang with the, right? And you complaining in your $1,000 iPhone while that whole country's budget is 19,000. We got 19 G's in our state, in our country budget. Don't send the Somalians here. They're calling them pirates. So all of the countries, honestly, everybody's saying send them back to Somalia. So everybody, they plead these other countries. I'm about to show y'all the receipt tonight. I'm just talking. I shouldn't have talked about it, but I got the clip. We about to get there. Everybody listen. The clip, I'm going to show the clip where the countries, Africa, Europe, Sweden, everybody, they say, no, don't send them here. We're actually sending they're actually extraditing their Somalians. Everybody's listening to what they did to America. So everybody's saying, send them back to Somalia. Now that part is interesting, right? Because I have to have empathy, compassion, and understanding, right? So it's like, well, send them back to their country. Right? It's like, hello. And they apparently love the country because they was over here saying it's the best thing since sliced bread, right? it's better than America, and we're this, and we're, Omar was just all, her mouth all over disrespecting America. She called us stupid. She called us dumb. Yes, she did. She called us idiots. I ain't lying. If I'm lying, I'm flying, right? Share this tab instead. Y'all remember this?
These people are just idiots. I really, I'm at the point where it's become really hard to have an intellectual debate with any of these people, because the level of stupidity that they are displaying every single day is frankly embarrassing, not just in Congress, but as Americans. And the fact
we just stupids, we idiots. She can't, the level of our stupidity is just baffling to her, right? So, I bring receipts. I ain't just talking from no emotion. Watch the words that come out your mouth. Let your yays be yays and your nays be nays. Watch your tongue, because I'm going to hold you accountable for all things. I stay in the spirit and the truth, that part, all day, every day, right? So just like hold me accountable. That's why I bridle my tongue. I'll make sure I remember everything I say. Now, all of these countries are calling them pirates, and they're saying we don't want them. If look at what America received them for as a sanctuary for refugee status, sanctuary city, received them because they was fleeing their country, brought them in, gave them food, gave them money, and they stole everything and just disrespect and say Somalia is the greatest thing. We're Somalians and everything. Well, then go back to Somalia. So all the countries around the world are saying sorry. You can't come here. Crazy work. And they're saying, no, go back to Somalia. All right. Now, that's going to come out. I'm going to show you the clip. I got some exclusive stuff y'all ain't seen on YouTube. All right, let's continue. So this is the Feed in the Future entrance where 250 million was taken.
That money. She's claiming that Minnesota officials knew about the fraud, not just suspected her of having it, knew about it, approved it. So today we're going to be looking about what Bock actually said, why a convicted fraudster might be actually telling the truth this time, and why Tim Walz is now scrambling to hire lawyers. Let's get into it. Aimee Bock was convicted in March on all 7 counts. She is facing about 33 years in prison. Her assets has been seized. $5.2 million, a Porsche, designer bags, all of it. She has every reason to stay quiet and hope for a lighter sentence. Instead, she gave an exclusive interview to CBS News from her jail cell, and now she's talking.
I wish I could go.
So Aimee is snitching on everybody. What did that say? Hold on. It says something. Let me see. It says something about money. A court order issued Tuesday demands that Aimee forfeit about $5.2 million. She was also ordered to forfeit her clothes, electronics, and a Porsche, the value of which will earn her credit towards her money forfeiture. The order states more than $185,000 was previously seized from her bank accounts, as well as $13,000 in cash. Aimee was walking around with 13 G's. Aimee had 13,000 in her Prada bag. Wow. All right, let's continue.
Every reason to stay quiet and hope for a lighter sentence. Instead, she gave an exclusive interview to CBS News from her jail cell, and now she's talking.
I wish I could go back and do things differently, stop things, catch things. At that point in time, I believed we were doing everything in our power to protect the program.
But in 2021, Bock sued the state agency that oversaw the meal program, alleging its scrutiny of Somali applicants was, quote, discriminatory.
Everybody listen. This little girl, Aimee, had the nerve to sue the government. So in 2020, they found a loophole because Ilhan put the Mills Act, and that just put all the regulations out the window. So they beefed it up. So now we're getting 10 million. So she sued the Minnesota for saying they using discriminatory practices for the Somalians, right? Because it's the Somali, the blacks, and she won. Everybody. They caved in because they were so scared of looking like it. Back then they had America such punks that we were scared to say anything. Remember, they had them. Oh, I don't want to get, let me not say that because I don't want to get our strike. I'm about to say so we might get a strike from that. I got to be careful what I say. All right, so let me continue. So she sued the government and she won, and they gave her more money. In 2021, the governor, Tim Walz, and them, she won the case and they gave her more illegal money. Crazy work. She the balls on Aimee. Aimee crazy. Girl. But anyway, listen.
Alleging its scrutiny of Somali applicants. But in 2021, Bock sued the state agency that oversaw the meal program, alleging its scrutiny of Somali applicants was, quote, discriminatory.
How do you think state officials took that?
Nobody wants to be labeled as being racist.
How high up do you think the message went that there was fraud?
So she manipulated the race card. Why not? If you're a criminal, if you're going to do the crime, then you better be prepared to do the time. And the Most High don't like nobody lukewarm and gray area, right? Let your lady, if you're going to be down with Hasatan, then be down with that fool, because I'm down with the Most High, and let the right best man win. It's spiritual warfare. You understand? Don't nobody like no lukewarm. Don't nobody like no gray area. If you're going to be about it, then be about it. Don't be fretting about it, right? So I guess Aimee was like, I might as well go all the way, right? She like, well, this is, me and the Somalis is getting this bag, and I can play the race card. So she played the race card and won. You heard? Aimee a mess. That's why she's doing 33 years of life right now. That girl a mess.
Wants to be labeled as being racist.
How do you think state officials took that?
Nobody wants to be labeled as being racist.
How high up do you think the message went that there was fraud? Do you think it made its way to the governor's office?
I struggle to believe it didn't. I have to believe that the governor's office and Keith Ellison's office were aware of this. They've said they were involved in helping the FBI. They've said they were made aware, but apparently I'm scary, so they couldn't do anything. I don't know. I have to believe they were aware. And again, if they weren't, shame on them for having a system that their lower level staff don't bring something of this level to their attention. I honestly believe Keith Ellison and Governor Walz need to be held accountable. There needs to be an investigation done. If they weren't aware, that's concerning. Why are there not policies, expectations, rules in place that they be made aware when there's suspicion of this level of fraud?
She's
spoken like a true criminal. Aimee like, everybody need to go down. Aimee a punk. Aimee, you done got caught. Now just go and take your time. Aimee like, everybody did it. She telling, you know how you did something when you was little or you did a crime and you like, he got one too. You be like, because I used to get away when we was little. I could run, right? I always run. I was always sharp. I could, when I was, you young, you doing your little stuff, right? And so my friend get caught and he like, Rashawn, they caught us, right? They caught us. What do you mean they caught us? I'm hiding behind right? I'm hiding behind a tree, right? They're like, come on, Rashawn, we're caught. What do you mean we caught? That's what Aimee doing. Aimee like, Tim Walz, Governor Ellison, we're caught. I ain't about to do 33 years and y'all go ride off into the sunset with y'all millions. Aimee ain't nothing but a snitch. That's what I said. This girl ain't nothing but snitching. That girl telling on everybody, right? Omar, Ilhan, you going down. They all, us. We caught. What do you mean us? Right? I'm gonna beat you up. As soon as we go in this police thing, it's going down. I'm beating you up. That's a fact. That's how I used to be when I was young. I don't tell, right? If I get caught, I remember one time I got caught and they got away. And I just got taken in the police car and see my little friends. And then when I came home, I ain't no snitch. I just wasn't. If you do the crime, stand in it. That's why be righteous, man. You ain't got to worry about, lying. Don't, stand in truth and you ain't got to worry about stuff. That's why righteousness is your safety, bro. Righteousness is your peace. It's your shalom. It's your blessing of the Most High. Be righteous. The name of the Most High is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are safe. Do you understand? The righteous run into the name of the Most High, into his presence, into his covering, and you're safe from all this crap going on in this dark second world. That part. All right, let's continue. So Aimee telling on everybody. That's why I was gonna name this. I was gonna name this video "Aimee Snitching on Everybody." Right? All right, let's continue. She like Tim Walz, we're caught. Ralph, whatever his name is, Ellison, Attorney General, we're caught. Let's continue.
Not policies, expectations, rules in place, that they be made aware when there's suspicion of this level of fraud.
She said, we told the state the site was going to operate at this address at this time with this number of children. The state would tell us that this is approved.
2 years later, it submitted nearly $200 million.
So in 2019, she was getting 3.4 million. That was her normal before all the scams. She was getting 3.54 million for her feeding our future. And then in 2020, Ilhan released the Mills Act, and it took away all the stipulations. Now everybody listen. Ilhan, Saeed, the Safari restaurant, they were all mingling and co-mingling. So and that's Little Mogadishu in Minnesota. So when Ilhan took the stipulations away from the pandemic, the next year, she went from 3.4 million to 200 million. That should have been the biggest red flag in Tim Walz's government, the Attorney General. How can your assessors, your people who do the paperwork, know that this nonprofit is getting 3.4 million to feed these children? Now they getting 200 million? We didn't say 3.4 to 5.6, right? Maybe 3.4 to 10 million. That's like, okay, that's a big ramp up. Can you show me the papers? Make sure so you must bring in a lot more kids to feed. Do you got a bigger space to feed them in, right? I need to see, but with Ilhan's legislation, it was no checking of anything, all right? So to go from 3.4 to 200, that meant, would you rented out a community center? You rented out a gymnasium? Where you feeding the whole state? Who you feeding? Well, we need to see that. So when she went from 3.4 to 200 million.
All of a sudden, you're cutting $200 million worth of checks. How do you not see that as major red flags and keep this going?
We relied on the state. We told the state, this site is going to operate at this address, this day, this time, and this number of children. The state would then tell us that's approved.
She says,
now, do you see what she said? She said, we told the state, Tim Walz, the state of Minnesota, the Senator Ilhan and all of them, right? She passed the Mills Act. We're operating at this site, the address, at this time, whatever, and we're feeding, now we were feeding 100 kids, now we're feeding 10,000 kids. And the state said, okay, approved, send the money. This was going, so while so-called blacks and whoever was doing the PPP loans, they thought they was doing something. Boy, those Somalians over there, they was getting the real bag. They was, boy, and they did it all the way till today. Shout out to little Nick Shirley. He went out there with the Leering Center and started, they still now, they got all type of transportation programs, transporting children that don't exist, transporting elderly that don't, they ran the autistic, they just milked over 19 billion. All right. Yeah, this face says it all, right? All right, now let's continue. Aimee snitching on everybody. Aimee tell that you know how you write children's books? There should be a children's book. Aimee tells on it. Aimee tells, and you got a picture of Aimee. I'm snitching on everybody. Aimee snitches on everybody. That's a children's book.
The state, this site is going to operate at this address, this day, this time, and this number of children. The state would then tell us that's approved.
She says local officials, including Rep. Ilhan Omar, would visit the mail sites. Now, Omar has denied.
Now, Aimee snitching on everybody, she said Ilhan would visit the mill site. So she's told, because Aimee's snitching. Aimee said, I tell the government, this is what I got, right? This is what we feeding, this here. And she's like, well, why y'all gonna blame me? Because she said allegedly out her mouth, Ilhan came and seen that it couldn't be. We don't got this, we ain't feeding this many kids. Ain't no kid. We got like 10 kids in here. Okay? All right. Now, Ilhan denying it, which she has the right to. Let's continue.
Would visit the mail sites. Now,
Plus, that's approved.
she says local officials, including Rep. Ilhan Omar, would visit the mail sites. Now, Omar has denied knowing about the fraud and condemned it, but Bock's point stands. This was not some secret operation. She's saying that very powerful officials were physically present. Bock says that she actually stopped some fraudulent claims. She says that Minnesota state officials are using
250 million fraud ringleader claims scapegoating over scandal. She disputes that she's the fraud. You are still a fraud. I don't care if Tim and them was in on it with you, but she, whatever, right?
her as a scapegoat for their failure to properly monitor the program.
It's from the lawyer of this woman, Aimee Bock. She was convicted in this massive Feeding Our Future scam. That's how it all started. Bock's behind bars, and her legal team says, where's the accountability for Governor Walz and the Attorney General?
So Aimee is snitching, and Aimee said, which is true, they going down. They all go. She said the Somalis who was getting all this money donated to Minnesota Attorney General's campaign before they were convicted. Yes, those the same dudes hugging on Ilhan, hugging on Tim Walz. They donated the money for the Attorney General to get in, for Frey to get in, Ilhan, all that. They got. So Aimee like, I ain't going down on this shit by myself. Aimee snitching on everybody with her sun chips and her coat. Aimee snitching on everybody. This is the all right. Let's continue.
Legal team says, where's the accountability for Governor Walz and the Attorney General? It's behind bars, and her legal team says we're feeding our future. Bock. She was convicted in this massive Feeding Our Future scam. That's how it all started. Bock's behind bars, and her legal team says, where's the accountability for Governor Walz and the Attorney General? They knew that this was going on. He says nothing happened until the Fed stepped in. Do you think some of these politicians should be held accountable?
I would like to see someone in the state. I don't care whether it's the governor, I don't care whether it's the attorney general, someone take responsibility.
Now, I know what you're thinking. She's a convicted scammer. She's a fraudster. Even in this interview, she's claiming that, well, I didn't know this was happening, even though
Have a good night, Brother Tony. We thank you so much for joining us. And when you see us live again, come on in, because we're going to be doing these events, these topics, because we have to. The world stage, everything is going to, the prophecies, the prophetic times, it's going to get a lot of stronger, darker times. So we enjoyed you tonight on our study, and we see you. May the Most High cover and bless you in your travels, you and your family. All right, let's continue. All right, hold on. Where's this one thing?
you have the Porsche, you have millions of dollars. I mean, come on. I know you have the Porsche. In this interview, she's thinking. She's convicted.
Take responsibility. Governor, I don't care whether it's the attorney in the state. I don't care whether it's the governor. I don't care whether it's the attorney general. Someone take responsibility.
Now, I know what you're thinking. She's a convicted scammer. She's a fraudster. Even in this interview, she's claiming that, well, I didn't know this was happening. Even though you have the Porsche, you have millions of dollars. I mean, come on. I understand that. That's what these people do. They lie. But
now this is Aimee. I'm going to show you. They're going to show another picture being celebrated in the Safari restaurant. See all of the Somalians? This is stuff where Ilhan was doing her stuff. So all this money, these people was making these millions during the lock-in. And I was out driving Uber. I ain't even getting no what's the name check from the I was starving. I was hungry, bro. I was out there Ubering all through the lock-in. I had what they call that status. I just got it. I'm out with just, there was nobody out. It was like the crazy. It looked like the Walking Dead outside. When y'all was all locked in, I was driving Uber. You think I was? I was everywhere all night long because I had to still pay my bills. And they sitting up here stealing millions.
they lie. But remember what we've been talking about in this series of videos the last couple of weeks, the state audit that came out last year, because that audit backs up almost everything that she just said, the one that came out in June 2024. Let's go back through it now with Bock's claims in mind, because suddenly all the pieces fit together. She said that we told the state everything and they approved it. The audit confirms that MDE did not always take the steps to verify statements made by Feeding Our Future prior to approving its program applications. They just rubber stamped it. Bock says that the officials knew about the sites. The audit does reveal that MDE provided no documentation of any in-person site visits.
Findings observed records failed to fully document food items prepared and portions served. Meal production reports did not include the amount of food prepared or the number of meals delivered. Meal production records did not match the dated menu. Portion menu not posted. Child nutrition labels or product formulation statements were not demonstrated how commercially prepared foods credit toward.
During the pandemic. Here's what's really crazy about this. Federal guidance encouraged states to do oversight. MDE chose not to. I wonder why. Bock says I actually stopped fraudulent claims. And you know what? The audit might actually support this. It says that MDE received at least 30 complaints about Feeding Our Future between 2018 and 2021. 30 complaints. And what did MDE do? They inappropriately asked Feeding Our Future to investigate complaints about itself. How does that make any sense? Why would they investigate themselves?
So there was 30 complaints going in about the scam going on, the Feeding Our Future, right? And what happened? The investigation, the officials, Minnesota, they told Bock and Feeding Our Future, investigate yourselves. Investigate yourselves. And so they did. And they found themselves not guilty, right? It sounds like something they do in law enforcement, where they make them investigate themselves, right? The whole hoodwink, right? It's like, yeah, we did, and we found ourselves to be squeaky clean. Hello?
How does that make any sense? Why would they investigate them future to investigate complaints about itself? How does that make any sense? Why would they investigate themselves? Most likely you're going to say, we're doing nothing wrong. So think about what that means. If Bock was getting complaints and actually rejecting some claims, she could legitimately say that she was doing more oversight than what the state was doing. That's completely insane, but that's what the audit is showing. And most likely she's just doing this to try to protect herself. So if something goes wrong, she could say, well, I did something rather than do nothing, even though she was probably a part of the scam. This was her trying to save herself. So now Bock also claims that she's being scapegoated for the state's failures. Is she? Well, the audit uses the phrase inadequate oversight created.
So the Minnesota's education department helped lead to largest COVID fraud scheme in the nation. All right. So the MED wouldn't investigate nothing. They told her, no, it's okay, investigate yourself. They got 30 complaints by citizens, by people in the office, and they said, no, it's nothing to see here, because everybody was getting money, over 19 billion. Walz, Fry, Ilhan, they all need, the president's going to do his thing. All right? I'm sorry. Just is what it is. Let them do their thing. Let them investigate all. Let's show me the money. Right? Find out where the money went. All right?
The phrase inadequate oversight created opportunities for fraud, not might have created. The audit says that MDE was ill prepared.
Report, Minnesota Department of Education was ill prepared, created opportunities for fraud in the Feeding Our Futures case.
To handle this, that it failed to act on warning signs going back before the pandemic even started.
The education had 10 complaints between June 2018 and 19.
And here's the smoking gun that we talked about in the previous videos. The lawsuit that she talked about here. In 2020, Bock sued the state, claiming that they were discriminating against Somali applicants, which is hilarious. She filed this right after George Floyd's murder during the height of the radical justice protest. The lawsuit accused MDE of racism and preventing hungry children from
Look at Aimee. Look, guys.
Accessing food.
What in
hold on. Yeah. Look at Aimee. Look at all the, everybody happy. Ain't nobody got the sad face here. This when they got all the millions. They should be happy. Do y'all not know they was driving? You go through Little Mogadishu, they got G-Wagons, Ferraris. They was just, money for everybody. They was chilling inside a little safari restaurant.
Racism and preventing hungry children from access.
Look at Aimee. She got the seat. They threw a little head wrap on her. Boy, that's how you know people be cosplaying. That's what you know people cosplaying. You know, doggone Aimee took that off. She's looking at Saeed on the side. She like, look at that little Mogadishu. Aimee like, you about the Mogadishu up in, I got some Mogadishu for you, little Muhammad. Aimee like, yo, little Muhammad over there. Right? Aimee was riding out in the Porsche, right? Look at all of them. Everybody got money for everybody, okay? They was living large during the lock-in.
Food.
But in 2021, Bock sued the state agency that oversaw the meal program, alleging its scrutiny of Somali applicants was, quote, discriminatory.
How do you think state officials took that?
Nobody wants to be labeled as being racist.
Minnesota officials told a state watchdog the threat of legal consequences and negative media attention intimidated them into easing off.
The notion that a state government is paralyzed and has to allow this level of fraud because they were afraid of what I might do in a lawsuit.
Because I'm sorry, but that's what the Democratic Party, how they had America in 2020, scared to death to say anything. So she's correct. She like the fact that the country, this government was so scared that I'm going to say that y'all doing some racist stuff against the Somalians made you pay me on the fraud, continue the fraud. Yeah, I'm glad that the country now, you can speak out now. Say it with your chest. Say, I don't give a, say it. If you're wrong, you're wrong. I'm sorry, you're defrauding. Just don't generalize everybody. But you got to say truth to power. But they had everybody so scared to death.
Level of
and it allowed her to run her scam, right? She just mad because she the only one doing 30. Well, she ain't the only one, but she want Ilhan and them to go down.
Is paralyzed and has to allow this level of fraud because they were afraid of what I might do in a lawsuit is preposterous.
And of course, the judge sided with her. The judge ruled the state couldn't stop payments unless they could prove fraud. The judge ordered M to pay Feeding Our Future $47,500 for processing applications too slowly. The state was literally...
So she won the case as she's stealing millions, and they so scared to be labeled racist that the government, the judge and them agreed and made the state pay her $47,000 for taking too long to send her the other millions that she stole. Are y'all understanding? This is some crazy work right here, right? She won the case. The fact that she sued, this is the most stupid stuff in the world. The fact that you got the cojones, Aimee, that I'm stealing your money. The people do that though. I'm stealing your money, and the fact that you trying to say you trying to say I'm stealing. Oh, I'm about to sue you for saying I'm stealing the money that I am stealing. And because you're too scared, because I got all these Somalians around, right? I got all these blacks. Well, they say they ain't black. They got to call them Somalians, right? I can play the race card, and they actually won, and they paid her because they took, because we took too long to give you the money that you stealing, so we giving you more money. Wow.
For processing applications too slowly.
Because they took too long to process the applications for the money that I'm stealing from you. Aimee, you are stupid. You know why? Because after you won that, and now we in 2020, I think 2025, she kept on, you just stayed milking. You just thought you are stupid. You should have been in Mogadishu. You should have been somewhere, right? They got black dinglings all over. You could have found you some black little, dingling somewhere in Africa somewhere when you ain't got to worry. You could pay that little government. You who wasn't around there $5 million. That girl's stupid. That's why that girl right there in jail where she belong, right? Do the time, don't do the time. If you can't, don't do the crime. If you can't do the time. That part. That's why righteousness, be righteous. Don't worry about this stuff. Don't steal, kill, and destroy.
Is preposterous.
And of course, the judge sided with her. The judge ruled the state couldn't stop payments unless they could prove fraud. The judge ordered M to pay Feeding Our Future $47,500 for processing applications too slowly. The state was literally fined and forced to keep paying. The audit says that the lawsuit had a chilling effect on oversight. MDE became scared to take action. Remember, this is back in 2020, where everyone was very sensitive to the idea of being racist. They knew that she would call them racist. And after a judge ruled in her favor, they basically gave up. So when Bock says from her jail cell, they knew, they approved it, and now they're blaming me, the state audit actually backs this up. Not the part that she's innocent, because she's not. She ran the scheme, they knew exactly what she was doing, and she got caught red-handed. But the part that the state failed at every single level, that is documented. Like I said, we've been covering the Minnesota fraud for weeks now. Daycare centers that don't exist, the Medicaid fraud, the whole 9 yards, the autism services scam, and it all connects back to the same thing. The complete failure of the state oversight during the Walz administration. Remember U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson's claim that up to $9 billion of Medicaid fraud happened in Minnesota? Walz calls that number made up, that Thompson was just politicizing this situation. But here's the thing. We have a convicted fraudster saying that the state knew everything, and an official state audit confirming the state failed at every single level. So really, it's not really about politics. It's about documentation. Now let's talk about Keith Ellison for a second. He is the attorney.
Now this the attorney general. Boy, they all going down. Oh, Pensacola, that's Beretta. Don't do the time if you ain't do the crime. That's Beretta. Remember Beretta? Oh, no, don't do it. Beretta, all right.
General, during all this nonsense, the office was responsible for investigating fraud in state programs.
Now they're looking at the state's Attorney General, Keith Ellison. Why? Because the state's top cop here in Minnesota was caught in an audio recording behind closed doors, meeting with a group of soon-to-be convicted Somali fraudsters. They were asking the Attorney General for help to get more funding. Listen to this.
So they got the recording of the Attorney General of Minnesota with all these Somalians asking them for help so they can steal more money. Oh, he caught. They caught.
We can protect what we have is by inserting ourselves into the political.
She said Shab popping in too. Yeah, Shab. Shab
in too. Putting our votes where it needs to be, but most importantly, putting our dollars in the right place and supporting candidates that will fight to protect our interests.
That's right.
You can only protect.
So Ellison said, that's right. So this Somali said, the only way we can protect what we have, this money we're stealing, is by inserting ourselves into the political arena. The Somalians. So they need the Attorney General's help. Everybody listen. Putting our votes where it needs to be. This is voter fraud. This right here, what you're hearing, is this person saying, the Somalians, that we need to insert ourselves into the political arena, put our votes where it needs to be, Attorney General, but most importantly, putting our dollars in the right place, our money, supporting the candidates that will fight to protect our interests. They were stealing the money, and Attorney General said, that's right. Then another Somali said, you can only protect our interests when we have your back, and you don't have to worry about who is behind you. Woo, Ilhan, they, come on, thy word is true. They going down. They better leave. Tim Walz, they stupid. I would be calling Russell Simmons. Russell Simmons, where you at? How I get there? Russell Simmons escaped. They better escape Alcatraz. Y'all done did the crime. Y'all better run. Y'all tripping, okay? So they all going down, Saudi tape. All right, so they got the Attorney General on tape. Everybody, all right? 2021, when it was going down, this when they stealing the millions. And they telling them that we putting our money, the stolen money, behind you.
Protect our interests when we have your back, and you don't have to worry about who's behind you.
And also this group was talking about, as you heard there, supporting his campaign. So Keith Ellison is pushing back on this. He said that he takes fraud seriously. He shared in an op-ed writing this: I took a meeting in good faith with people I didn't know, and some turned out to have done some bad things. I did nothing for them, and I took nothing from them. But some of those now convicted Somali fraudsters did donate money to Ellison's campaign, according to documents obtained by the Center for the American Experiment. Ellison reportedly later gave the money back because those people were convicted.
What does that mean?
Why do they keep saying they gave the money back? Yo, Saudi Tate, that's a new one to me. That's like, I don't know, if I got caught for a crime, like, but I gave the money back. What do you mean you gave it? You gave it back to who? Who'd you give the money back to? That's my question. Like, what do you mean you gave it back? You went down to the police station and says, here goes the $2 million that these people gave me. I didn't know they was doing crimes, even though this whole crime been going on for all these years and all the government officials and the paperwork and the staffs, and none of this adds up. There ain't no people. It took a YouTuber to go down there and see that they got a fake daycare center called the Learning Center when it should be spelled learning. They can't even spell learning. There's no people going in and out. All the residents like, I've seen nobody go. They got transportation companies things where nobody's moving the cars, where the residents like, well, I've been here for 3 years and none of these cars has ever moved. So I don't know what kind of transportation they're doing, but they getting how much? $8 million a year? And they're supposed to be transporting children and old people? Well, these vans don't move. But so yeah. But he's like, I gave the money back. Ain't that what Ilhan said? Ilhan said, I gave the money back. Wow.
Reportedly later gave the money back because those people were convicted.
What does that mean for Walz and Edison? If they knew accusations of racism was going to prevent oversight, if they knew the lawsuit was having a chilling effect and they did nothing to fix it, that's the problem. This is not just incompetence. This is just failure as leaders. So now we have the Trump administration freezing federal payments to Minnesotans. We have FBI and DHS resources to investigate. They're calling Minnesota a hub of fraudulent money laundering activity. Can you say some of this is politically motivated? Maybe. But the problem is they're investigating documented fraud that happened under Walz's watch. The question whether fraud happened, we all know it did. Aimee Bock is going to prison for it. The question is, who else knew? Who else could have stopped it? And who's going to be held?
I agree with who said that. They saying, Laura, yeah, YouTubers are the new, because I guess I'm a YouTuber, and what we doing? We journaling, we're bringing the truth, we're rightly dividing, right? Because the media won't do it because everybody's in bed with the money, right? They're selling out for the God Mammon, right? They all, the God of money is their gods, right? The God of their belly, right? So we, the public, we have to what? We have to cover ourselves. We have to what they call that? I'm trying to think of the word that they call it. But we have to cover ourselves. We can't leave it to them. We can't leave it to the leaders. We can't leave it to the administrations because they're all in bed with the devil. They're all in bed with Hasatan, right? So what we could do, what we gonna leave ourselves to the belly, to the beast? No. So we have to protect and guide and cover ourselves. And the Most High always gonna have his righteous children who's gonna stand in spirit and in truth and discern it and have the cojones to speak out. That's why I'm shadow banned to the other Terry person that's talking about you only got 3,000 subscribers. I couldn't give a crap if it was 3. I got 3 people listening. I look at people, not subscribers. So if I got 3,000 people listen, that's a lot of people. So if I put 3,000 people in a room, that's a nice big concert. I can rock out to 3,000 people. Those are a lot of ears. If I can help save 3,000 souls, the Bible, the Safari that they call the Bible says, if even one, you heard, you leave the 99 and go after the one. If I can help just one person, but if you're telling me 3,000 people all over the world, somebody done told you wrong. I don't give a crap if you got 100,000 or 1 million. You got plenty YouTuber clowns with 1 million views, ain't doing nothing to help nobody save nothing. They just put money in their pocket. I'm a real man of the Most High. I can care less. You heard? That part. And I get millions of views on a whole nother platform. I ain't gonna say it because you've been to try to, right? Millions of views, but I can't teach, I can't save souls over there. So what I got over there, I got little different stuff, little funny stuff and, things that make the women laugh and, the sisters help me run that social media thing and we get millions of views, but there's no life-saving things over here. So where the life-saving truth is, it's going to be what? It's going to be shadow banned. It's going to be fought against. So I could put out the most powerful video on the whole YouTube and they will only let it get, but this the part. I could see my analytics go straight up to the moon and it will be getting millions, but then they'll chop the head off. It's illegal. I can show you my back office where videos are take off. It go from 1 to 1,000 straight up and then all of a sudden it just, and the line go like this. That's unnatural. The law of momentum, inertia, it's unnatural. The algorithm picked it, just took off, but how? Because they cut it off. Shadow ban. Somebody told you wrong. Beat it. That part. All right. I ain't here for popularity. I'm here for the truth. You heard? Let others go ahead and go for it. I ain't trying to be, I don't give a crap. That's why I'm small on the screen right now. You know how people make these YouTube videos like this and they be all big on the screen and the info they trying to show you be small? That shows, guys, y'all got to look through stuff. I be looking up, I'm like, bro, what's wrong with your ego? You showing me the content is this big and you this big on the screen or the video all in your face. Right? You see, I ain't even trying to be seen. I'm like, listen, we need the real estate to take it. Y'all need to see the truth. All right, let's continue.
Held accountable other than Aimee Bock. That's what brings us back to this legal defense fund. You look at the donation page again. The DOJ is investigating me. Please donate now to help aid this fight. Baseless. That's the word they use. But let's think about what we know right
now. Tim Walz, he like, listen, they coming after me. give me money. He going down.
The charges were baseless, and why would he need lawyers? He's not fundraising a campaign. He's not fighting for his political future. He's preparing for a legal battle. So what happens next? Aimee Bock hasn't been sentenced yet. She's waiting in jail and she's talking. But if she decides to cooperate with federal investigators and she starts naming names and providing some documentations, this thing gets a lot bigger. Remember, 78 people have been charged in the Feeding Our Future scam. More than 60 have pleaded guilty or been convicted. Some of them are cooperating. Some of them have information. And if Bock saying that state officials knew, you better believe prosecutors are going to ask those defendants the same questions. This is why Walz is worried.
He better be worried. He better be very afraid. Now I'm about to expose some stuff y'all ain't know. Let's go. But before we do that, we're going to do a little laugh. Let's get a little laugh in because we about to go deep now. We about to show some stuff that y'all ain't know. It's going down. Welcome everybody to the live stream over there on the vertical live stream and everybody over here. Welcome to the house of the Most High. Share this tab instead. Let's get a little quick laugh in really quick. This is what this world is coming to right now. The left, not the left, let me not do political stuff. These protesters and the media is inflaming people against the government, right? Against ICE, against the president, against, right? So they're doing like a civil war divide that they got going on, right? I see what's happening, right? And so they're inflaming people and enraging people, right? So you got this person right here, he decided to make a video and he started talking crap to the government and to ICE, right? Now this dude look crazy as all outdoors, right? But anyway, let's get y'all know let's get a little laugh in, right? And then we're gonna get back. I'm gonna show y'all something crazy that y'all ain't seen before. All right, let's continue. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. We just reacting. Watch this. This is what the media and stuff is inflaming American citizens to do. Watch this.
To any ICE agent that thinks they're going to come into my home and terrorize me and my family, you will be met with lethal force.
First of all, that's a real person. I know y'all like, nah, that's not a real. This is a real person. And did he fix his hair? Did you? This is crazy work. This remind me of the movie The Hills Have Eyes. Y'all, anybody ever seen that movie? I'm like, what in the hills have eyes is going on in America? Now listen to what he said. He's threatening. Now everybody listen clearly. He was threatening, and this is what they're doing. They pumping people up to just disrespect the government, disrespect everything, right? And they pumping people up. And everybody listen clearly. Right after he threatened them, they came to see him. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Keep what you say. What's that say? Keep that same energy. Remember that? Hills Have Eyes, dude. Keep that same energy when ICE come knocking at the door. Watch this.
To any ICE agent that thinks they're going to come into my home and terrorize me and my family, you will be met with lethal force.
Okay. Good. Hey, Chance, we're gonna have you turn around, put your hands behind your back for me. Why? What's that? Why? Because you're under arrest. Why?
Listen, can I talk to you guys for a minute?
Relax.
What?
Stop, Chance.
What?
Relax.
Calm down.
Mom, please relax.
Stop. Calm down.
I'm scared. Why? They were on our. Can I show you something?
We've been told to.
Hold up, Hills Have Eyes. His name is Chance. I don't want to give his other name out. I got his they got his whole first and last name in there. He said, Mom, I'm scared. He just screamed for mommy. Chance. His name is Chance. Chance. Poor Tink Tink. Chance literally, he was talking. He said, you come here, lethal force. He started screaming. The little dog that tried Chihuahua tried to bite him. Mama says, calm down, Chance. Chance, he said, Mom. Watch him scream for mommy.
Good. Hey, Chance, we're gonna have you turn around, put your hands behind your back for me.
Why?
What's that?
Why?
Because you're under arrest.
What? Listen, can I talk to you guys for a minute?
Relax.
What?
Stop, Chance.
What?
Relax.
Calm down.
Mom, please relax.
Stop. Calm down.
I'm scared. Why? They were on our. Can I show you something?
We've been told to. Yeah, we can protect ourselves here.
Yes, we can.
We've got a witness that said.
Can I tell you something? You know how everybody, this is hilarious. You know how I'm an elder because I got children. I got children I raised from birth to adulthood. You know how you catch the child before they get some of y'all didn't beat your child and pop your child. You be like, can I tell you something? Can I? You know how they try to stop you? Be like, can I tell you something? No, don't tell me nothing. He like, can I tell you something? He said, Mom, I'm scared. Wow. He was talking mad stuff.
Here.
Yes, we can.
We've got a witness.
Can I show you something?
We've been told to. Yeah, we can protect ourselves here.
Yes, we can.
We've got a witness that said.
No, listen, I have.
Let him talk.
Can I?
We've got a witness. One of your neighbors that said that.
Can I show you? Can I show you something, sir? Before you arrest me, can I please show you something?
He doing fire marshal bill now. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Chance was just talking all. He said, if ICE come to see me. All right, look, watch this.
To any ICE agent that thinks they're gonna come into my home and terrorize me and my family, you will be met with lethal force.
Chance, where's that same energy, Chance? Keep that same energy. His mama like, please calm down, Chance, calm down. She like, you ain't even go to jail yet, Chance. They ain't even put the handcuffs on you yet. You already crying, Mommy, I'm scared. Look, she like, please relax, right?
Relax.
Calm down.
Mom, please relax.
Stop. Calm down.
I'm scared. Why? They were on our. Can I show you something?
We've been told to. Yeah, we can protect ourselves here.
Yes, we can.
We've got a witness that said.
No, listen, I have.
Let him talk.
Can I?
We've got a witness. One of your neighbors that said that.
Can I show you something, sir? Before you arrest me, can I please show you something?
Let me explain what's going on, guys. The witness, he did the video, and you know how people dox you, right? Because people you jump on TikTok, you talking all this stuff, crap about America, about the government, about ICE, right? And so they doxed him, and they showed people bear witness and told the cops that he was outside doing something on the street with his gun, so they got him, right? So that's why he said, well, we were told that we could protect ourselves and let me show you something. He tried to cop a plea. Oh, no, Chance, you're going down, right? All right, here we go.
We can.
We've got a witness that said.
No, listen, I have.
Let him talk.
Can I?
We've got a witness. One of your neighbors that said that.
Can I show you? Can I show you something, sir? Before you arrest me, can I please show you something?
What are you gonna show me?
These guys threatened me.
Okay.
I have proof.
Okay.
Please.
You still can't go out onto a sidewalk.
Listen, sir. Can I be honest?
He said these guys threatened me. You threaten ICE, fool. Oh boy, this is crazy.
Sir, can I be honest with you for a minute, please? To any ICE.
He said, can I be honest with you for a minute, please? Oh, only for a minute? You only gonna be honest for a minute, Chance? What happened, Chance? I'm surprised they say, what happened when you just said that we come to see you? Where's all that smoke? So, poor Ting Ting, boy. Chance, and he starts screaming for his mama. All right, now I got one more laugh, right? One more laugh. All right. So this happened too. So that's why you got to be careful. These are these insurrectionists. That's what they're doing out there in Minnesota. I'm about to show y'all. They're telling you they're doing peaceful protests. It ain't nothing peaceful. They out there, they're organized, and it's like treasonous. It's like crazy work what's going on. So none of y'all get caught in that. To any of the immigrants, y'all stay out of this stuff. Please. So-called blacks, this ain't your fight. Get out of it. Anybody of any nation, kindred, and tongue, don't be out there with this protest. Let this thing play out. Let the government do what they're doing. Just let this play out, because a lot was stolen. Some of these criminals and these things. So they got organization. They're being funded and paid too, right? And then they got the foolish people. Yes, stand down. Then they got the foolish people who the sheeple, who just believe what the media is saying, like little Chance, right? Little Ting. He thought he got all puffed up, right? And Chance was like, yeah, you ICE, you coming to my house, I'm gonna do this and do that. And now he crying, right? Thank you. It's Soros. That's who's funding these fools, right? They're being funded, okay? And I have the proof, all right? Matter of fact, watch this. That's a good time to share it, because y'all know we bring receipts. And I got other video coming. A lot, it's very important. Watch this. This is who's funding it. Who funds the groups that are harassing the ICE agents in Minnesota? The left's premier foundations and dark money networks have given millions, records show. Right? We support our Somali neighbors. They did this during Black Lives Matter. They was dropping off bricks. They was doing things. They was instigating Antifa and all this, right? Y'all know, come on, Pissy Lola. You know the Most High instruct me to diligently show truth to power. Show the truth, right? And then the sheeple are falling for it, okay? But these are paid anarchists, inflamers, or whatever, inciters. That's what this insiders, right? Now watch this. When the Trump administration sent 2,000 immigration agents to the Twin Cities area, they were met by activists who trailed their movements, harassed them outside their hotels. I'm gonna show you. The activists are members of radical groups that together have received millions of dollars from the left's premier foundations and dark money networks, including George Soros's Open Society Foundations. They getting their money from the Ford Foundation and the Tides Foundation and 1630 Fund, a Washington Free Beacon Review found. Look, people we love. ICE kidnapped my neighbor. No sleep for ICE. So they're raiding the hotels. Don't care what the residence hotels. They're breaking windows. They're inciting all type of damage. This ain't peaceful demonstrations. Now watch this. At the center of the unrest is the Sunrise Movement, a left-wing group founded to fight climate change, which has now since directed its local chapters to fight the Trump administration. The Sunrise Movement, climate change, right? They're always talking about what is it? Global warming. And even Trump said, the orange dude said, he said, what happened to global warming when we just went through the biggest ice freeze? The whole country is in an ice age, frozen storm. And what happened to global warming and stuff? You get what I'm saying? These things, they've been doing this stuff, these movements, and they've been milking the governmental for billions of dollars when they put these programs for funding the ice melting and global this and all this stuff, green this, and they milk all of these monies, right? And now that it's getting exposed, they fight back this way. So this group called the Sunrise Movement, that was founded to fight climate change, has now redirected their chapters to fight against this administration. For Sunrise Twin Cities, that means tormenting the ICE agents on the ground. The group holds in-person action trainings on how to stop ICE and build a revolution. It also maintains a running list of the hotels where the ICE agents are staying, right? Sunrise is bankrolled. Hold on, let me make it bigger. Sunrise is bankrolled by a who's who of deep-pocketed left-wing organizations. The Open Society Foundations has sent $2 million since 2019, according to its the grants database, the records. Half of the money supported general social welfare activities. The Ford Foundation contributed $150,000 in 2024 and $500,000 in 2025, while the MacArthur Foundation, the 12th largest private charity in America, has the rest or whatever. All right. So I just want to bring out a little of George Soros's Open Society Foundations, the Ford Foundation, the Tides Foundation. When you do your research, you follow the money, you will see the trail. Always follow the money trail, right? You want to see, all right? So now, because of that, this is what's happening. Stop share. Shout out to any of the innocent Americans who just caught up thinking they really like helping, people, the immigrants, and trying to help. Shout out to my righteous immigrants, right? Who in America that's trying to be righteous and do the right thing. Hopefully you don't get caught up in this mess. Please be careful where you go. Stay away from all this mess. So this right here, copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes. This has a foolish protester. She goes out and she grabs a flashbang. These things that the government, the Homeland Security and ICE are sending out smoke bombs and tear gas and pepper spray, and they're trying to do non-lethal things because these protesters are violent. There's not unviolent protests. So this little girl, somebody gave her the bright idea to run and grab a flashbang as it landed. I guess flashbangs do a flash and then a bang or something. I don't know, to disperse the crowd. So somebody gave her the bright idea, right? Just like it gave him the bright idea, all right? To make his video, right? I swear this is an episode of America's Dumbest Criminals. Watch this, copyright disclaimers.
A protester thought it was a good idea to pick up a flashbang before it exploded during yesterday's insurrection.
Medic. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Now, I'm going to show it again. She thought it was a good idea for her to go pick up the flashbang. I guess she was going to throw it back at them or something, the ICE. And watch this. Hold on.
A protester thought it was a good idea to pick up a flashbang before it exploded during yesterday's insurrection.
Medic. Oh my God.
Look at, I don't mean to laugh at this, but look at her hand. Look at her hand. She picked up the flashbang. Whatever pain, I bet she won't do it no more. Y'all stay home. Stay out of this mess.
Thought it was a good idea to pick up a flashbang before it exploded during yesterday's insurrection.
Medic. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
All right. Last funny clip. All right. This one's a funny clip. I'm so glad that this woman is not the president of the United States right now. I'm glad Sleepy Joe ain't it. I ain't politician. I ain't vote for nobody. But I'm glad we at least, I don't know. I'm glad it ain't Kamala. Y'all remember this clip? Copyright disclaimers are in effect. How fast the other party forget that Obama and all of them, it was all about immigration. Sleepy Joe too. Under Obama, 56 people lost their lives in ICE detention centers. but they acting like they don't remember. Like it's not just this administration that's trying to go against immigration. So did the Democrats then, but they forget. And y'all remember this image? This is the image of them marching themselves across the border. All right? Sleepy Joe and Kamala. Now, copyright statements of effect. Y'all remember this?
Just in case you need a little reminder how it all started. Do you have any plans to visit the border?
At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border.
Right. So he says, do you have any plans of visiting the border? She says, we're going to the border. This whole border thing, we're going to the border. We have been to the border, right? And look at them. They coming in by the thousands, right? All right? Now watch this.
Just in case you need a little reminder how it all started. Do you have any plans to visit the border?
At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe.
She said, this whole border thing, we've been to the border. We've been to the border. He said, you haven't been to the border. And she said, huh? And I haven't been to Europe. Oh my goodness. I'm so glad she ain't the president. You can't make that up. The Kamala, the cackling hyena was, I thought Lil Bush was a fool. You fool me once, you fool me, can't fool me again. Fool me again, fool me. Fool you, fool me twice, can't fool me again. Fool me once, fool me again, twice, again, once, right? I thought him and Kamala need to be having lunch somewhere. Kamala said, we've been to the border, going back to the border. The border, you talking about the border. He said, you ain't been to the border. I ain't been to Europe either. What the? That's who y'all want for president? You gotta be kidding me. And I ain't vote for nobody. Okay, so watch this. One more time.
Just in case you need a little reminder how it all started. Do you have any plans to visit the border?
At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe.
Hold on. That part right there, I had to do that soundy tape. That is the funniest. I was laughing so much as I kept doing the video because I wasn't going to put it. I was going to put it right at the end of Kamala. Like, that's how I feel. That's what you hear when Kamala speaks. And digga, 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 digga. I was like, oh my goodness, for those who got a sense of humor, because we're about to bring out some deep stuff. We're about to show some crazy stuff in a second. So you got to lighten up the mood a little, right? So that's what I hear. Some of these people are so stupid. That's what I see when they finish talking. That's why I said, oh my goodness, this dude, right? Yo, AI. AI for the win. After Kamala speak, this is what I hear. I'm sorry.
Just in case you need a little reminder.
Stop. My sense of humor, y'all just excuse my sense of humor. I'm just stupid. I'm sorry. I laugh, right? Life is too dark. Life is too heavy, right? The Messiah said, who y'all call Jesus, the Messiah said, thank you. Now you get it, Yali. That's how I hear. That's what I see when these stupid people talk, right? That's all I hear. Digga, 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 right? Y'all are like, now I get it. I know, right? That's my sense of humor. So I was gonna put it right out. That's all you hear. It's like, right? So I do these things, right, to make you laugh because the Messiah said, in the midst of the storm, I'll leave you my peace. Laughter heals the soul. Life can be so heavy and dark, right? You got people being unalive. You got all this fear, transgression, sin. You got stuff. Even though we're bringing out real life topic and discerning the righteous from the unrighteous, the fruit, you still should be able to have joy and some laughter. You understand? Because you might go your whole day and had a real rough day, had a real bad time, had everything, and you come to our live stream and you might be like, you know what? I'm about to watch Unk in the Mashiach Assembly. Because even if I don't agree with all they say and everything, I know I probably can get a good laugh or two out of it. You know what I mean? Because no matter what, Unk is he's gonna teach something, but he's also gonna make it joyful, like laughter. You gotta have laughter in your life, guys. Dark spirits have no joy and no laughter. Stay away from people that have no light, right? That's just dark, just, Debbie Downers, just they call them energy vampires or soul suckers, right? They suck your soul out. I'm like, nah, bro, I need some, now there's a time for everything, right? So there's balance. So I bring balance. I can get serious. I can get smart. But I always balance it out. You know what I mean? You got to have joy and laughter, bro. Laughter heals, right? Somebody just researched. I knew it anyway. They just found out. They was like, did you know it takes such and such amount of muscles to frown and half that to smile? I'm like, yes, I knew that. Some of the youngsters in the ministries, they be all happy when they find out stuff, right? And they hit me up, I just found this out. Did you know? I'm like, yes, I knew that, right? Yes, it takes a lot less muscles to smile, right? And you people run around frowning. That's why you age. That's why you look crazy. That's why your spirit dark, right? Get some laughter in your life, some joy. That's what this ministry do. I don't care what the topic is. The Most High is in balance. You understand? The Most High ain't all uptight. That's religion got you uptight. Religion got you all, right? Nah. The Most High, the whole heavens be getting I know the Shamayam, the heaven be like, Unk on. Unk on. The angels be like, Unk on. Right? We know we about to get a laugh at Unk, All right. So, all right. Yeah, you get, you lessen your lifespan. You get heart failure. All type of diseases is linked up. Health, diet, exercise, and laughter. You understand? Laughter, food intake, laughter. Bro, you live a long time and you'll look young. You look it makes you youthful. I never, that's why even in my relationships, that's why I never have to worry about keeping no girl. Now I got to worry about them acting right. You know what I mean? Be acting all crazy, right? But if you keep your laughter wins, right? I never had that problem because not only do I got, I still have the swag and all that, but you about to laugh, right? You get a chick with the laugh. Once you get them laughing, it's a wrap. It's like, boy, you so crazy. You so crazy. Once you get a boy, you so crazy, right? She's somewhere at work doing something. She just start laughing. Somebody, what you laughing at? This boy is so crazy. He always, right? You didn't text her something. He's so crazy. He's so crazy, right? The Most High got the sense of humor. I'm created in my Father's image. So you got to, even guys, lighten up. The sense of humor. Always, not sarcastic, not dark laughter. Remember, everything is a kalaliyah, completion. Everything has to be in balance, right? You don't want to be boo-boo the fool, nothing but laughter, and then you're a clown. Everything has to be in balance. The Most High is in the shalayam, in the stillness. That's the middle, the scales. When he says, I'm in the stillness, he exists in the balance, in the middle, not too far left, not too far right. So you don't want to be a clown. Everything is in balance. You don't want to be too serious all the time. You don't want to be a big grumpy. You don't want to be Debbie Downer. You don't want to be big meanie pants, right? You have to have balance in all things. There's a time to laugh, a time to cry, a time to live, a time to this, a time to that, a time to that. The scripture, the safariyat that they call the Bible, instructs us, you heard? Real life applications. All things in balance. Even my kids, daddy, so crazy, daddy, right? But I get serious when they act right. They act up too much. Hey, that voice. What you like that crazy cat? I got a cat next door that's a psycho. I got a gangster cat. I got Haitians that live next door. They got a cat that this dude looked like a devil cat, but he orange. First of all, he think he a Debo, so he walks around bullying all cats in the neighborhood, right? So my cat is an indoor cat, so my cat's scared to death. He come to the door, he be looking at it, he come outside, I'll rip your throat out, right? This dude is crazy. So I'm a film, I'm gonna show y'all. He orange and he got black eyes, and his eyes look like the devil. You look him in, I'm gonna try to get him in his eyes. Y'all gonna be like, oh, what is wrong with that cat? He crazy. Whatever the Haitians, they got this cat next door. This cat, Debo. He a free cat, meaning they let him outside. I thought he was just a stray cat, but I found out he's my next door neighbor. Yo, I've been living here for years, and I say this crazy guy, he catches birds. He outside. I've seen the birds attacking him. He outside. This cat is outside. He the Debo, and so this other, he be chasing cats. So this little cat be in our bushes in the front of my house. And I think the cat know to run to your house. See, animals know your spirit. I'm sorry, I'm gonna get back to the lesson. So I think these cats, they'll run from this orange cat and they run in my bush. So my roommate like, could you go out and get the crazy cat from in front of our house? He's yelling, he's trying to get the other cat that's in our bushes. So the cat is scared to death in our bushes, while my next door neighbor, the battle cat, he orange. He look like he crazy. He Debo. He walk around like, I said, go outside. I said, dude, right? He looked like he could too. He orange. You should see him. I'm gonna take a picture. I'm gonna show y'all. So he's outside my door. He's saying this. I ain't never heard a cat say. He think he a lion. He a tiger or something. He like ha 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 and the cat is scared to death. I'm like, so he ain't scared of my roommates because he's smart. He know that y'all punks, y'all trying to be tough, but y'all can't harm me because y'all following the Most High. Animals know this. They have instincts, guys. They know when you're a threat to them or not. So I told my roommate, I said, he's not gonna be scared of y'all. So I would, as a man, I would have to go out with my man energy, even though he know I won't. But it's like a balance. It's like a what they call that alpha thing, right? So I knew, and so when I went out, it's funny, I went to the gym yesterday, and when I went out, he was at my front door, at my little glass, trying to get my cat. He was outside, I'll tear you up, I'll rip you from limb to limb, right? So I came, I said, what is you doing? And I look, and my cat is way back ignoring him somewhere in the house. I said, what are you doing, fool? And so he ain't scared. So I opened the door, and he's sitting there, he looked at me like, let me in. I'll rip her from the rooter to the tutor. I said, boy, get out my, and then he looked at me. He stood up and like, I said, oh, you think I closed that door? I said, good job, and he took off. I said, but you know that man energy, right? So he took off, and then when I went to my car, he was in the street, and he looking at me. I said, boy, now you know who Alpha here, so you already know. I was like, boy, he a trip. That boy a trip. And then after he looked, he like, you got that, you got that. And then he looked in the sewer, and he must have saw something. And then you know how cats do? He went down. I said, look at him. Now he out there attack something. That boy free. And then I was out there, and I'm putting the stuff in my car to leave. And then the Haitian lady, she came home in her truck. And when she came home, he ran to the house. I'm like, oh, now you want to act right. The Haitian mama, she came home. Now he want to act right. But yeah, I caught him killing birds. They no joke, bro. So anyway, I'm sorry. I don't know how I got on that. I don't know how I got on all that. All right, let's get back. So that was the laugh. Now let's get back. Let me get to the, before I do the violence, because it's 12 o'clock, good. And it's Friday night. So come on, we still going somewhere. I don't know how many. We was up to probably 100 and something, over 100 on the live. It's all good. For those who come in, some will come in later. We on round 2 of tonight's live stream. Now I'm about to show y'all some clips that ain't seen over the internet. All right, here we go. And then we're going to get to some violent stuff. And right, copyright disclaimers, because we got to break this down, right? So now I'm going to go over here. I need to grab this clip. It's over here. And it's this one. No, I ain't going to do that one yet. I'll do that one after. Let's get to the Somalians, right? Let's do this part. because I want to show, before I get too late, it's 12 a.m. I want to show this clip. Yeah. So, how am I going to set this up? I'm going to set it up. Do I want to do this one first? Let me see. How long is this clip? 7 minutes. And yeah, let's do it. So let's bring some balance, because I want to show that we're not being racist against Somalians. All right. But there is a unfortunately for a lot of the Somalians in America, they're painting themselves into an image worldwide, where a lot of these countries are now, they don't want to receive them. So as America is extraditing Somalians, a lot of African countries, they're like, don't send them here. You're not welcome here. So they're getting themselves into a position where they're not welcomed. And these nations are saying, go back to Somalia. Now that's crazy work. Because as proud as they talk about how much Somalians is this, and they're this, and they're this, we're this, and this, why won't y'all go home? If Somalia is, if y'all the best thing since sliced bread, then why don't y'all go slice y'all bread in Somalia? Why y'all busy slicing y'all bread in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Dubai, in America, in the United Kingdom, in Sweden? Why are y'all everywhere else but Somalia? Shout out to any of the righteous Somalians who don't have this dark pride of looking down on others like you're the best thing. The Most High says we are to lower ourselves, humble ourselves. You understand? If your nation of people were the best thing since sliced bread, then you should let your actions speak for you. You understand? You should let your deeds and let others say, oh, the Somalians, they the best thing since sliced bread, right? You know people by their fruit. Do you understand? Your words and your actions. You understand? I ain't never called myself anointed one time on this earth, but some of my brothers and sisters seen an anointing in me. And even though it's hard for me to receive, I got to receive compliments, right? So I thank them for those who see the Most High's anointed, but I would never call myself that. I just try to be righteous. And if someone sees an anointing, then they show me. And I'm like, wow, well, maybe I do have an anointing. That's called humility, everyone. We're called to be humble. Even when you got a powerful, like I have the gift of oration. I know some of the gifts the Most High gave me. I got the gift of discernment, right? But I humble myself so I can serve others. I don't puff up myself to make me think. No, I am a servant. That's what the scripture says. The Safariyah that they call the Bible, we come to serve and not be served. And in your servitude, it will make others want to serve you. That's where the each one teach one, each one reach one, love my neighbor as I love myself. That's what the Safariyah you call the Bible, the inscriptions, the manuscript is teaching us to be for our neighbors, the children of the Most High on this earth, meaning as we coexist with one another. If I have things that can be applauded or gifts or accomplishments, then I should use those things to help you. And in me helping you, it would help you. It would make you see value in me, in my gifts, and then it will make you want to say, you know what, I like this person. I want to help them. And maybe I could take the gifts that he helped me with and help someone else. That's how you pay it forward. That's how each one reaches one. You don't have to do it with I'm the best thing in this and I'm this and I'm that and my this. No, that's pride, and pride comes before the fall. Do you understand? It's foolish pride. It's self-worship. Lower yourselves. Humble yourselves. All right? I know my gifts and talents, but I use them to help as many as I can. And I'm not perfect. And I call out my faults, right? Transparency. And within that transparency, you can help someone else see, I don't got to be perfect. Because look at Unc. I see Unc as being a righteous man, but Unc ain't perfect. Unc be making a mistake, and he'll admit his mistake. He'll repent for it. It's just accountability, responsibility, humility. These are the attributes of the Messiah that they call Jesus. All right? And I don't care what culture you come from, If your culture, your scriptural books, if it's some righteousness, then there's got to be some type of leader in that culture that was telling you to have these attributes, these human attributes that will help a society, your neighbor. It's about applying these in everyday life. So unfortunately, some of the Somalians have got this dark pride of Cush, right? This is ancient Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Hayam, Shamayam, and Yafayat. You understand? That's what these nations come back to. This is Cush descendants. Nimrod come from these. That's why they call them pirates and stuff. Now, we're not going to do a generality over their whole nation of people, right? Because within all nations of people, there's righteous and unrighteous. There's a remnant that will be always righteous, right? Shout out to that remnant of the righteous Somalian people. But the majority, generality, are taken after the Cushitic, Hamitic traditions, the Nimrodic traditions, and they are piracy. That's why it's easier for them to steal, kill, and destroy. And these are genetic markers. They're called generational curses hand down. And we are each supposed to individually see the things in our genetic makeup of our nations of people. The Safaria, they call the Bible, call people by nations, not races. It ain't about white, blacks. That's about nations of people. And within nations of people, you have general characteristics and cultural norms and generational devils and demons and blessings that come with it. And you need to know that. That's discerning your general makeup, your genealogical makeup. When you discern your genealogical makeup, then you'll know the strengths and the weaknesses. You know the areas that you got to watch out for. It's like if you had a dad and he was an alcoholic, like I did. My natural born dad, he had became an alcoholic, right? Because my baby sister died when she was like 10 and I was 11, right? And when she died, it broke him and his wife. And I watched him descend into, he started drinking and he never came from up under it, right? And so he was an alcoholic until he died. And he was to be a fly dude and all that, but that broke him. So me watching him grow up and watch the liquor destroy him, that made me see, okay, even though he didn't raise me, I saw it from a distance. That made me see that in him, there was a weakness and I need to stay away from that. Because I could have inherited a wick, so I stayed away from drinking. Do you understand? That's called discernment. That's called rightly discerning. And each of us individual, all of us here, each of you, no matter what nation of people you come from, you need to take an accounting of your genealogical history. That's why when you date someone who's been adopted, who know nothing about their bloodline, it's a real dangerous position you're in, because they don't know nothing of their makeup. They don't know none of the things they need to work on. You'll see these things through your grandmother, your grandfather, right? You might find out you had serial killers in your bloodline. That means you need to watch out for serial killer dumb. You understand? These are principalities that are looking to have strongholds in your racial makeup. All right? These are things generationally that's passed down through the ages, through your lineage. This goes all the way back to Adam and Eve, Ham, Shem, Japheth. This is real talk. So when you generalize nation of people, that's why you could be like black people, they like to wear gold and they like to do this and they flashy. And then white people, they like to jump off roofs and they're not scared to do this. And then other people, they did, right? Now, they took it to races, but it's not races. The Bible calls them nations of people. And when you do nations of people, you can see some of the genealogical markers in that nation, right? And now you're going to always have anomalies in it, right? You're going to always have, but the generalities, you can see this nation of people is more combative. This nation of people is more passive. This nation of people is more kind and loving. This nation of people is more warrior-like. This nation of people is more prideful. Do you understand? And within that, you work on your individual selves. You understand? So this is how you rightly discern nations of people. So in the Cushitic, for the Somalian people, that set of Cush's descendants, they, from genealogy, from history times, they have been a very prideful and a very warrior-like and a very unmerciful people, right? And they so that's why they have the strong generality of piracy, right, of unaliving. That's why they're able to do that to their own country. That's why their country is so destroyed. You're about to see it in a second. I'm about to show y'all the country right now. That's why I said I'm about to show y'all clips that ain't all over the internet. Thank you for all those who've given a donation. I humbly receive. Now listen clearly. So I'm showing that because what we about to show, we're not showing it from a racist identity. We're showing it from rightly dividing and discerning the truth from, right? And they need to do that in themselves because they're paying the price for that right now, right? Shout out to any of the righteous Somalians who can learn from this if you get this far to watch it and get out your feelings, right? That's why they don't let me get through the shadow ban. That's why we don't get millions of views, because the truth is here. You understand? And it's not bigoted. It's not opinionated on either side. It's stand in the middle, balance in truth. For every nation, kindred, and tongue and people on the planet Earth, I'm called to be a light to you all. I'm called to lead all of you through one of the 12 gates to get to the Father's kingdom, the Most High. I don't care what you call them, pretty Ricky, what you call them. I care about what you're doing about it. You heard? Your righteousness. Now, let's continue. Now, I'm walking in this clip that y'all going to see, right? So there's this pride over this nation of people. This goes back to ancient Cush, right? So you had Canaan that come from Ham. You got Caphtorim, right? That's over the Macedonians and them. Then you got Cush. That's Nimrod and them came from them. You know, Cush always took Shem's land, right? Shem's allotment, right? So they picked up fallen angel. They mixed their seed with fallen angel and stuff, right? So there's a lot of different principalities in the Cushitic. Those, we talking about the Somali nation of people, right? The ancient Cushites, right? This set of the ancient Cushites, right? So now, the reason why they have a lot of these crazy looking skull features, right? The reason why they look like, you know, they got these, you know, people call them bulb heads, and some they got like a lot of kind of deform. Now they're very handsome people, right? They got a lot of pretty women, a lot of handsome men, but they got a lot of deformities. So the balance is not, it's like a lot. It's like you get, it's like as many as them that might be attractive, it's like as many as them that look insane. Like what? And it's because there's a lot of inbreeding that was in the culture. So the reason why they got a lot of the, crazy looking features sometimes is because there's a lot of genetic inbreeding. It was part of the culture, okay? And they still practice it, all right? So, and now I'm just pointing that out because a lot of people like, why do they, some of them look like that? Now they so prideful, which is crazy. Their pride is very ugly. It makes them an ugly people. So I don't care if the woman, let's say a Somali woman is really attractive or a Somali man, if you are prideful, if you are, if that's will make you unattractive. You know people by their fruit. So that level of arrogance and pride, dark pride, even if you are physically attractive, make you unattractive. And then the fact that you boast yourself off of their nation, we are the greatest people, Somali that, Somali that, Somali this, like, bro, humble yourself. Allow us to appreciate your culture. Why can't I find out about the Somali culture so I can appreciate, say, Somalis is dope? I can't say it if you just saying we dope, I'm dope, we the best thing, and we this and we that and we that. Then you have people say, no, you look like a Diddy light bulb, right? Then you have people come against you because of your wicked stance. So unfortunately for them, because of what the majority of them are doing in America, it's making all the nations on the earth not want to receive them. So all nations, Africa, Europe, they're kicking them out of their country. It ain't just America. They just putting the light on orange dude, on Trump, right? On the president, because America's, they stole 19 billion. So all of these countries are saying, you can't come, don't send them here. Send them all back to Somalia, since Somalia is such the greatest thing since sliced bread. If Somalia is such a beautiful place, then why are y'all running to everybody else's country? I thought y'all is the, be all of everything. You understand? So I'm just trying to give understanding. Shout out to the Somalians who know what I'm saying and who don't have that pride and who repent, who want to follow the Most High, who want to be righteous light in this darkness. Remember, of all nations, there's going to be wicked people and and righteous people. All right? Now, with that understanding and that balance, copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. We don't own rights to the video. Y'all about to find out really what's really going on around the world with Somali people. But before I show that clip, I want to show some of their continents. While these other nations of people on the earth don't want to receive them in their country. They don't want them there stealing. They're calling them pirates. Everybody in the world is saying, send them back to Somalia. And it's crazy because as much as they talk crap and big about Somalia, they don't want to go back. That part is crazy work to me. If it's so good, then why won't y'all want to go there and build that up? Right? You hear disrespecting America. What's her name? Ilhan calling us stupid and we this and that and all this stuff. And take your butt to Somalia then. Copyright disclaimers. Watch this.
I've watched a lot of interviews with Somalians, and at this point, I'm fairly convinced that they are possibly the most arrogant people who've ever existed on the entire planet, but they're almost a little too arrogant. They say things that just don't naturally roll off the tongue, like this lady.
It feels home. I used to say in 2001, whether you like it or not, we're here to stay. So the sooner you get used to us, the sooner we'll all get along. And, suck it up, just what? We're here. We're Americans just like you.
The sooner you get used to us, the sooner we'll all get along. That's the sort of thing you're told as a kid when you're forced to be around somebody you don't want to be around at all. It's not the sort of thing you say to people whose country is giving you a new home.
Somalis are...
You see? So you see that arrogancy? We here, suck it up. Shout out to Creedell. We here, no, you ain't you ain't American like me. I was born here. You came here seeking asylum and our country allowed you in and gave you money and you stole, some of your people stole and robbed and everything. But this arrogancy, you ain't, nah. Where's the humility? So this sister's correct. And every people around the world is saying it because everywhere they go, they have the same posture. They went into Nigeria, same thing. Went into Kenya, same thing. Went into other parts of Ethiopia, same thing. Went into United Kingdom, same thing. Went into Denmark, Sweden, same thing. Everywhere they get, they run it from their country and they go there and say they are the best, suck it up, and then nah. So unfortunately, they dig in the hole for their own nation of people. And this is prophetic. I think Rohan says something about, y'all find that for me. Find out in the Bible, guys, is it somewhere, because Rohan brought this up, where it says at the end prophecy, maybe in Revelation somewhere, where it says something like all nations will be sent back to where they come from, something like that, because Rohan brought that up. If it's in there, one of y'all find that in the ministry. That's interesting. I want to see that. That if one of the end time prophetic things is most nations will be sent back to where they come. Because I know the wars, a rumor of wars, I know all of this is prophecy, right? So it's playing out. That's why your righteousness is going to protect you at this end time. But anyway, let's continue.
Giving you a new home. Something you say to people who are told as a kid when you're forced to be.
Sooner we'll all get along. So you get used to us, it or not. It feels home. I used to say in 2001, whether you like it or not, we're here to stay. So the sooner you get used to us, the sooner we'll all get along. And, suck it up, just what? We're here. We're Americans just like you.
The sooner you get used to us, the sooner we'll all get along. That's the sort of thing you're told as a kid when you're forced to be around somebody you don't want to be around at all. It's not the sort of thing you say to people whose country is giving you a new home.
Somalis are hated everywhere. And I'm going to just say they're hated by losers, honestly, because if you hate Somalis, you're literally a loser. Because how can you hate a people that are so creative, that are literally able to create magic from nothing, okay? To create excellence from being stepped on.
See, this is what I'm talking about. This is the ugliest spirit in the world. This is why these countries don't want you in their country. If Somalis are hated everywhere, first of all, who says that? I don't know, y'all too hate y'all. Only thing I found out was y'all like this, right? So if y'all hated everywhere, then why wouldn't y'all look at yourself and say, why does everybody hate us, right? Could it be the way we act? Could it be our arrogance? Could it be what we're doing in the country? Yes, you are very uncomfortably in the camera, looking like crazy work. But anyway, and she said, if you hate Somalis, then you are listen.
You a new home.
Somalis are hated everywhere. And I'm going to just say they're hated by losers, honestly, because if you hate Somalis, you're literally a loser. Because how can you hate a people that are so creative, that are literally able to create magic from nothing, okay? To create excellence.
Now, the first thing I want to say, what have they created? No disrespect. I wish we can have an actual conversation, because I'm like, okay, how? First of all, I don't hate you. I don't even know you, right? How could you hate someone that is so creative, that create magic? That's witchcraft, right? Sorcery out of nothing. But what did you create? I'm sorry. I know y'all created the scams. Y'all created that $19.9 billion that y'all created that. Did you create the cell phone? Did you create the telephone? Did you create the stoplight? Did you create refrigerators? Did you create air conditioning? Did you create the internet? Did you create cars, automobile? What did you? I'm sorry. What did the Somalis create? What is she? So this is the delusion. It's like, in no disrespect, that's why I'm not trying to be disrespectful. This is why the Mossad stopped inbreeding. This inbreeding thing, that's some serpent seed stuff where they'll keep the inbreeding, right? The fallen does that. The serpent seed, right? Nephilic, where they keep their bloodline pure. So the inbreeding, it causes this inward worship, this God worship of yourself when no one else sees nothing. It's like you got this God complex of yourself when their country is the most ravaged, poor, destructive country on the planet at this time. I'm gonna show y'all in a second, right? But they got this pride while they not in their country. Why aren't you there helping the Somalians who are starving right now? I'm about to show y'all in a second. When we get through this clip, I wanted to show this so it could bring balance. So people don't think like, yo, wow, you just against Somalia. I ain't against nothing. I'm just receiving this mess, right? So listen what she said. So what did they create? Can somebody write me something down that they created on the world stage and bought that we are all benefiting from? I don't know anything. So I don't know. But anyway, let's continue. And again, shout out to any righteous Somalians. All right? Later, I'm going to show a righteous Somalian. And then on another clip, I'm sure a righteous Somalian dude speaking out in truth. Shout out to that Somalian sister, right? The remnant.
They're hated by losers, honestly. And I'm going to just say they're hated by losers, honestly. Because if you hate Somalis, you're literally a loser. Because how can you hate a people that are so creative, that are literally able to create magic from nothing, okay? To create excellence from being stepped on. Still we rise, still we shine. Somalis are the land of the rich, the land of poets, the land of the articulate.
Somalis are the land of the rich. I'm going to write that down. The land of the rich, because I'm about to show you some. Sorry, I'm about to show you Somalia in a second. The land of the poets. The Lyrian Center, the articulate. No, let me not. Let's continue. See, this is what we're talking about. This arrogance. This is disgusting. First of all, if it was true, it would be disgusting. The fact that it's not true makes it just a whole nother level of ridiculousness, right? But anyway.
Rich, the land of poets. Somalis are the land of the rich, the land of poets, the land of the articulate. Somalis are entrepreneurs, they're creatives. The only people that hate us are the ones that cannot control us, because Somalis will not adapt. We do not adapt. That's true. That's
the only people that hate us are the people who can't control us, because Somalis do not adapt. We do not adapt. And she said that's true. Everybody listen. Listen clearly. Whoever don't adapt to change does what? They go extinct. Adaptation is an actual survival mechanism of humans on Earth in the second dark world. Whoever don't adapt to change ceases to exist. And she said, we don't adapt because she thinks she's so smart and articulate. This is what you call a wise fool. You understand? If you let them speak enough, they show you the ignorance, right? You're so wise. And she's talking about Somalis are the poets. I ain't never heard a Somali spoken word poetry. What poets to you? So they're in this world bubble within themselves because they don't adapt and they don't assimilate. Everybody listen clearly. So they have never assimilated into American culture. They came here to suck from American culture, not the majority of them. The remnant of them, there are some righteous. Again, I'm not broadcasting the stroke. And for the remnant of the righteous Somalians, you know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you agree, and I'm sure you separate yourself from them. But the majority, they came to steal, kill, and destroy. They came to suck the accomplishments and steal. And that's what they did. Yes, set apart in their ignorance, Hakim, a good word. And they made communities, and they, through piracy, through illegal means, they found out a way to infiltrate the cracks in the American system, how they can steal. But they've done that all their generations from their ancestors. That's why their country is in ruins and desolate, because they do it to their own selves. So they go to these other countries, and instead of adapting, and instead of assimilating, and instead of being humble and thankful for the country that let you in and fed you and gave you protections, you say that you are better than them, and you steal from them, and you hoard it for yourselves and send it back to other places to build yourself another kingdom while disrespecting and backstabbing that country. But this country is now not taking the Diddy no more. You might have Diddy, a colonizer, enslaver mentality. Oh, I meant to put my clip. I'm going to put my clip next time. Y'all remember my video 2 years ago on this channel when they said what they would do to the black people? All them young Somalis in America? They said they would enslave us and they're going to do this to us. I got the video. It's on this channel. All right? If I'm going to find it, she'll put the link, but I'm going to show it. One of these times, right? I'm going to get that clip. I meant to do it tonight. So anyway, this is why all nations on the earth now don't want you in their country. Ghana don't want you there. Nigeria don't want you there. America, we good. We been there, done that. You know that t-shirt? You understand? Been there, done that. Okay? Others, they don't want you there in their country, okay? So it's because of this spirit that you come with. You don't adapt and you don't assimilate to the other country, to the other cultures. You're not appreciative. You're here to conquer, to colonize, to enslave. You're here to take over. If it was up to
Somalis.
If it was up to the generality of your culture, not the remnant of your culture, the righteous remnant, the generality, we would all be slaves to you. We would all be working for you, what your people have done in your own country. So let's continue.
Rich, the land of poets, the land of the articulate. Somalis are entrepreneurs, they're creatives. The only people that hate us are the ones that cannot control us, because Somalis will not adapt. We do not adapt. That's true. That's true. We do not assimilate. We show respect to your culture, we will not change ours. We show respect to your country, we will not forget ours. Wherever we go, we bring our culture, we bring our heritage, our religion. Somalis are Muslim, and that does not go with the world today. They want us to be very obedient. They want us to throw religion to, keep the religion in the mosques like they did to the churches. They want us.
First of all, keep your religion in your mosque, and no. We just want you to be respectful.
To assimilate, the government should bear.
You should assimilate.
Like they did to the churches. They want us to assimilate. The government should bear religion, our faith. Everything they say, we need to just accept it. Somalis are not like that, and that is why they hate us. And we know that. Somalis know that. So if you hate us as well, then we just look at you like you're very dumb. Actually, you're very dumb. We know why they hate us, because we have a backbone, because we have culture, because we have a personality, we have authenticity. That's why they hate us. And if they don't hate you, then you should be very worried. The way the world is moving today, if you're not hated, then you are the problem. And that's all I can say.
First things first, I'm actually so shocked that Trump is attacking us. I think Trump should be thanking us in multiple ways, and I'm going to explain. First things first, I think we are a good example of what the American dream can look like. Like Somali Americans, and it's making me sad and it's funny. Like I know Somali people are very funny. We're like the class clown who also happens to be valedictorian. Somalis in Minnesota are so successful. I take multiple trips a year to Minnesota and I leave so inspired.
Because they stole all the money, you wicked pirates. Yes, they want Sharia law in America. This is crazy. See, this is why no country wants you. This is why, no disrespect, shout out to any of the righteous Somalians who not following this stuff. This is why when you get kicked out of here, because you're getting out, sorry, that's going to happen. When you get out, nobody wants you there, and none of them want to go to Somalia. Can anybody make this make sense? They are the best thing in the world while in another person's country, speaking other people's mannerisms, language, and all that. They be like, yeah, the other one, she was like, get with it or do it, right? Speak. It's crazy that they doing all this while they not in their own country. But let's continue.
The problem. And that's all I can say.
First things first, I'm actually so shocked that Trump is attacking us. I think Trump should be thanking us in multiple ways, and I'm going to explain. First things first, I think we are a good example of what the American dream can look like. Like Somali Americans, and it's making me sad and it's funny. Like I know Somali people are very funny. We're like the class clown who also happens to be valedictorian. Somalis in Minnesota are so successful.
Somalians are the class clown who actually happen to be valedictorian. Welcome to the Lehrman Center. Why do they think they're smart? The other girl said, Somalians, bananas and rice is... The banana and rice girl was like, the way the Somalians, we bananas and rice, and to describe a Somali in America is bananas and rice, and we like bananas and rice. I'm like, okay, bananas and rice. That's the only thing that you could come up with Somali and American accomplishments, bananas and rice. But anyway, so I guess I didn't know. I guess they think they're smart. I guess dark smart. Well, the ones who stole it, it's only a couple of y'all that actually left the country. So you're actually really not that smart. All the millions, you should have been out of the country, right? But anyway, let's continue. So...
And it's making me sad and it's funny. Like I know Somali people are very funny. We're like the class clown who also happens to be valedictorian. Somalis in Minnesota are so successful. I take multiple trips a year to Minnesota and I leave so inspired. You have Somali-owned law firms, Somali-owned pharmacies, Somali-owned everything you can think of. And it's so inspiring to see that what my community could do in just 30 years. Literally, we came to this country not speaking English, not knowing anything. We're Black, Muslim, we're immigrant, and we're able to be that successful. It should be really applauded. Like, I need Trump to stand up and applaud for us because...
Unfortunately, little foolish girl, we're not applauding your thievery. Your piracy ain't welcome here in America. Yes, you came here and you stole over $19 billion, and now you're caught. And now you're being deported back out of here. That part. Go back to Somalia. President Trump will clap if you go back home. Well, when you go, well, you gonna get out of, what's that saying? You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta leave here. The party's over. Sorry, that's an old saying in the 90s when we was in the club. At the end of the party, they would cut on the lights. The party's over. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. That was the saying. Sorry, I didn't want to say hell, but you know, H-E-L-L, right? So that's a saying. You ain't got to go home in Somalia, but you're going to get out of America. And unfortunately for you, the other countries don't want you in their country either. Okay? All right, let's continue.
Stand up and applaud for us because it's shocking. We really applaud. We're Black, Muslim, we're immigrant, and we're able to be that successful. It should be really applaud. Like, I need Trump to stand up and applaud for us because it's shocking. Literally, my friend just moved to Minnesota and she was telling me how when she gave birth, it was an all Somali staff. Her midwife was Somali. Her doctors were Somali. Her nurses were Somali. Like, that is so beautiful to see, and it should be celebrated, okay? Second of all, Trump, you should be thanking my people for giving a random Midwestern state that much clout and money. Like, I don't think, other than Chicago, I think Minnesota is really popping when it comes to tourism because of Somali Americans like my.
She just disrespected the whole Minnesota. And unfortunately for those poor Minnesotans, poor Ting Ting, these foolish white people out there doing, I'm fighting for the Somalis. The Somalis that stole it and diddied you. You fighting for your diddies, right? He like, sorry, I'm glad we don't got Kamala. Now y'all understand why we ain't got, what's his name? Sleepy Joe and Kamala? Because they was able to get all this money because of them. Now, the president now, he ain't having it. So sorry, the orange dude ain't having that. He is not having your mess, right?
Americans like me, okay? So you should be thanking because of Somali Americans. I think Minnesota is really popping when it comes to tourism because of Somali Americans like me, okay? So you should be thanking us because Minnesota would have been nothing if Somalis didn't move there. Like, if we're being honest, like, we have made that state pop and we have made it beautiful for the rest of the world. So you should thank us. And if you want, you can donate Minnesota to the great country of Somalia. Like, I think it's a...
You can donate Minnesota to the great country of Somalia.
It's a nice trade-off. And last but not least, I'm so happy that people are discovering how funny, witty Somali people are. We're very confident. And although
sorry, but you're ugly. Right? This is an ugly spirit. I don't hear nothing funny or witty. All I see and hear is ugly. This part.
Trump said what he had to say. Like, I want him to know, confident. I'm so happy that people are discovering how funny, witty Somali people are. We're very confident. And although Trump said what he had to say, like, I want him to know, Yani, like, it didn't even, like, bother. Like, it didn't do anything to our confidence. We've heard everything you've said before. People always make fun of Somalia, da-da-da. But I still think I'm better than everyone. Like, God has made me Somali Muhammad. Like, I'm okay. I'm okay. On top of that, I'm Somali American, broski. Like, I'm winning on both sides.
See, broski, it's popping. Right? I'm winning on both, right? But you have your own culture. She said, I'm better than everybody. Y'all heard her? Let me put it back.
On top of that, I'm Somali American, broski, like everyone. Like, everything you've said before. People always make fun of Somalia, da-da-da. But I still think I'm better than everyone. Like, God has made me Somali Muhammad. Like, I'm okay. I'm okay. On top of that, I'm Somali American, broski. Like, I'm winning on both sides. But yeah. It's just nice to see that everyone's realizing Somali people are very funny, very confident, and that's never going to change. It has not changed since colonial days, baby boy, and it's not going to change because somebody right now decided to make fun of us. We're actually winning the war, so. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
Just listen to this.
All right. I'm going to stop that right there. We're going to come back to that, right? Watch this. I got to do it right now. Somalia. Let's go to Somalia. So she said they winning. Somalia is the greatest thing since sliced bread, right? It's the greatest country on earth. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is what the world thinks of Somalia. This part. For educational purposes only, everybody, this right here is a Somalian brother that Donald Trump sent him back to Somalia from Minnesota or whatever, or UK somewhere. He went back to Somalia, and this is him reporting to us from Somalia. But I got more than this clip. Some of y'all might have seen this clip. I got a clip you ain't seen. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. He said, please give me my passport back, Donald Trump, please. You heard? Let's go to Somalia and see what they got to say. Miss, Somalia is better than everybody. Somalian is the gift. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers.
أنا معهم لأن دبي أنت لودو باسبوركي ولا قاتي.
Oh, I thought I had the one where so let me read it then. I thought I played the one where they've made me transit through Dubai after deportation. I thought I would be back to America. I have no passport anymore. They seized it. There's no way back to the United States. Yep, United States. Even the embassy can't help me. I've called every day. He's trying to get back to America from Somalia, his own country. He's home.
I don't want to be
God, why me? Why?
here no more. I'm so tired of being here, this place. This is where I'm living. I'm so tired of it. It's just like, I want to go back. I don't want to be here no more.
That's kind of sad. Poor Ting Ting. I hope he had that same energy when he was in America, right? He looks like my father. That's great. When he turned to the side, I'm like, this dude look like my pops. I swear he looked like my pops when he turned to the side. When my pops was getting old, I'm like, boy, that boy look like my father. Wow, that's funny. But anyway, I hope he had the same energy when he was actually in America. Can you imagine that girl over there, right? The Somali, they think they so pretty, right? They are like, we popping, we Somali. Wait till they go back. He like, this where I'm at. You hear chickens and stuff in the, all you hear is, right? You hear the original Somali, they over there playing the kids. He is just miserable, right? This look like my father. This side image right here, that look like my pops. I swear. He said Uncle Richie, right? Shout out to Shell in the building over on the Rowdy Bunch, over in the vertical stream. All right? So I hope he had that same energy when he was here, right? He wasn't all, Somali is the greatest thing. But anyway, let's continue.
I want to go back. I don't want to be here no more. I don't cut my hair. I don't shave. I don't do nothing.
You can pause it right there. Hello, brothers and sisters. Now, most of the Somalis are...
Now, this African brother brought the info I didn't know. This African brother is about to show that Africa it says Somalians ain't welcome there either. And Africa is telling Trump, when you send them out of there, don't send them to Ghana. Don't send them to Africa. Send them to Somalia. Everybody pay attention. This the clip. I tell you, I try to bring y'all things y'all didn't see or know. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Now, this brother's about to tell us what's going on in Africa.
Brothers and sisters. Now, most of the Somalis are being shocked by the fact that African continent is no longer welcoming to them. Now, the fraud that they have been involved in Minneapolis or in Minnesota has tainted their name. The fact
he said the fraud that they have done in Minneapolis and Minnesota has tainted their name on the world stage.
That they have constantly been rejecting or denying the fact that they are Africans or black has cost them a lot. Now,
he said the Africans are seeing the fact that they are constantly rejecting that they are African or black has shown the other countries, because you know what she said? She said Somalia, we are Somalian. Oh, they don't, right? They'll say some of them will say, right? But then we're Somalian first, right?
The African continent is now kicking them out also. The US is deporting them while Africa is not accepting. So let's watch this video, then have a really quick discussion at the end of it. Thank you so much.
This is the failed generation of Somalia. The generation that has been leading Somali politics for the last 30 years. So what have we gotten from this? Let's look at the numbers. Around 70% of Somalis live in extreme poverty. Africa's average is roughly 40%. Over 4.6 million Somalis face acute food insecurity. Somalia is consistently in the top 5 worst hunger crises in the world. 1.8 million children are acutely malnourished. Over 400,000 are severely malnourished. Adult literacy in Somalia is about 41%, one of the lowest literacy rates in the world. Africa's average is close to 70%. The global average is 84%. Over 60% of Somali youth are unemployed. And nearly 70% of the population is under 25. Somalia's life expectancy is 57 years. The global average is 73 years.
These are all facts. So while this Somali American, because of our culture, because as they're arrogantly talking about Somalia is the land of the rich, the land of the this, and we are the greatest thing since sliced bread. They have a literacy rate of 57% when the average of the world is 80-something%. Okay? Let's do this back again. The life expectancy is 57 years. Do y'all now know why they don't want to go home? That's why they want to go to Africa, Nigeria, United Kingdom, anywhere but Somalia. But I thought Somalia was the best thing since sliced bread.
Is fifth.
Y'all
The
know
global
we gonna
average
bring
is
the receipt. Okay? Let's go back one more time.
in the world. 1.8 million children are acutely malnourished. Over 400,000 are severely malnourished. Adult literacy in Somalia is about 41%, one of the lowest.
That's a good point, Hakama. No, they didn't send none of the 1.9 billion back to them. They sent it to other places. They sent it to their places in Kenya, in Ghana, where they're establishing their new Somalia land, not back to Somalia, right? So they claim they're so Somalian, but you ain't sending no money to help your people. Your people are still starving and unalive while you're going and try to colonize somebody else's land. Do you understand? That's a fact. That is the worst. That's a worst people. How could you not take care of your own? Y'all bless the child who got his own, who take care of his own. That's what we're called to do. They're disgusting.
World. 1.8 million children are acutely malnourished. Over 400,000 are severely malnourished. Adult literacy in Somalia is about 41%, one of the lowest literacy rates in the world. Africa's average is close to 70%. The global average is 84%. Over 60% of Somali youth are unemployed. And nearly 70% of the population is under 25. Somalia's life expectancy is 57 years. The global average is 73 years. 1 in 10 children die before the age of 5. That's around 100 deaths per 1,000 births. Globally, that number is about 37. Somalia has more than 3 million internally displaced people. And every single week, hundreds of young Somalis die in the Mediterranean Sea, trying to escape this system for a better life. And yet, we welcome these leaders as heroes. We clap for them. We defend them, even though their results are the worst in the world. So in the end, we can only blame ourselves. Because for them, the system works.
People who spent
So that was the Somali leaders, and we going to Somalia. We still going there. Y'all come on. We still, it ain't finished. We going to Somalia. Continue.
Because for them, the system works.
People who spent years calling America racist are now crying online because they're being sent back to the same country they swore was better than here. Y'all like the video right here, follow for more. And let's get into this one. You see the meltdown videos everywhere, tears, anger, demands, but none of them mention the fraud investigations, the expired visas, the money that moved through criminal networks, or the abuse of programs paid for by the taxpayers. The moment accountability shows up, they all act shocked. I look at these videos and all I see is the same contradiction. Somalia is beautiful when they want moral high ground, but Somalia becomes unsafe the moment removal papers arrive. They switch the story depending on what benefits them. The reactions are emotional because the system finally stopped bending. Deportations are happening because laws exist, because agencies uncovered fraud rings, because certain groups are draining millions from health, housing, and social programs that working Americans rely on. There's nothing complicated here. People act like the West owes everyone a comfortable life, like your job is to give everyone else more than what you could give your own family. And that is not how a country works. You cannot build a healthy society by subsidizing the failure of another one. And while all this is going on, the people who should be rebuilding Somalia.
Some of y'all who don't support this actually are doing the most damage with some of your problematic ass takes. Okay? If your only concern about this issue is who's going to watch little Jimmy when I go to work? Who's going to do that? Nobody would take this amount of money I'm paying them, or who's going to cut my lawn? Or do you know the price of strawberries? What's going to happen to the price of avocados? Miss me with all of that. If your first reason isn't the human cost the human perspective, the amount of terror. Do you know that there are so many people that won't even go to the hospital? They're deathly sick, but they are so afraid of being deported. They won't even go to the hospital. Do you know that there are babies being deported? Do you know that there are people that have only known the United States of America that potentially may be deported? And let me say this too. It's a lot of people with my complexion in this predicament as well. So when folks say, Smitty, man, why don't you focus on some black issues? This is a black issue. This is a black issue. So let's focus on the human cost first, second, and third.
Somalia is in the grip of another drought. Families with nothing left at home are fleeing to camps like this in the capital, Mogadishu.
All right. Now, this is Mogadishu today, right? So they're talking about Somalis are the best thing since sliced bread, and they are not helping their own country. While they're here in our country and everybody else's country but their own, saying they are the best thing, the most high, best thing since sliced bread, right?
Somalia is in the grip of another drought. Families with nothing left at home are fleeing to camps like this in the capital, Mogadishu. Many say hunger is only part of their struggle. They're also escaping fighting in their villages. Kadra Hussein Ibrahim is still mourning her 2-year-old son. She says he died 3 months ago because she couldn't get enough food for him. She once relied on aid agencies, but international funding cuts means she now gets nothing.
So this Somali woman watched her baby starve to death, while Somali Americans are driving Lamborghinis, $19 billion, and they're still starving to death. But you love Somalia so much? Hypocrites. Hypocrites.
Cuts means she now gets nothing.
I'm worried about my children. I don't have enough food to give them. My husband is dead. I worry about their future. I can't even eat. They are my priority.
Across Somalia, 2 million people live in displacement camps. More arrive in Mogadishu every day, searching for food and safety. The government has declared drought in several regions. Rains have failed yet again, and 4.6 million people need food assistance.
People are not now able to have access to water. The access to water is reducing. The health facilities that were mainly supported by...
Yeah, this sounds like a curse to me. It sounds like prophecy to me. And it sounds like the people that could help them, that would help themselves and repent, are prideful and devils. And thus this be the result. No disrespect, but I see biblical prophecy all through this. It's Cushland.
Now able to have access to water. The access to water is
assistance.
People are not now able to have access to water. The access to water is reduced.
The people don't even got access to water.
Need food assistance.
People are not now able to have access.
Across Somalia, 2 million people live in displacement camps. More arrive in Mogadishu every day, searching for food and safety. The government has declared drought in several regions. Rains have failed yet again, and 4.6 million people need food assistance.
People are not now able to have access to water. The access to water is reducing. The health facilities that were mainly supported by international agencies, by partners, by government, now because of the significant reduction in the funding have closed. So we see more people displaced. I mean, the figures show that almost 1.85 million children are now at risk of malnutrition.
But in America, they stole billions. So if you take 15 million American dollars, there could be a first world country almost. So they won't help their own people? Shout out to any Somalians that would help their own people, the remnant of the Somalian people that are righteous. Unfortunately, your light is not being shown from the dark light of the most of your nation of people. Their light is showing.
Most are exhausted, hungry. Those already living here do what they can to help. These people have just arrived from villages farther south. The community here has been helping with food.
You found it. Laria, Isaiah. Hold on. What does it say? And it shall be. Hakyama, read that, please. Put it on the screen and then read it for me.
Okay. Isaiah 13:14. And it shall be as the chased roe, and as a sheep that no man taketh up. They shall every man turn to his own people, and flee every one into his own land.
Wow. Prophecy. Every man take to his own people. Take it up. Help each individual help your own. And they won't. Thank you, Hakyama. Prophecy.
And shelter, but is farther south. Those already living here do what they can to help. These people have just arrived from villages farther south. The community here has been helping with food and shelter, but aid workers say they are struggling to help because of the aid cuts. Some organizations previously supported by USAID and other donors say they've lost half of their funds.
So even over in Mogadishu and Somalia, they're still living off United States aid, off other countries giving. But their Somalian citizens who fled have stolen billions and won't give to their own. So now the other countries are saying enough is enough. This is some ugly spirit stuff, bro. It's prophecy.
Some organizations previously supported by USAID and other donors say they've lost half of their funding. Sayed Ali Aden shows us a school he used to run inside the camp. It was the only one serving displaced children.
Ahmed Courier may well become one of them. He's been in London for 6 years, and now the government wants to start deporting people back to his homeland of Somaliland, even though it does not recognize the government there. But if
so, in the United Kingdom, they're deporting the Somalians. In America, all through Africa, all through Europe. Most of y'all didn't know. I didn't either until the Mossad, showed me the clips. They all have to go home. Okay? They got enough money. They done stole enough. Why wouldn't they want to go home? But you ain't got to leave. You ain't got to go home, but you got to leave here. This is what all these countries are saying. So this brother right here is in United Kingdom, and he got to go back to Somaliland. And I'm about to show y'all Somaliland. We're going to close out with Somalia clip, right? All right, we closing out now, right? With the Somali, we straight in Somalia. I had other stuff. We'll do it on another live. I was going to go to the violent stuff, but we'll be doing a 20-hour live stream if I get all the info that I got out. I got so much stuff, all right? Now,
Somaliland, even though it does not recognize the government there. But if Denmark can do it in Somaliland, Ahmed Courier may well become one of them. He's been in London for 6 years, and now the government wants to start deporting people back to his homeland of Somaliland, even though it does not recognize the government there. But if Denmark can do it, then so can Britain. And so Ahmed may mark the beginnings of a common policy.
So if Denmark can kick them out, so can the United Kingdom. Sweden has kicked them out, and Sweden has made a deal with Somalia to give them, I think, something out of millions of dollars, $9 million to expedite all the Somalian. Sweden is actually paying to get them out to Somalia. Africa is kicking them out. America is, so all that arrogancy, we're going to see where all that arrogancy lay when they all, right? Because you got to go back home. The crazy part is, why wouldn't you want to go home?
Then so can Britain and Somaliland.
Somebody, you said something?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
In just witnessing all of this, I wanted to pose a question. What would you say to a righteous Somali who might actually get caught up in this and possibly deported?
I would say repent and know that the Most High is your creator, and you need to pray, and you need to ask for blessings, forgiveness, and you need to ask for discernment, because you're fighting a spiritual principality warfare and prophecy, and your righteousness will cover and protect you. The only thing you got, it's going to come to all of us, because there's a judgment coming around the whole world, right? Every one nation is going to have their time. You understand? And it's your righteousness at that time of famine, at that time of destruction, at that time of woe, at that time of weeping and gnashing of teeth, at that time. It's righteousness that's going to be a blessing and anointing covering over you. And the Most High will send Malachi's angels if you believe in the Creator. If you don't believe in the Creator, you don't believe in nothing, then get your guns and, I don't know, go out with a bang bang, Bonnie and Clyde or something. It depends on what you believe in. But if you believe in the higher power, the Creator, then its righteousness will be your protection, your covering. The name of the Creator, the Father. The name is a purpose and a function. It ain't, he has a name, and his name ain't God, everybody. That's not a name, that's a title. Sorry, not sorry. The Most High's name is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are safe. Look in the book of Psalms, and it tells you his name. Sakyama will write the Psalms. I ain't about to go into that, all right? And it ain't no way, our way, ooh way, oh, it's Yah. That's his name in the book of Psalms. That's it. A Ya'ath, a Alayah, and a Hayat. And if you understand what that means, is a Habarayah Messiah, a Habarayah Alayah, creator, Alayah, creator. Now, his name is a function, a character, a purpose. His name is a being. It's a spirit in existence. You go in his name, meaning you are in his likeness, image, function, nature, character. Right? Now, the righteous run into his name and are safe. Hakiyama put those scripts up for you. And that's where your safety lies, is in your righteousness, your repentance and your righteousness. You're not going to get everything. It's not probably going to be all shiny and rainbows, because there's going to come a time when it's not all shiny and rainbows for everybody. For those who don't know, it is what it is. If you believe in something else and you think that forever you're just going to be driving your little thing, everything's going to be shiny, unfortunately, there's a day of reckoning coming. It's called Armageddon, the day of judgment, and all that. It's going to be hell on earth. All nations, wars and rumors of wars. It's going to be collapsed as the fallen angels, the serpents, those who are part of the serpent seed, build bunkers and try to get to Mars or down to the Atlantis, the Marine Kingdom, or Tataria, or wherever they're trying to get to. They're going to be running into the pyramids and all. Oh, it's coming. So those who don't believe in prophecy, then you just live your life out like ain't nothing to see. You just live it out. What you say, YOLO, right? You only live once. You just go out with a bang. But for those who care about the generality of the nations of people on earth and the children after, then it is your righteousness. For any Somalians that are righteous, I would say continue to be righteous light, continue to be repentant, ask for forgiveness for those who don't know the darkness of your nation of people, and try to help someone. Love your neighbors yourself. And I don't care about just your nation state. All of the Most High's children of every nation, kindred, and tongue. A remnant will stand, a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people will stand before with the Messiah at the judgment at the end in the Shamayam. That is Safariyah scriptures. I don't know what it says in the Quran. I know the Safariyah Bible scriptures are written in there too. So whatever it says in the Quran, if you're Muslim, then you need to follow the righteousness of that book. The righteousness, you'll see the Father in that book, because the Most High Creator is omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient. He exists everywhere. He don't just exist in the Safariyah Bible. He exists in everything, everywhere. You got to find him. Rightly divide. He who diligently seeks his face. Seeking his face is seeking his truth. I don't care about religion telling you what all this other crap. You need to, it's in your righteousness that you find him. He's in the stillness, in the small, still space, in the space of quiet, of balance, in the stillness. Quiet yourself in all the confusion, because who is the author of confusion? The devil, Hasatan. Remove all the confusion, and in the stillness of it, stop the chaos of your noise. Go into a still place. I don't care where you got to go in the field somewhere, somewhere in a closet or something, and be still. Still your thoughts, still everything, and be humbled and lower, and try to be righteous and help the next person do the right next thing, morality and righteousness. And within that, he'll send you Malayak angels to cover you and bless you. You might lose all the cars, all the stuff you have, but you'll still have peace in the midst of the storm. Do you understand me? You'll still be able to stand when others are falling. He'll make supernatural favors. Things will just happen to you. Facts. When others are strong and starving, all of a sudden a meal will just pop up. You'll be going somewhere, some person just came and say, I don't know, but I was told to just give you this. That's the blessings of the Most High. It's supernatural. And for those who don't have a relationship, I'm sorry, you won't understand. I didn't have a relationship. I know it sounds crazy and stupid and spooky. It is. It's just for real. He showed me. He did supernatural things. That's why I'm sold out. That's why I live righteous no more. That's why I don't got to worry about the money in the bag and streets and crime and smashing and all this. I worry about spirit and truth and being righteous, and I can help anybody that asks me anything and do anything. I try to let my righteous acts outweigh my unrighteous acts, and in his righteousness I am safe. The Most High's name is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are safe. That's my scripture. That is the word. It's in his righteousness, in his image. So any Somalians who are not part of this dark Somalian seed from your ancestors, you say a prayer that I rebuke my ancestor, what's his name? Cush. I rebuke Ham. I rebuke Nimrod. I rebuke all my ancestral lines of these wicked serpents and the fallen Anunnaki things that they picked up. I'm a child of you, Father, and I rebuke all of it, and I'm in your likeness, image, function, and character, and I'm going to be a righteous light in this dark world. And with that, I'm in your image, and let your will be done. It's simple. It is simple. It's that simple. Let your will be done, and he gonna cover you. I'm telling you, I ain't telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I know. I'm telling you what I live a day. I'm telling you what I see, what I fought. They done tried to kill me, even in my righteousness. That's why I got this scar. I'm gonna show y'all one day. One day y'all gonna see a video pop up. Uncle Yeshua almost died. And I'm gonna show y'all. Y'all gonna be like, what the crap? Yeah, they tried to take me out. You understand? But the Most High cover. All right. Thank you, Akiyama. That's what I would tell any of the righteous Somali remnant, the righteousness of them. That part. All right. Let's continue.
Even though
you was complete, Akiyama?
Yes, that's all. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
It does not recognize the homeland of Somaliland, even though it does not recognize the government there. But if Denmark can do it, then so can Britain. And so Ahmed may mark the beginnings of a common policy.
If the British government sent us to Somaliland, we will meet a lot of problems economically, politically, and socially.
I have observed something. Why is it that the places that people are highly religious, like hyper-focused on religion, and everything they do is attached to religion, and they cannot separate living their lives from religion, there is so much adversity, so much poverty, not much progress, and if there is progress, it's minimal over time. What is it that happens?
The reason why, sister, that all these places that are religious is so much adversity, poverty, destruction, because religious is not of the Most High. Religious is of man. It's a dogma and a doctrine of men. It's witchcraft and sin. They don't have a relationship with the Creator, spiritual. It ain't about religion. It's about a relationship. So if you're not in a land where the people that you're around have a relationship with the Creator, then you're going to see nothing but darkness and confusion and chaos. So you as an individual got to have your relationship, and within your own little bubble, you'll be blessed while others around you will be cursed. That's just spiritual warfare. Facts.
Do they use religion as a coping mechanism to all the misery they're experiencing, or what is it? Because I need to understand.
Somalia is a failed state that exports nothing to the world but piracy and terrorism. Somalia as a country contributes nothing. It accomplishes nothing. It has achieved nothing. You'd have to go back thousands of years.
Basically, Republican operatives.
Check out what Tucker them going to say about this. When Tucker was on Fox.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars on private investigators to really find out if Ilhan Omar was a genetic match, the DNA match to the man who was her second husband. They went to 3 continents. They found a cigarette butt and a drinking straw, which.
So the president and the United States is trying to get to the bottom of that. First of all, we need to find out, is she a legal citizen? Y'all see my other live stream. That needs to be determined. Also, her second husband she married, they're proving it's her brother, right? And you know why she married her brother? So he can get his citizenship in America. And they found out with DNA evidence. This is what's happening behind the scenes.
They found
she's too stupid to run. They think they're so smart that they're stupid. Because if I was her, I would have been gone.
They went to 3
with her 30 to 50 million, 60 million.
A genetic match, the DNA match to
was on Fox.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars on private investigators to really find out if Ilhan Omar was a genetic match, the DNA match to the man who was her second husband. They went to 3 continents. They found a cigarette butt and a drinking straw, which they decided, they sent it to a DNA laboratory and found conclusively that the DNA matched, that the second husband was a sibling.
They found conclusively through DNA match that her second husband is her brother.
This DNA sample. So the very day that they were going to unleash this on the world, and in fact I was interviewing one of the people involved, the FBI swooped on the gentleman, Anton Lazaro, from this Republican PAC up in Minnesota, and arrested him on some different charges. Who knows whether, he's guilty or not guilty. I mean, he's not guilty until proven, but he's in jail. And so his story never got to see the light of day. I mean, luckily he'd told the FBI they were not interested. They told him the statute of limitations had run out. We managed to see the website before he took it down, before he was arrested, and managed to report the story.
So it's time to get Ilhan Omar now. See that? 99.99998% that's our brother. So it just, stuff like this is just crazy to me. I mean, this is just crazy. So that's the reason why you see everybody online talking about, let's deport her back to Somalia. She's gone. She's finished. She is out of here. There she go right here. Ilhan Omar talking about she's a Somalian girl that was taken away from her country. Says she miss her country. Well, then go back to Somalia. If you miss your country so much, go back there because you don't care about the United States. You do not care about the United States. Check this out.
wada dhisano anigu waan ahay gabar Mareykanka laga doortay. So
they're going to show you right there. All she's talking about, hey, I miss my country. I want to be here. She's been doing this for the longest. It's all right that you love your country, but that's the thing. You be like clowning our country, talking about how stupid we is. We ain't this, we ain't that, but yet you're in office. Why is this woman even in Congress? Talking about she miss her country so much. Won't you just go back? It's not going to hurt you to go back. Just go on back where you at. So if you see right here, like I said, she's, shows contempt for American and white people while opposing Christians and stuff. She committed immigration fraud.
And today we have a topic for you from Sweden. Recently, as we all know, we've been hearing about and having a conversation about the hot topic, which is, the United States of America, the president to be specific, targeting the Somali community. A lot of people have strong ideas about it, and there's a lot of conversation behind it. Me and Brother Phil also had a conversation about it last week. You chimed in as well, and, it seems like Sweden also is targeting the Somali community. And to be precise, they are accused of, the government of Sweden and the government of Somalia are accused of working together behind the scenes. They're even calling it, quote, a secret deal to deport Somalis back to Somalia. And the thing is, some reports show, and they've blown the whistle, that a payment was made from the Swedish government to the Prime Minister of Somalia, millions of dollars. I believe it's $9 million, but they claim that that's not true. It's not for deportation.
So the Sweden government just gave $9 million to Somali government to get the Somalians out of Sweden.
They're paying that money, and the politicians are denying it, although people don't seem to buy it. Imagine this, a whole government of a country basically, quote, bribing another in order to send back its own citizens. That is insane, isn't it? They're also denying it, although the reports show that almost $9 million was transferred to the Prime Minister of Somalia, and it's not looking good if it's true, especially those that were asylum seekers. So in this deportation scheme, what they're targeting and the people that they are deporting are those that are either asylum seekers, those that are escaping, let's say, political instability, a war, a situation where they spoke out against the government, let's say, and the government does not like that. So they're being hunted down. So these are the reasons why a lot of people ask for, asylum in other countries. So Sweden is deciding to send back those asylum seekers, as well as those that have expired residency permits. There are some I've seen, I believe, let me see, I don't want to get my facts wrong, about 14 criminals that were convicted as well have been deported, but most of them, it appears that they are asylum seekers, and those that were waiting for their residency permit to be.
Well, we pray for any of them caught up in, but all these countries are sending them back to Somalia.
At their own government, because some are claiming you're taking this money in order to facilitate this deportation. It's not right, is what the conversation is basically about. And then also, just to give you some stats, in Sweden right now as we speak, well, no, not right now. In 2024, a survey showed that at least 70,000 Somali nationals reside in Sweden. So it's not a small number as well.
So they got 70,000 in Sweden. That's a little Minnesota, right? They got 100,000, right? So again, now we're going to close out with this. I had so many clips, but it's all right. I got all type of stuff. I was going to show y'all Little Mogadishu. I was still going to show y'all the other things. I had to go finish. I got 10,000 clips, but we're going to stay in Somali. I want to show y'all Somaliland. Let's go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only, right? Because it's going to lead us somewhere later, right? As we continue this series, the teaching the real life application. This is where Somalia. This is actual Somalia today. Somaliland. And it's owned. Watch this. Let me do this one. For those who already know. I think it was Brother Leonard. He knew this. I had it for the other clips. Remember, I was supposed to be doing these. I had this one I'm about to show y'all 2-3 weeks ago. I was supposed to bring it out, but I just don't have the time. Watch this. This is who owns Somaliland right here. Watch this. Share screen. Stop share. Y'all know I'm going to bring y'all receipts that others don't got. Who that? Shout to, Swift over on Facebook. Share. Watch this, guys. This who owns Somaliland. I'm going to show y'all where Somaliland is. Y'all know, here we go. Bring it out. Let's go, Tama, y'all. Bring it out. Hold on, let me make it bigger, make it bigger. There you go. Just leave it right there. Now come over. I'm going to make it bigger so y'all can read it. Watch this. Oh, that's too big. Well, I'm going to have to read it for y'all. I can move it over as I read. Angola, Northern Kimberley, etc. Every one of these has its disadvantages and its political and other difficulties. I believe there is only one territory which combines in itself all the 4 advantages I have mentioned. My proposal is to unite the so-called Hara territory of Ethiopia. My proposal is to unite the so-called Hara territory of Ethiopia with part of British Somaliland and create there a state for the European Tamaya. I ain't gonna say it, right? I ain't even gonna say it. Let's go. You know what we do, Tamaya. That's what this house does. We bring stuff nobody got. This territory, and I'm going to show you Somaliland. This territory is large enough. It would be easy to devote 60,000 to 70,000 square miles there in Somaliland for this purpose. This territory is inhabited by a small agricultural population who are not likely to raise any great difficulties. Nevertheless, it will be necessary to remember the lessons learned by the Palestine experience, namely, to prevent the territory being overrun by people from other parts of Ethiopia, the blacks, and to keep out other foreign agitators. They want this land for themselves, this coastland. Everybody listen. The climate on the plateau of Somaliland is absolutely healthy and suitable for Europeans. Ain't that what they doing in Palestine and Gaza with the beachfront? Everybody listen. I'm going to show you Somaliland in a second. Those parts of the Somali coast which have a bad climate could be improved in measurable time by us doing irrigation. The Hara territory is the Hara territory is particularly suitable for agriculture and hence for mass immigration. It would have ready markets for its agricultural and later its industrial products in the interior of Africa, in the Arabian countries, and also in parts of India, that it will be and have later industrial products that they can sell as they take over this land. Politically, these territories belong, as already stated, they belong to Great Britain and the Empire of Ethiopia. Everybody listen. Somaliland, already owned by Great Britain and the Empire of Ethiopia. In July of 1935, the British government proposed to the Emperor of Ethiopia that the port of Zelia and certain other parts of British Somalia land be ceded to him if he were prepared to make certain concessions to Italy. It is therefore not impossible that the British government may today be ready to cede a rather larger portion of Somaliland together with the port of Berbera to the European, look, Tamaya, Uish state. We have, this is how they got that land, what we call Israel today. They did this in 1948. We have in mind the imperial house of Ethiopia claims its descent from the U-ish. They ain't come from no U-ish. See? They're building that land. Let me show you it. You see this? That's Somalia, Mogadishu. Right up here is Somaliland. It's on the coastal, in the Gulf of the Arabic Sea, in the Indian Ocean. Berbera is right there. You got Ethiopia, you see? And they want this land, just like they get in that land over there. All right? Yeah. Come on, Zayana. With a bang. Now, everybody, now y'all, this is Somaliland. This is the stuff you won't get nowhere else. Share screen. Bang. Share. Copyright disclaimers in effect. This is Somaliland.
For 20 years, Somali refugees have fled their country's civil war to seek a new life here in the UK. But settling has not been easy for everyone. Official figures show that Somalis have the worst record of any immigrant community for employment and education. And now many Somali parents say their children have lost their way, consumed by Western culture. Their solution? Sending their supposedly wayward sons and daughters back to their former home to relearn traditional values and respect.
So in the United Kingdom, some parents are saying their little kids is becoming thugs. So this, guys, is Somalia, right? That's Mogadishu. And right up here is Somaliland. And this is where, you see what it said, Tamaya? The European U-ish. They're planning on so Britain, Great Britain, and the Ethiopia from they pact from 1935, they're bringing them there to control all of this. The beach, yo, this is, boy, prophecy. All right? So this is a lot deeper than most people think. All right? All right.
Where the capital, Hargeisa, is a far cry from the violence of Mogadishu. Where the capital, Hargeisa...
Let me explain. This is the only part of Somalia that is free from the terror of the what they call those armies, those radicals who are just killing the blacks of the Somalians. They're just shooting one another, starving their people. They can't do it here because the United Kingdom, Ethiopia, and the Wish got this. And the guerrillas or whatever they call these, right? So they're able to do it all here, but this part is safe. Everybody pay attention. We're going to show it in 1 second. We're closing out with this.
Autonomous territory and traditional values and respect. They're taking advantage of a period of stability in the semi-autonomous territory of Somaliland, where the capital, Hargeisa, is a far cry from the violence of Mogadishu. Somali journalist Jamal Osman has met the returnees as they struggle to negotiate a very traditional Islamic society. For tonight's special report, he found a very different reality to the cliches of jihadi indoctrination. Teenagers bringing their British street style and some swearing, be warned, to their new home.
Of all the UK's communities, young Somalis perhaps face the biggest challenge. They have some of the worst records in education, employment, and youth crime.
So in the United Kingdom, the young Somalis got some of the worst records in education, employment, and all of it, right? So they even there, everywhere they, sorry, no disrespect, but they all on the social service and aid and welfare, they just, right? So they was doing that in Minnesota too until they found that loophole to steal all the millions. And they were stealing the millions and still getting food stamps and welfare. So that clip of that woman at the beginning is crazy, right? Now, I'm gonna fast forward this because we really late. We'll see the other part another time. I'm gonna get to the part where they actually in Somalia. So we're gonna follow this young dude. His dad said he wanted to send his son home because he was running around the United Kingdom and with the gangs and Somali gangs in the United Kingdom, and he wanted to send his son home to Somalia to learn send him back to learn some of their culture, right? So this is Somalian dad saying he's gonna send his son home. So he sent them home, right? To Berbera, he sent them to Somaliland. So you can't send them, if you send them to Mogadishu, right, to Somalia, then he's gonna be sent into a war zone with people starving and flies, all that. So only safety is Somaliland, who's owned by the UK and is being set up to be a new home for the European JEWSs, right? That's insider information. We gave y'all exclusive stuff now, right? So watch this.
Somalia. I wanted to find out what Hassan was learning over there, so I went to meet him.
So the director of this film, he wanted to find out what that brother's son from the UK, he sent them back to Somaliland, right? So his son was born in the UK, I think, and he don't know nothing about, right, living there, I think. Well, I think he was born in the UK. And he sent them there. And so he's going to meet the young son who went back to Somaliland, right? So that other person we sold at the beginning who was crying, he must be in like Somalia, right? Mogadishu, right? He ain't in Somaliland because it's a lot safer.
Africa's all right, blood. Africa's all right. Don't be thinking Africa's dead. This place is actually better than I thought it was going to be. Like everyone else thinks.
So this is the dude's son, Hassan Ali. He got sent back to Somaliland, and he's driving with his homies in Somaliland. And he said, Africa is not as bad as it's not as bad as I thought it would be.
I wanted to find out what Hassan was learning over there, so I went to meet him.
Africa's all right, blood. Africa's all right. Don't be thinking Africa's dead. This place is actually better than I thought it was going to be. Like everyone else thinks before they get here. Gaza, that's what I thought. You don't even need license to drive, bro. Anyway, so you do your thing here.
He said everybody think it was going to be, I thought it was going to be like Gaza. He said you don't even need a license to drive here. It's like lawless for the most part, right? He's like, you just do your thing, right? So they in a little mall and everything. But that's Somaliland, all right?
Anyway, so you do your thing here.
Hassan has been out in Somaliland for nearly a year, and he's loving it.
Freedom, wow. You got a lot of freedom here. You can be out late. No one's going to worry about you. But in England, if you're out late, your mom's always be thinking the worst case.
He said the freedom, you can be out late and nobody's going to worry about you. But when I was in London, if I'm out late, my mom going to worry about me that I'm getting in trouble. Yeah, they got somewhere to go. Come on. That's why I'm like, send they butt back home. Come on, Charles. All right? That's why I'm showing this. They got somewhere to go. You got Somaliland to go to. That UK brother just sent his son back there. Look at them. They drive around there in the mall buying eyeglasses. He got Somali money and everything. All right? Uh-huh. Let's go. They got somewhere to go. Go home.
Always be thinking the worst case. You got a lot of freedom here. You can be out late. No one's going to worry about you. But in England, if you're out late, your mom's always be thinking the worst case.
He and his friends say what they appreciate most is the traditional culture.
See the girls. Lighties, brownies, you get everything in it. Everything, brother.
He said, you see the girls, we got lighties, light-skinned brownies, everything. He said they appreciate the traditional culture there, the Muslim culture. Well, they should, they're in their own land.
I advise young people to come here because young people do get in trouble. And here, if you get into trouble, it's easy for you to get out.
He said, I do advise Somalis to come here, especially young people, because young people do get into trouble. And here, if you get into trouble, it's easy to get out of it. Facts. Send Ilhan, right? So if she was smart, she would have ran with her millions and went back. But she's stupid. They too stupid. I thought they were really smart, but you're not. Because if you're so stupid, you don't know the president of the United States is coming and he ain't playing. And you're going to stay up, you're going to mess around and find out, what's that, FAFO, right? That's what's going to happen. You too stupid. You think you keep disrespecting America, disrespecting our president, disrespecting everything, and I'm an American citizen, all that. And when you could have took your millions right on back there and hid somewhere, nobody could even, you could have been underground and stuff. They still gonna be coming for you because you stole too much. Y'all stole like 19 billion. They got too greedy. They could have, if they would have fled with like 200-300 million, nobody would have even known. They could have bounced before it was known. They got too greedy. They would have just kept taking if we would have let them. They got over 9 billion or 19 or whatever. That's too much. Not a president. The orange dude is like, listen, we need some of that back. you done messed around and we done found out. You done picked our pocket. We need some of that back. All right? So, right? Yeah, facts. So she would have to pay her whole government off. Right? But that's enough money, right? Anywhere you go, you got to pay to play, right? So she would have to, and she got a mouthpiece. She a hustler. She hustled us over in America, right? So anyway, so this dude said, he said the young Somalis, they should come back there.
Young people do
you get in trouble, it's easy to get out of there because it's lawless. You can do whatever you want. You don't even need a license to drive.
You get everything in it. Everything, brother.
I'd advise young people to come here because young people do get in trouble. And here, if you get into trouble, it's easy for you to get out.
It's a long way from where he grew up in Sheffield and the gangs, drugs and crime. Hassan's main worry here is being overcharged as a tourist.
Was he trying to...
So it says it's a long way from what he grew up in Sheffield, England, with the gangs and the drugs and stuff. Here, they got this old Lexus they riding around in, right? They riding around in a car, right? That's what they need to go home. Somebody send them home.
Worry here is being overcharged as a tourist.
Was he trying to rip me off?
Before you try to rip me off.
His new home is Hargeisa. It's the capital of Somaliland, a peaceful region of Somalia. It feels far from the war in the south between the Islamists and the Western-backed troops. And Hassan feels a lot safer here than in...
So they found, because of the United Kingdom and the Ethiopia and the European Uish, they got a little hub. It's safer from the South wars and all that, right? That's right. So they got a place they can go back to, right? So he's in the capital of that.
It's the capital of Somaliland, a peaceful region of Somalia. It feels far from the war in the south between the Islamists and the Western-backed troops. And Hassan feels a lot safer here than in the UK.
It's like the civilians are police. So that's what makes you feel safe.
He said he feels safer there than in the United Kingdom. So he need to go back to the United Kingdom. Well, he is trying to tell him, well, come on to Somaliland. You see, he got his skirt on, right? No disrespect to their culture, right?
If it happens to you, you've always got help around.
And his flip-flops on.
Local residents say more and more British youngsters are coming. Local residents
makes you feel safe.
See, he got his long skirt on. And the sister said, what, boy, put my skirt down.
Safer here than in the UK.
It's like the civilians are police. So that's what makes you feel safe. If anything happens to you,
He said it's the civilians. It's like the civilians are the police. So they got to police themselves. No driver's license, nothing. He said, so if anything happened to you, they look out for one another. He liked that freedom. I would too as a youth. As a little wild boy, I would have been like, well, can y'all send me back to Somaliland? Because I'm free to just do whatever. They got chicks running around too. I'm like, I can just no driving. I can just do whatever, right? But when you become an adult, you like some more responsibility. You don't like that, right? But as a youth, I can see why he like all the youth, send all the kids here. We can turn up. It's just turn up time.
And Hassan feels a lot safer here than in the UK.
It's like the civilians are police. So that's what makes you feel safe. If anything happens to you, you've always got help around.
Local residents say more and more British youngsters are coming to Hargeisa. So many, in fact, that they even have a word for them, Takan Alis, which loosely translates the rehabilitation community. Hassan regularly meets up with some other members of the rehab community
That's good there, innit?
to help each other adapt.
So they call the ones who come back from other countries, right? So if you come back from the UK or whatever, the Somaliland residents, they call you the rehab community. So and he's going to explain they're seen different. They are at the top of the class system. So all of the regular Somalians look up to them because they're like special. So they went to the top of the totem pole.
To the Somali way of life. Members of the rehab community
That's
translates the rehabilitation community. Hassan regularly meets up with some other members of the rehab community
that's good there, innit?
to help each other adapt to the Somali way of life. Even the way they dress can give the wrong impression.
There's that thing where if you see a girl on road with a hijab, you're going to think she's a good girl, allow her, right?
Yeah.
If you see a girl on road with her hair showing or some tight jeans, you automatically think, wow, she's on it. Yeah, exactly. So it took me time to actually realize that, like, I'm not that kind of girl, but that's the image I'm giving without me realizing it. Yeah.
But they are all loving their new status here.
I'd say we were middle class there, but we're upper class here.
No, we're not even middle class, man. We're yeah. Now you have high class, middle class, then low class, then black class. Black African class. We're like the bottom down there, but here we're the top.
The money their parents send from the UK funds a more privileged lifestyle in Hargeisa. Privileged, upper class, but not yet accepted as part of society. Hassan tries to get his barber to understand.
So noqotid dadku guurahan dhaqan cadis ku xaga kimada waxayna xaga kimada waan ka yar xanaaqna.
He says, so when we come here, you call us the rehabilitation community. It's not what you say, it's how y'all saying it. So basically, they get turned out quick. That's why they don't want to go back. They talk all that crap about America, but they definitely don't want to go back there. Oh, you get spoiled here. That's why a lot of American citizens are spoiled. That's why they're complaining, right? We live in a first world country. We live in the safest, richest country on the earth with the most freedoms. And some idiot came on my live stream last week talking about we ain't free. You can't, I swear. What did they say about the slaves? They said, Harriet Tubman said, I could have freed a lot more slaves if they would have knew they were slaves. That's stupid stuff. This dude come in this live stream talking about we ain't free. You ain't free. I can get up and go outside right now and just, I don't know, do whatever I want. I can go outside right now and just, right? Come on, bro. You don't know what slavery is. You don't know. If you don't think you're free in America, why? Because you can't do what? You want to be free to just go kill somebody or something? Everyone got laws, unless you want to be lawless. But you have freedom and rights that most people on the whole planet don't have. You got the freedom to disrespect your leader of your country. You could call him all type of names and disrespect and memes and everything, and you think you don't got no freedom? When you can just get in your car and go anywhere you want. You can go meet a girl here. You can go to the club today, the church tomorrow, the mosque the other day. You could go see the imam. You could go see a Buddhist monk. Then you could go do yoga. You can do hatha. You can literally do anything, and you think you have no freedom. That means you're a spoiled brat. That means you don't realize the freedoms that you have. It's like a Truman Show type of thing. You're so free that you don't realize you have freedom. That's that will within a will. It's like a freaking, it's like a science experiment. It's insane. You got the freedom to just say anything and do anything. Freedom of speech, to right to bear arms, the this and the this and the this. You have all of these rights and freedoms. Now, I lost some of mine because when my youth, I did crimes. So I don't have the right to vote anymore. I don't have the right to bear arms, but I still got other freedom. I can still write. I can curse you out. I can sin. I can be righteous. I can go get ice cream. I can open the store. I can start a computer company. I can open an app and use AI and make it. I can become whatever you can. That's why everybody all around the world is trying to get here so bad for the freedoms. But we're so spoiled, America. The freedom has spoiled us so much, and that's what spoiled the Somali. That's what spoils other people. You could come over here and you could get, see, there you go. This idiot. So you're a slave, idiot, illy wolf. You're a diddy wolf. You're a fooly wolf. If you don't think you're free, then you're stupid. I have the freedom for intelligence. I got an intellectual property. I can sell. I could become I became a millionaire in this world. Now, I lost it back because I was doing crime, right? And I lost my freedom, you dummy, right? Until you apparently never been locked up, that you think you're not free. Get your butt, go to prison and go talk to somebody who got 50 years and tell me you don't got freedom, you clown. These people are clowns. Sorry, this world has been so dumbed down that they think intelligence. Calling themselves wise, they become fools. You have no intellectual capacity to even understand, right? That you don't think you have freedom. Well, you're not free because you're mentally enslaved, idiot. You haven't got the intelligence to know freedom. Do you know what freedom is? Our freedom of clarity of thought and of mind. Our free will choose what I'm going to do tomorrow and today. I can free will choose not to get up tomorrow and I can just sleep. I can free will choose not to eat and I can just starve. But you don't know that you are a slave to yourself because you're an idiot and you have nobody. You don't have enough respect to even intellectually lower yourself to learn and be taught, right? How old are you? See, now we in the wild, but see, that's what happens when we do these topics. So I'm glad that they over here in the rowdy bunch, because you got the right one today, baby, because I've been here in the 80s. I've been here in the 70s. You heard? I understand when it was the crack era. I've been in the streets, right? You ain't got, I got options to choose, and I got the freedom to choose which options. Come on, Shell Love. I ain't playing with these clowns. You got the right one, baby. I didn't live to be here in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, in the 2000s. I know what it looked like to have a lot less freedom. Clown. Woke. I guess you woke, ain't you? I don't care if you're 45. I'm still old enough to be, I'm still your elder, almost old enough to be your daddy. Now, take that, 45. And I'm coming because you came disrespectful. You said someone too stupid or something, so now you're going to get that smoke. And if we was in the street, I've been in him Joe butt up too. That part. Yeah. Now I'm a righteous man, but I'm not no punk. You heard? And my safari, y'all don't make me punks. I'm a warrior of the Most High. So I'm a man of respect, and I'll respect you if you come with respect. But when you come with disrespect, then you get equal measured. You heard? Give what you get. You heard that part? So if you came with respect and you said it respectfully about, respectfully, I don't think we free and we can have a discourse on freedom or not having freedom. And then we can discourse, but you came in disrespect. So you get that. And you wouldn't disrespect me in the street, but YouTube is such clowns with this internet. You understand that y'all got the freedom to just say anything. You understand? That's why that clown, what's his name? What's that little dude, academics, and that little rapper dude, they done smacked him up and all that stuff. That's what you little internet clowns, y'all so used to talking all reckless, You understand? That you have no respect for elders, no respect for others. If you would have said it respectfully, then we could have had a respectful dialogue. But you came in disrespectfully, and you wouldn't do that in my face in the street, that part. And that's why I'm inside. You know why? Because I'll be back in prison again, because you clowns are not really understanding, you know what I'm saying? You really are some, right. Oh man, I look better than you, clown. I bet you won't have nothing on this, clown. And I'll take your girl too if I was in sin, right? That part. I bet you.
Remember how to treat the adversary.
Okay. Thank you, Hakiyama. Thank you very much. Listen to the wisdom of a sister. Remember how to treat the adversary. Thank you. You should have grabbed me a long time ago, Hakiyama.
You were doing good, and then you were doing good, and then yeah.
Oh, so I kept going to the street and then pulling back, and then to the street and pulling back. Yeah, all right. So remember how to treat the adversary. He's a fool. Let a fool stay a fool. All right, let's continue. Because this internet bring these clowns, right? This is not the clown show, right? That's what the internet's full of, keyboard warriors, right? He's sitting somewhere in his hoopty talking a clown show. All right, let's continue. For those who have an intellectual capacity to understand that you have rights and freedoms in America, right? This clown, I think he needs to go to Russia or somewhere. He needs to go to China and tell me about freedoms while he's freely writing on YouTube and all this stuff. All right. So now we're going to get him out of here now, because now you're an adversary, right? So instead, now you're in your feelings. I'm sorry. What's his name? What's his name? Illy clown? Illy boy. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, because I know you're in your feelings now, right? So now you're gonna just start posting little crazy stuff. So I'm man enough to say, I apologize. I'm sorry. I have to continue because we closing out. Right? We're closing out. We're trying to do an intellectual discussion. And I just said that Americans have the more freedoms than anybody on the earth. And he wants to come and say, we're not free. That's why I said a bunch of spoiled Karens. You see, they've created a generation of Karens that don't respect the rights and freedoms that our ancestors marched, fought, and everything for us to get. You get it? Our ancestors didn't even have the freedom to go outside and drink from a fountain. You understand? They didn't have the freedom to go sit anywhere on the bus where they wanted to sit. Do you understand? They didn't have the freedom. When they would walk down the street, they would have to look down and not look people in the eye. If they looked someone in the eye, they would get unalived and hung and killed. Come on, Charles. But some of these generations are so spoiled, right? And they think they're so gang or smart or something that they, it reminds me of that prison talk. Yeah, man, the equilibrium of the equilibrium, you not free, we don't understand, we overstand, we don't overstand, the man of overstand, you're free the dumb, and you're free and you're dumb if you think you free, because you free dumb, and like, come on, bro, this ain't in living color. I'm sorry, you can find another channel with all that crap. And I knew 120 lessons back in the 90s. I was a part of the Nation of Gods and Earth. I was a God Rashon. I knew 120 lessons, and I had grown men as students. You understand? I understand the Quran. I understand the Torah. I understand the Vulgate. I understand, right, the Habarayah. I speak other languages. So I'm a studied man from the streets, from the slums. No mom and dad, from the projects, all through the crack era. I'm not making myself to say I'm nothing better than nobody, but I lived experiences, and you can learn from the experiences. But understanding that most people are so spoiled that you don't know your freedom. So people are living in this bubble, especially from the internet, where everybody got a voice, right? Everybody can think they know something. Do you understand? So if you got an elder trying to tell you to understand the freedoms you got, and people are losing the respect and not understanding how good you have it. It's like raising people in a bubble, and they don't realize they in this bubble. That's why I say it's like the Truman Show. And you don't realize the other world. Look at Iran. They're being killed. That little wrestler. How old is he? 21 years old. He's a wrestler in Iran, and he spoke out he protested with the protesters, and they was going to unalive him. They had him for execution, and Trump just told them, if you execute that wrestler, we coming in. So they stayed the execution. That's freedom. Fool. Come on. Come on. All right, so who that? My brother. That's I could always tell an elder. What's his name? Brother Charles. Come on. So this is where, and we learned from our elders. I listened, even though a lot of my elders was on heroin, right? Because they pushed the heroin epidemic before the crack epidemic. But I would still learn, right? A sponge. So I ain't have to disrespect the young brother, but he came in disrespectfully because they come with that in living color knowledge, right? They think that, yeah, Charles Washington, you the man, Charles Washington, right? They come with that, the free, the dumb, and they don't even understand. I know knowledge, wisdom, understand of freedom, justice, and equality. I know what makes sun, hail, rain, hail, snow, and earthquakes. The earth is undercovered underwater, 3/4 of the sun's surface. The sun and moon having attractive powers on that planet while it's traveling at that terrific speed of 1,037 1/3 miles per hour on its way around the sun. The sun draws it. Then I could go into anthological. I can tell you who the Mycenaeans is. I can tell you the Cyclops. I can tell you who the Hellenists is. I can tell you who the Romans is and where they come from the Atlantean Islands. I can tell you all of this history. I can tell you physics. I can tell you chemistry. I can tell you mathematics, geometry, because I've studied. You understand? So if you're telling me you're not free, then you don't even understand the respect when you come in, respect when you take off your shoes, when you come in someone's house, but you haven't been taught the proper respect. So you've been taught this old savage world relationship today where you just go into anybody's house because this YouTube channel is our house. You heard? And you just come in, you just think you can spew your stuff and disrespect and pee on the floor, but you came in the wrong house. You just can't come and piss on this floor. So if you came in respectfully, then we could have had a discourse and a dialogue, and I could explain to you that you are free, my brother. You might have restrictions because there's laws and lands of everything. When the Most High created you, he gave you laws to abide by. So, but you still have freedom, but you can't do certain things, right? So there is still freedom. You got the most freedom in America than any place on the earth. And I'm trying to get you to see it, because if you don't see it, then you don't appreciate what you have. And that's a bunch of spoiled brats. That's why America has been made to a bunch of Karens. That's why it's so feminized. Facts. Respect your elders, respect. And I come and respect. I teach people of all age groups from every nation on the earth. You understand? I would have never disrespect you, but you came in disrespectful, thinking you know something deep. You didn't know what you stepped into. If you look at the titles on the channel, look at the videos, look, you'll understand. Whoa, I'm tripping. I don't even know Unc. Unc is a man of respect, and he treats all respect. I'm literally coming. It's like you going up to, I don't know, Farrakhan or Malcolm X or somebody and just spewing some stupid stuff. And it's like, bro, find out where you at first. This ain't the boo-boo side of YouTube. You ain't bumping to a boo-boo channel. Now I know, because we're speaking on modern day topics on the vertical live stream, we're gonna get a lot of people just randomly finding us. But then you got some like, wow, I'm glad I found this channel. This is the channel of the truth. I'm gonna subscribe to this, right? You're dropping some knowledge, you're dropping that. Now we can discourse and agree to disagree, but don't be disrespectful. I won't disrespect you at all. I'll treat you as a man of respect or a woman of respect and like kind. I was raised right, and I was raised by the streets, abandoned by my mom and dad. Grew up in the projects, that part. So all the mistakes I made, I guess it was my own, but my environment produced it. But I came out pretty all right on the other side. Praise the Most High for a second chance at life. You heard? Now, let's close out. As I was saying, America has a lot of freedom, and America's become very spoiled. So because of it, we don't understand the rights and freedoms we have. So this young brother over there in Somaliland, he's like, I think all the young should come here, because he's talking about a different freedom. He's talking about the freedom that is lawless there. We don't need a driver's license. You could stay out as long as you want. We police ourselves. So a young person can just be out in the wild. All right? All right. Let's continue.
In that, like, piss-taking way. Like, taking the mick way.
And I want to say this as well. Freedom is also a mind state. You can have two people standing in the same, living in the same household, coming from the same womb. One can have the mind state of a free man, and the other can have the mind state of a chained slave. So unfortunately for you, brother, you still have a chained mind. And you can't tell me that I'm not free. You could tell yourself you're not free, or you could be in victimhood. But I'm not nobody's victim, and I got freedom. I got laws that I have to follow. I have to drive. I got a license. I got things I got to do. But I'm free, and I'm happy for my freedoms. I'm happy I'm not in Venezuela. I'm happy I'm not in Iran. I'm happy I'm not in China, where they don't even got YouTube. I can't even teach. I can teach reaching thousands of people around the world. That's a freedom that my voice is being heard across the four corners of the planet Earth, but you telling me I'm not free. Make that make sense. See, it's all in the context of how you're viewing. Two people can view things from two different viewpoints. Do you understand? They can view, one person could be like, I'm not free and everything, and then you'll live your life in a depressive bubble state of lack. But yes, perception. Thank you, Zion. That's what I was looking at. It's perception. But if I'm living my life like I got the ultimate freedom and I'm thankful for the freedom, then I'm living a free life. I'm living a life of more abundance, and the sky is the limit. Do you understand? There's anything I can create. Now I got AI. I can literally create, like I'm working on my business. I got a product I'm about to make that's going to help all of y'all make money worldwide before this financials collapse. And I'm working with AI, me and my partner in the United Kingdom. And we on the phone and we Zoom seeing each other. I ain't never met him a day in my life, physical. But he's in our ministry, and I've been knowing him now for 3 years through Zoom. And I ain't got no freedom. I'm talking to a brother in the United Kingdom that I ain't never met face to face, and we built the product, and he's my brother, and we building this so that y'all can have a way to make money, all of y'all, when the AI start to take your jobs. And because of AI, I got the freedom to study and learn how to use the AI. I put it together, and then I'm going to sell this product. I mean, I don't know what freedom you looking for. I don't know what freedom you're looking for, but you're a fool if you think you're not free. Somebody done lied to you. You need to free your mind. Free yourself. Free yourself. They took the shackles and chains off our arms and feet during slavery, and they placed it on your mind. You ain't free your mind, brother. Free your mind, and the rest will follow. Dun, dun, dun. Free yourself, bro. You got to free yourself. That part. All right? All right. All right. Let's close out. Sorry, 2:30. All right? So we're going to finish this another time. I'm going to close out. All right? Because it's really late now. It's 2:30. I don't want to go crazy too long. Right? But
they're looking at you like, how can you not know your culture?
So the Somali brother, South to stay true. The Somali brother is like, we don't like that y'all call us the something, right? And this brother looking at him like, yeah, because we don't like you. This is how people get in tribes, right? And so they're looking at them that come back, they're a little jealous. And he said the Somalis there in Somaliland is looking at those who came back from the UK as you don't know your culture. Now, the crazy thing is, ain't that, thank you so much, Zayana. Ain't that crazy that the Somalis in America tell the Black community, thank you to Riyadh, that we don't know our culture, right? We don't got no culture. We don't got no culture. You sorry, but you got Africans from the continent telling Americans we ain't got no culture. We got a culture, you fools. You just jealous because our culture has been spread across the whole world, and everybody in the world is following our culture. So you're jealous. This American culture, that same way the Somali talking about, yo, homie, yo, B, we popping, and all this stuff. They dress like us. They got the glasses on. Everything they doing is like our culture by telling us we got no culture. They dress like us, look like us, wear our clothing, wear our culture, our lingo, our slang, our tongue, everything, but we ain't got no culture. No, you're just jealous because our culture, the whole world is following. In Japan, they're wearing locks and cornrows and b-boying and dancing and breaking and popping and rapping. Do y'all not hear what they was playing at the beginning of this in Somaliland? Everybody, what was they playing? Watch this. We closing out. When he was in the car, watch this. Think I'm playing?
You don't even need license to drive, bro. So you do your thing here.
Hassan has been out.
Do you hear what it? That's Somalian rap. They're rapping. That's their music. They're rapping in Somaliland. While they'll tell us we got no culture. Come on, guys. See, that's called jealousy. And to the other young brother, you're so free, brother, that the culture that we created is freely used in Somaliland, way in Northeast Africa, which we've never been. You ain't seen freedom. We got a freedom that if you would have said this 200 years ago, they would have called you a witch and burned you at the stake. If you'd have said, you can do this, I could be speaking in Orway in Somaliland, people will be hearing me. But look what they listening to. They driving around.
Africa's all right, blood. Africa's all right.
See? And that ain't, they rapping what they take our music all the way to Somalia.
So I went to meet him.
Africa's all right, blood. Africa's all right. Don't be thinking Africa's dead. This place is actually...
And look how he's driving. Everybody watch. I need y'all to understand this.
All right. Don't be thinking Africa's dead. This place.
Y'all see that? Everybody, I'm gonna show y'all. I'm not being disrespectful, and I'm just telling the truth. This is all Black American culture. You see how he's got his hand and he's leaned back? This is America. We started that here. And they don't come from America. They came from the UK. And unfortunately, some of them in the UK, a lot of people are just jealous of the Black American culture while they emulate it. I just don't understand it. So they'll say, America, y'all Black Americans is stupid, and yup, K-pop everywhere. It's all over the world. All in Japan, all in Korea, all in China, Africa, all through all parts of Africa, north, south, east, west. Do you understand? All in the UK, Sweden. But then they'll say Black Americans ain't this and we not this, and while all assimilating our culture. Right? Wearing our clothes, disrespecting us, and he leaned to the side and they playing, right? Look, he got the polo fit on, hat down, pulled down, like everything. They'll put the shades on. The other dude had his shirt bucked into his belt buckle at the top, standing on the, right? It's crazy, but at the same time, we don't got no culture. Brother, our freedom spread our culture to the whole world. If you don't understand freedom, if you don't, that's that Truman Show we living in. It's an illusion, bro. You're in the freaking matrix. And only a matrix will make the free think they not free. I swear it reminds me of that Harriet Tubman quote. If I could have freed a lot more of the slaves if they would have knew they were slaves. They thought they was free when they were slaves. And now reverse it. You think you're a slave when you're free. Go back 2,000 years ago and tell our ancestors who had no freedom, who are actually slaves, that we ain't free. Do you understand? Give us free. It's crazy work, Sabaya. But again, the disrespect is what will make the divide between the youth and the elders. All right? Yep, American negative criminal gangster. I agree. Right? I agree. And remember, America was built by criminals. It was built. It's a land. All countries' lands were built by crime and criminals stealing somebody's land, unaliving. Right? So all cultures got their societies and all that. Right? Yeah, exactly. So it's unfortunate, man. It's just, and I don't try to do the generation gap. I don't have a generation gap with the youth, but I'm never going to be disrespected by no one. That's unfortunately that some of the elders led the youth strong. So they want to be outside and be OGs, right? They want to be OGs, some of the Black elders, And the way that they assimilate with the youth and don't use a gap is to lead them down the wrong direction. I'm not that. I'm still not soft. I still ain't whack. I ain't wearing no tight clothes. I ain't wearing my pants ain't coming off my butt like I ain't assimilating to y'all culture, but I still wear everything that like I wear as a man of me, and I still stand in spirit and the truth. I ain't whack. I ain't corny. I ain't none of that. I'm healthy. Everything is functional and working, but the gap, I'm here to bridge a gap and to teach where I learned from elders before me. Okay? Unblock me. I'm Illy Wolf. So you the guy who was here before?
Yeah, that's him.
All right, so is he acting right now? You guys, they would say you a house nigga. Yeah, that's correct. I'm glad you didn't say you put Niga. That's good. As long as you got some respect, I can unblock you, but don't, right? American negative criminal death world by media. Yeah. All right. Can we unblock him again? We'll unblock you as long as you act right. I can respect you and you respect me, and we got difference of opinion, King, and we can agree to disagree, but we just got to treat each other with respect. Okay? All right? Thank you so much. That's what I live, and I give others. I give as I give. That's what I believe in. I was raised that way, right? You didn't just go around disrespecting, because it was no internet when I grew up. I come from a generation there was no internet, so everything was outside, right? I'm not emotional. I'm passionate. I have passion, right? I'm not emotional, like, you know what I mean? I actually used to, my girls used to want me to have more emotion, but I'm passionate. Like I'm fire. I'm a lion. I roar. You know what I mean? So, and that goes into my sports, right? So it's like, if I was on your football team, you would like this energy I got, right? Give Rod a ball, because I'm going to run like crazy. You understand? Shout out to, no disrespect to you, King. You're from the 80s. I got my dudes from the 80s, the 70s, the 90s, 2000s. People that I mentioned, we got people 21 years old here. I respect all. Culture generations. The 80s was a crazy year. It was on and popping. That's when I was outside in the streets when they flooded crack. They was about to flood crack in the 80s. Cocaine and heroin was all on the streets. But anyway, and I'm from New York, King. No disrespect wherever you from, but So anyway, Hakyama, if you could find a way to unblock his Illy channel, we'll do it. And you're welcome to come out, King. Just no disrespect. Just have respect, even if we agree to disagree, right? I call myself Unc because that's the way. Even before I was Unc, before this Unc thing was, people was calling themselves Unc, right? I was Unc back then. Right? It's because that's the way I was in the hood. A lot of people, it's just, a respect. You know how you might have some OGs that you look up to that's respectable, that respect you, and, that's it. And then I got a channel. Hakyama, you would like the channel. Illy, I got a Uncle Yashua 25 to Life Testimony TV channel. It's what they call that part of YouTube, the dirty YouTube, whatever, where I tell my testimony channel. She's going to put it. Once you see that, you from the cat? Yo, you from the cat. All right, the elder from the cat. I was in North Carolina too, in Raleigh, Henderson, Durham, and Oxford. That's where I own my real estate, and my nightclub was in North Carolina. But this, you sub to the 25 to Life channel? You seen it? All right. So that's the channel. You will love that channel. Then you'll get to know Brother Illy. So nice to meet you, King. We just got off on the wrong foot. It's all good. You know what I mean? That's what, sometimes, it is in the hood. Sometimes the dudes that I fought became my best friends. You know what I mean? The ones that we actually fought when we first, next thing you know, later, we back to back. He became my comrade. You heard? So I'm not emotional. I'm just real. Kings Mountain, shout out to North Cat. All right. So you enjoy that channel. That's when you get to see pictures, all that. Everything. And the people I knew and grew up with, I come from that era. The Fat Cat, Supreme Team, I used to live on South Road, right, with the Supreme Team, where they had the strip on 115th and all that. I know all of them back then. So anyway, I ain't trying to glorify that stuff, but you'll like that channel. All right, so let me close out. I got to close out, guys.
He's not blocked. He was just put on timeout.
All right. So you were just in the
Sounds
timeout.
good. Yeah.
It'll free up later, King. So the next time we live, it'll free up. All right. All right. I'll say less, King. I got you. I'll say less. Respect, King. Good to meet you too, King. I look forward to kicking it with you. So the next time you see us live and come back, you ain't blocked. You was just in the timeout. All right. So let me close out, guys. Let me close out. So this this is already 2:30 in the morning. How long I did? 5 hours? Whew. I'm trying to get down to like 3.5 again. I keep going. Nah, I can't go live. So we live every Wednesday and Friday, right? But I do other stuff. I'm gonna start putting videos, but I just can't go live. If I can make my live streams, I still can't go live every day because I teach. So Brother Charles, I got ministry worldwide. So I'm doing work. So I'm live Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays. That's why I'm doing some teach. I teach on Zoom. I teach a cryptocurrency class. So I'm doing a lot of stuff. Shout out to Tammy. So I would love to be able to go live on YouTube more, but I can't. So every Wednesday and Friday, 9 p.m. So even if you subscribe, just kind of look out for us because they're going to unsubscribe you. They be blocking stuff. They on our channel because we bring in the raw truth. So it's hard to get through the shadow ban. But when you see us live, it's always going to be popping. You're going to get some stuff. I try to always bring stuff that nobody has, that ain't really out there, and just bring the truth. All right. So welcome all that's finding us from the vertical live stream. All right. So let me close out. So, all right. So anyway, we're gonna close out basically here, and then we're gonna play this on the next live stream. I'm gonna play the rest of this because then they break out. Because then the sister talks. So then they talk, right? So then right here, the sisters they go on the trip, and then the sister speaks, her, right?
Fashion, acting, and dancing. But her parents decided that was unacceptable for a Muslim girl and sent her out here.
So their parents in the UK didn't like, so that sister, she was, wearing her Nicki Minaj clothes and, doing the freedom world of being a whore. And her parents was like, you need to go back and get your customs. And she actually said she understands it now because she says when she see people dressed like provocatively, she see people treating her different. So anyway, so we'll break this down another time, but all to say they got a land to go to. So that's her right here.
Get your way. But I didn't realize I was only harming myself. So that's what I learned. Compromise.
So then she learned she don't have as much freedoms there either, because in that land, only the men could go to the beach. So the men could go to the beach, but because she don't have citizen, she's a refuge, what they call it, a recovery or whatever they call it. She couldn't go to the beach, so she didn't like that.
Unfortunately, us girls can't swim because they said girls and boys can't swim together, so we're trapped in the bus.
Well, that's good because I believe that too. See, I'm old school. Y'all wouldn't like me. That's right. I would say it too. Now you could go to the beach, you go to the other side and wear something. Don't be wearing your butt all out, your thong, and nobody needs to see your body. Rehab community. I agree. Boys and girls should not be swimming together. That's how you get in that mess. That's how I got in a mess. That's how I was smashing stuff, right? Sin, okay? I agree, right? Ain't nothing wrong with that. Going to the other side of the beach and y'all girls stay with each other and don't y'all, now it's so bad that y'all got to watch girls with girls. Yeah, she's a recovered Somalian. They going back to get rehab. They need to send Ilhan back. They need to send all them to Minnesota. They need to go back. They need to send this dude back. Let's close out with this. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let's close out.
I'm not black, fam. Man, Somali, bro. You get me, blood? We're not no fucking black people, bro.
Somalis are... I'm not black, man. I'm Somali, bro. We're not... The fact that you say bro and all that, you idiot juice. Sorry, let me calm down. That's why the brother Illy like, bro, emotion, sorry. It's just that raw. I just, and I'm more quiet, Illy. Usually I'm quiet. Like in the street, in the hood, I'm like, raw. I'm like once I get if I get going, then it's on. I'm that type. I'm not the loud dude. I ain't the dude walk up in the dorm or the tier in the jail and all. I'm the dude in there. Most people know me. Yo, Rod, what up? What you doing? What up? I'm quiet until it's on. Once it's on, then I gotta control my energy. Well, I guess you could say it is emotion, but you know, it could be right. I gotta control it because then it could get me. Because a wise warrior is still in the midst of the storm. He's got control over his, you're right, emotion, right? So some of us that got a lot of adrenaline and passion, right, testosterone, sometimes it could get out of control and then you react before you think. And the true warriors are strategic chess players, right? The loudest in the room ain't the strongest. And I'm usually the quietest in the room. Facts. Anybody tell you that know me, you wouldn't see it because you got it. Yeah, cooler heads prevail. That's why the sister Hakyama said, remember, Unc, how we treat an adversary, because I'm training myself. When a person comes at me, still treat them with still treat them with calmness. Calm and calculated, but strategic. Kill them with, you know, that part. Not kill them with kindness because we ain't unaliving. But anyway, so I'm working on that because that's how I was in the street. And it got me in trouble. I've done things and I've been in jail. I'm like, oh, I should have just said nothing. I should have just walked away. But this is accountability for each of us to know our strengths and weaknesses. None of us are perfect, right? My little son, Illy, he mad calm. I wish I had his strength, no matter what it is. But I don't know. Maybe that could hurt him in certain instances where he need to have more energy. I don't know, right? But anyway, it's about balance. So, yeah, these dudes.
Not black. Let me explain why. Looking at me right now, chat. Am I black? I'm literally brown. I'm literally brown.
I don't care if I'm the first.
I'm brown too, idiot Jews. See, they need to go back to Somaliland. These dudes. This is what you call American privilege, right? That they didn't came to America and got Americanized, right?
I'm not black. Let me explain why. Looking at me right now, chat. Am I black? I'm literally brown. I'm literally brown.
I don't care if I'm the first person to say this, but us Somalis are not black.
Imagine you're standing in line at an...
We're not black. You need to go back to Somaliland and get a wake-up call. Okay? Idiot juices. All right. We're going to close out. I was going to show my long stuff. Look, I got some stuff. Look, guys, I got stuff. But I can't show it because we don't got time, right? I got some stuff for us. So I got so much stuff, right? I got stuff stacked up, guys. All right, so anyway, we got to close out. All right, so next Wednesday, and then there's going to be more stuff. The reason why I get backed up, because by the time the live Wednesday, we're going to have a whole new world of events that happen. You understand? And the Most High got us now on current events. And I get it now because he's opening up for us to get through some of the shadow ban from the vertical stream. So others are finding us. You understand? Slowly but surely. And it's funny, I kept telling y'all, and I ain't even do the thing I'm going to do yet. I kept telling y'all we're going to be getting through the shadow ban a little bit to the world stage. All right? Yeah, I do need to do some short. That's what I'm about to start doing too. But I got to find the time, y'all. I need to make video clips of the other stuff and start. I just wish I had time. All right? All right. So let's close out. I want to close out with this word. I'm going to leave us with a word. All right? A very important, powerful word, though. Right? Not no corny. Everybody listen up. To my brother Illy, listen up, King. We are living in a moment now. All right, let's close out with the thumbnail. Stop share. We closing. Right? I'm going to close out with a word. Let's close out with a bang. Share screen, window. Let's close this the right way. Where's crazy girl at? Where the thumbnail? There she go. Share screen. All right? Ilhan, the co-defendant, that girl done snitch. Aimee the snitch. She done did a 6ix9ine. What's his name? The rapper Rainbow 6ix9ine or something? These people are snitching. Tekashi, yeah. Shout out to Illy. Illy, well, you born in the 80s, so you ain't come from that snitch generation. That's later. You come from the 80s, all right? Brother Charles, I'm going to close with this good word. We are now living in a moment where lawlessness is being rebranded as righteousness. And division is being sold as courage. So they're dividing us, and they're making these protests and this stuff think that this lawlessness are them being righteous. I was going to show some violent clips. I'm going to have to do it on Wednesday. This would have hit much harder if I would have got to be able to show my because after I did this, I was going to go to the violent clips and break. Oh boy, I got some stuff for y'all. I got some stuff for y'all, right? But we're living in a weird time in existence, right? So they're exposing all of this fraud, right? And the revealing of all of the stolen money, right? But something far more dangerous is happening. They're secretly dividing our nation, and they're secretly creating a civil discourse. They're calling one the left, one the right. Pro-Somali immigrants, down with the government, down with Trump, and they're saying ICE, and it's like, it's still prophecy playing, but it's you got to be careful. What we are witnessing right now in America is a deepening divide, a political, cultural, and ideological divide. A divide where all of us that are Americans are being trained, conditioned to hate one another, to distrust everyone, one another, and justify our lawlessness if it benefits the side that we choose. So the rioters and the protesters are hating anyone who don't agree with them. And they're causing harm. They're wishing death to them. It's literally doing a civil war. They're still at it. We're being trained to hate one another, to divide, but it's actually strategic. Come on, Brother Ill. He's talking about the freedom, so I know you understand what I'm talking about. They're still, the puppet masters still pulling strings. Some has openly called for civil war. Those calling for war from the comfort of their homes don't really understand what war is. That's what I was telling my brother Illy about. They are calling for war, but they really don't know what war is, right? Because they don't understand, unless they really been in a war, that you haven't buried your children from war. You haven't had to rebuild your cities from war. You don't really know the cost of war. And the Safariyah that they call the Bible never endorses rebellion disguised as righteousness. So some of them thinking that what they're doing is righteousness, but it's just rebellion, right? Obedience to the laws of the land is not weakness. Everybody, the Safariyah that they call the Bible says we are to respect the laws of the land that we're in as long as they don't go against the laws of the Most High. It says give Caesar's what Caesar's. So obedience to the laws of the land is not weakness. It's actual order, structure. And when people intentionally defraud, sabotage, or destabilize a nation they live in, they are not resisting oppression. They're actually corroding the foundation that is actually can be a protection for everyone. Now, a nation cannot survive. This is an uncomfortable truth. A nation cannot survive when its people excuse fraud. So you have all of these protesters that are saying down with ICE and all that. I agree. I don't agree. I understand, right? I can agree to disagree or whatever, right? But they're ignoring and excusing the fraud. That's why I show later they have signs that say protect the Somalis. It's like this. The reason why ICE is in there and doing this is because of the fraud and the illegal acts. There are still laws in the land. For any immigrant that's here legally, hopefully you are not committing crimes and you're trying to be righteous, and be very careful out there, because they're going to try to find you, right? So be very careful if you're here illegal and you're trying to live righteously and do the right thing, and somehow you couldn't get legal status. That doesn't mean what you being here is not illegal. I know, and I'm from the streets, so I broke the law and I went to jail. You understand? And I paid the consequences for my actions. You understand? Didn't snitch like Aimee and none of that. There are laws of any land that you live in. There are laws, and we are to abide. So if you came illegally, no matter what reason, you're still illegal. But if you're here illegally in America, and I'll say this because I'm a man of the Most High. Others are like, if you're illegal, get out. You're wrong. But I'm a minister, so I have to meet people, and I understand the different variances, nuances of it, right? Some could have been fleeing an oppressive country and couldn't get their stuff legalities right, but they ain't here to commit crimes, and they're actually productive and trying to be peaceful. And I would say to you, just be careful where you go, because ICE is out there, and this government is looking for anybody. It's just with the law of the land we in, it's the time we in. So I would say, just be careful where you go. Be careful, look at everything, because if you're here righteously and you're trying to do, I don't want to see you deported. I know others like, get them all out, but I don't have that mind state. You understand? I know there's righteous and unrighteous of every nation. Just because you're here legal don't mean you're righteous either. You got people born here in America legal, and they the most wicked people in the world, right? We locked them up right in prisons, right? All right. Now, I'm not talking out both sides of my mouth. I'm just speaking. I respect that, Timothy. I'm just speaking my truth, how I really believe. It's not, okay, let me explain. I'm a minister. I am a minister, so I have to have a grace, because the Most High gave me grace. I have to have empathy and compassion and understanding of circumstances. Let me explain, Timothy. I was raised without a mom and a dad, right? In the projects. So I committed crimes. I sold drugs. I did things, right? But I've been given a second chance. I understand that my environment, because I was raised and they pushed crack into my neighborhood. I watched my neighborhood turn into zombies. I literally watched it, right? So let me explain. Now, I'm not speaking out of two sides of my mouth. I'm speaking my reality. As a minister, let's say if I have a church and people come and they're running from something. It's not that I'm condoning your sin or your transgression, but I have to meet you where you at and try to have you recognize your sin and your ways and transgression, and see if you can, make it right. Right? I'm not condoning it. That's what I said. If you came here illegally somehow, right, and you've been trying to do the right thing, and you was trying to get your papers together, and somehow now you can't, then you're probably going to get caught sooner or later. Just be careful what you're doing. That don't mean you are unrighteous. It meant just because you break the law, just because you what's the name, you run through a stoplight, right? You ran through a stop sign, you broke the law. That don't make you a wicked killer. That don't make you an unrighteous person. It might mean you did something and broke the law. None of us are perfect. So I'm not speaking out two sides of my mouth. I'm speaking reality. I don't live in a bubble. I'm from the hood. I'm from the streets. Ain't nothing changed. So I can't condemn everybody, because there's a righteous remnant of every nation, kid, and their tongue. You got people that are born right here, and they ain't the most wicked criminals. They'll unalive you before somebody else who didn't get here legal and might help you. You understand? Right? Just like I had white people to help me before. When I was raised to be, hate them and say that they are wicked, but I was wrong, because I had someone help me when my own people who look like me wouldn't help me. And I'm like, what? No, I've been bamboozled. So I found out you got to treat everyone as an individual basis, because each of us are an individual spirit on this earth. Compromising a physical suit. So I can't judge nobody on a cover. I can't judge you by your color of skin or your anything. I got to judge you by your fruit. your content of character, what you do and believe. So everybody is side-eye until I see your fruit. And then once I see you a stand-up man or woman, I don't give a crap if you purple. Then I can rock with you because I know what you stand in if you stand for something. You understand? So I'm not speaking two sides of my mouth, but I administer people worldwide. And I'm quite sure there's some people that watch this channel who might not be legally from the Caribbean, might not be legally from somewhere else. And that don't mean they unrighteous. That meant they might have had some circumstance. They might be, so I can't. That's hypocritical, brother. I'm not a hypocrite. All right? I'm a real man and I'm trying to do what's right. And I wasn't always like, well, I was always a good dude, even in the hood. But I didn't always make the all right decisions. But I was always a dude that fight bullies and stuff. So I was always had righteousness in there, even when I had to be, you know, I had to be a wolf. I had to be a lion in the jungle, in the streets, right? I come from the concrete jungle, from the crack era, all that. You understand? I was outside in it, you know? It doesn't excuse but what if someone judged me for that and say I'm just no good? Nah. I'm righteous, bro. I'm a good dude. I was always good. I just had a bad hand dealt to me. I ain't asked to come here and I have a mother and father. Some of you got your mom. Other dude who said to me, you probably got your mom, right? If you don't, then my condolences, meaning you knew her. I was abandoned by both. No mom or dad. So I should be a crackhead or something, right? But the Most High allowed me to still have some type of normalcy, bro. That's grace. It's called grace and mercy. Give grace where it's deserved. So I can't just blanket everybody out. It's not forked tongue. I don't do forked tongue. I'm a man. I stand. My yays be yays, my nays be nays. I can't tell you that it's righteous if you here illegally. Only thing I can say is be careful what you're doing and stay in righteousness. And even if they deport you, then stay righteous wherever they deport you at. All right. All right. So I just had to clear it up because I know I could see why he could think it's, you know, like forked tongue. You're saying this, but you're nah. I stand it. I can't be hypocritical, though. I'm not a hypocrite, and I'm not scared to stand in my truth. But I can explain my truth. I can explain myself. All right. So we have to understand a nation cannot survive when people excuse fraud. We can't celebrate disorder or chaos, right? Because there's going to be fruit from that tree. And what's happening on the earth is chaos. But we know prophecy's coming, so only thing we could kind of do, guys, is kind of, what you call that? Traverse this new terrain and be adaptable, adapt what's going on, but don't let none of what's happening make you unrighteous. That's the key. The key, I'm going to close out with this, right? The key, guys, is to hold on. Thank you, Brother Charles. Thank you. Yep, learn from my mistake and repent. And now, and Brother Charles, and then try to reach back and help others so they don't make the same mistake. Come on, Brother Charles. That's all I am. And don't make me nobody. It just makes me somebody who learned from their mistake. That's what Brother Charles said. Rose from it, which I did, and I try not to repeat mine and try to help others so they don't go through them, because I got a lot that I can teach. That's why I got the 25 to Life channel. It's all of my, from the 80s, 90s, and then we got people there telling testimony. I got a brother, one of the first videos on my 25 to Life channel was L, and he had just came home from doing 26 years in prison. On the channel, Brother Charles, the first video, the Most High made me do that channel to show my testimony, right? I didn't even want to do it. And one of the first videos, L just came. I ain't seen him since 1996 when we was outside. I put the picture on that video. You see me in my big Benz, my 500 SEL, for those who understand, with all the big chains. This is the 80s, with my MCM suit on, and L was there. And from that picture, he's on my video. He just came home from 26 years. We have a brother, Illy. I'm going to close with this. Everybody listen. There's a brother in our ministry right now. He's in his early 30s. He just got convicted for 47 years. Y'all going to hear from him. I'm going to play an audio recording of him speaking from jail right now. He just got convicted. What was that, last month? This young brother, a black brother, shout out to Gabariyah. He found the ministry through YouTube. Listen, Illy, this is how free this is. He joined the ministry about 8 months ago. I've been administering to and everything. After about 7 months of being in the ministry, he let me know he's going to trial. I'm like, what? He like, yeah, Unc, I just ain't want to, I ain't want to, put a dark damper on it, but I go to trial next month and they're trying to give me life in prison. What? He committed a crime 2 years ago and he unalived somebody. But he's repented and he's found the Most High, and somehow the Most High allowed him to find our channel. And he found the channel, and we've been administering to him, and he's become family. He went to trial about a couple of months ago, and they gave him 47 years in prison. This is right now, everybody. Illy, everybody. The other dude who said 2 sides of my mouth. Listen clearly. I couldn't judge him. I didn't know who he unalived or what he did. Maybe he'll tell y'all, because I'm going to, when he calls, right, I'm going to record so he can talk to y'all. He's in jail, not in prison. Now he made it to prison, and he's teaching in the prison. Come on, that's Illy. Come on, Illy. And he got Illy. He got hope. He like, I'm not going to be here for 47 years. The Most High wants me to be here to teach these brothers in here, Unc, where I learned in the ministry. And when the Most High sees fit, I'm going to come home. Charles, they just gave him a fresh 47 years. I'm about to show it. I'll show y'all. I'll put the thumbnail up. I'll do everything, and y'all going to hear from him. And every now and then, he's going to give a word and his testimony of what he's teaching them in the prison right now. So our ministry has made it. He's in South Carolina, Brother Charles. He's in South Carolina State Prison, whatever it's prison, he'll say it, and where he's at right now. And he put the connect system where he could call and everything. He got a fresh 47 years. I couldn't reject him because he's unalived someone. I had to see the person, and I had to still pour into him and lead him and guide him. And he's grown so much that he's now a light in that place. And when I'm talking to him right now on the phone, he called the other day. When I called, they're recording, and everything's recorded, and they can hear us, me a black man, him a black man, pouring in and saying about how he's helping people and guiding and leading. This is the real ministry and the fruit. And they gave him 47 years, bro. Right now. Not old stuff. Today. And his mother in South Carolina and his sister, they contact and everything. And I remember his mother said, she said, please just y'all, hopefully y'all don't leave him. I said, we're not leaving him. If he do 47 years and I'm alive to live another 47 years and this ministry alive, we're going to be with him for 47 years. As long as he want to be in righteousness, as long as he want to do the right thing, I'll do this. I'm doing this 47 years with him as long as I live on this earth. I don't know how long the Most High going to allow me to. That's real talk. That's the outside. I'm going to show it. That's the difference. So to the other brother, I'm not speaking from a forked tongue. We actually really live this. Real life live it. I know y'all been fooled by all these fake pastors and ministers and mores and teachers and religious whatever. We don't, none of that. That's why I'm shadow banned. That's why it's right. You see him by the fruit. So you're going to hear this, brother. Matter of fact, he'll tell you out his own mouth from prison with 47 years. I don't have to tell you nothing. Let him tell you. He'll tell you himself. And that's outside. That's real wild application right now. The brother's strong. And I'm like, my goodness, bro, 40. I'm like, and everybody in the ministry know. When he got, so he went to the trial and he said, Unc, if I don't join the Tuesday Bible study, then you know I'm in prison. So when he finally got in the jail part and was able to make a call, he said, Unc, they gave me 47 years, bro. Do you think it broke my heart? Yeah. Because young Gabariah became my little brother, Charles. think he like 30, 31. That's our little brother. We family. That's why at the beginning of this, the sister, Eliza Yah, I think she's an elder. She said she found this ministry about 6 months ago, and she's so thankful that the Most High she been learning, and she see us as family, because that's the Most High do got some real people on this earth. It's just hard to find us because we shadow band. It's gonna be hard to find, like a diamond is hard to find, right? I wish it wasn't like that. I wish they would just leave us alone. We'd be millions of subscribers and all of that. Then it'd be easy to find. But no, they let you. If I was up here teaching sin, and if I was up here teaching sin too, but if I was up here teaching religion, right, false doctrine and all that, trying to get money from y'all, then we wouldn't be shadow banned, right? And everybody would know about us. They'd be like, that's Unc. He got a dope channel. Unc be dropping the, But nah, it's real. All right? And it's just, none of us is perfect. Our little brother got 47 years, bro. And I'll let him tell you when he will, what he did and what happened. And you'll hear his voice. So we're going to close here. Praise the Most High. All right. Everybody, this has been, is this where Ilhan got her millions? Aimee told on everybody. This girl on the screen, she went there and told on everybody. She telling on Tim Walz, the governor, Fry, the mayor, what's his name? I wrote it down. Keith Ellison, the attorney general, all this Minnesota fraud, and Ilhan, you going down. You going down, little girl, for your sin and iniquity. You done stole all the 330 to 40 million from America, right? All this money y'all done stole. The Most High gonna cover all that. Y'all going down. Send her back to Somaliland, right? This little white girl, she got her. They about to give her 33 years. She gonna do her time. So while everybody else need to, right? I did my time, right? All right. So anyway, now may the Most High cover and bless you all. I thank y'all all for joining us tonight. We live again Wednesday, Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. All right, I'm closing now. I done went 6 hours or something. Thank you, Hakyama, for assisting me tonight. Thank you, Elder Tamayah, for your covering. Thank you, Young Yasha out there in Canada, for your covering. Thank you, everybody in the ministry, for welcoming the new people. Thank you to the Rowdy Bunch over on the live stream for y'all keeping it a little PG. Y'all ain't get too dirty in the dirty section, right? The Rowdy Bunch on the live stream, the vertical live stream. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Go forth and be the light in this darkness. It ain't religion, it's righteousness. I don't care what you believe in. Believe in truth and righteousness and morality, and try to do the next right thing, and watch blessings come upon you. Watch supernatural favor happen in your life. You heard that part? And this ain't about religion. I don't care about all that Hebrew, Israelite, Shmizraelite, Negroite, Christianite. I don't care what kind of light. You could be Bud Light. I don't care. Righteousness. Are you righteous light? You heard? Let your righteous acts outweigh your unrighteous acts. Welcome to the house of the Most High. We are your children. You are your brothers and sisters, and I'm Unc. We see y'all on the next live Wednesday, Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. Shalom means peace, Shalom means peace. Right? Peace and blessings of the Most High. It's a Habariyah word, original pictograph Hebrew, and Shalom and Shabbayah is the seventh day. It's the seventh day today. So Shabbayah, Shalom mean peace and blessings of the Most High to you on the seventh day that he said, remember and keep it holy forever. That's Genesis, day 1 to day 7. That ain't never changed. That's the fourth commandment of the 10, right? For those who don't believe in that, y'all understand, I live it, that part, all right? So don't worry about it. You ain't subscribing no Hebrew Israelite cult crap group, none of that crap. Forget those ISIS elites. They ain't nothing but Negroites. Them Negroites, they over there hate group and all that kind of stuff. We are the house of the Most High in spirit and in truth. We understand his name, and we live the actions, the words, the deeds of the Hebrew Habariyah Messiah. That one, that dude that they calling Jesus. That part. May the Most High cover and bless you all. We'll see y'all on the next live stream. This part. Have a blessed night. Everybody, go forth and be the light.
He secures and hooks us tight, a gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son, a sacrifice, to show how much He loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Precious chosen people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He adds to